Chapter 9:13. Around the Holy Thunder Mountain. People from all over Zhongzhou wanted to watch the last battle of the Heavenly Legends as soon as possible. In the last battle of the Heavenly Legends, if they wanted to know who made it to the top 10, there would be a space-time talisman array in the Holy Thunder Mountain. It was set up by the 9 forces of the Zhongzhou One Valley, 2 churches, 3 sects, and 3 groups. The space-time talisman array consumed a lot of energy, so it could only be activated in the last and most important battle of the Heavenly Legends. At that time, everyone in the Holy Thunder Mountain would be able to know immediately as if they were there. Countless people from all over Zhongzhou rushed into the Holy Thunder Mountain. They all wanted to watch the battle of the Heavenly Legends with their own eyes. It was the battle of the top young generation in Zhongzhou. Bang, bang, bang! Deep sonic booms came from afar, reverberating in the air. Taoist priest of Changdao, I'm not done with your great Luan sect. Don't hide if you dare. Gu Qingyang, don't go too far. If you continue to fight, both sides will suffer. Do you want to start a war with my great Luan sect? Let's start a war then. Do you think the ancient heaven sect is afraid of your great Luan sect? Since you dared to touch my disciple, I'll teach you a lesson first. Outside the Holy Thunder Mountain, deep sonic booms came from time to time, accompanied by loud shouts. The people around seemed to be used to it. They stopped to watch from time to time, but there wasn't much commotion. This battle had been going on for months. In these months, Elder Gu Qingyang of the Ancient Heaven sect and the Taoist priest of Changdao of the Great Luan sect had fought several times, but they were afraid of destroying the Holy Thunder Mountain. So the 2 supermasters also fought from afar, blocking the battlefield. From the words coming from afar, people judged that Elder Gu Qingyang seemed to have the upper hand every time, but he couldn't completely defeat the Taoist priest of Changdao. It seems like the Great Will sect and the Ancient Heaven sect are going to war. It is said that for Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple, Du Xiaofu, the Great Luan sect interfered in the matter between the Stone Dragon Empire and the Desolate Country. The Desolate Country was created by Elder Gu Qingyang's disciple, Du Xiaofu. Rumor has it that Du Xiaofu has died, but this angered Elder Gu Qingyang, so he is not letting the Great Luan sect off. I came from the Dark Forest. The Great Luan sect's experts killed many people in the Desolate Country's Stone City. In the end, a super expert appeared in the Desolate Country and scared off the Great Luan sect's experts. The Desolate Country is now at war with the Stone Dragon Empire. It also caused a confrontation between the Ancient Heaven sect and the Great Luan sect. There was a lot of discussion in the Holy Thunder Mountain. Everyone was waiting for the space-time charm array to open so that they could watch the Heavenly Sons of Heaven contest. Are you really not coming out? I mean no harm. A few more days passed. Inside the weapon space, Du Xiaofu looked at the vast weapon space with a wry smile on his face. Du Xiaofu felt helpless. It seemed he had suffered a double loss this time. Not only had he failed to obtain the weapon soul, but he had also lost his new weapon spirit. If it weren't for the fact that Jiangqin had used up a lot of energy from the weapon soul, the Heavenly Palace of Violet Gold would have already begun to rebel. Sigh. After a few days, the weapon's soul still hadn't come out. Du Xiaofu could only sigh helplessly. He looked at the space and said softly, "It seems we are not fated to be together. You are the remnant energy of an ancient divine weapon. You were once a peerless divine weapon. Now that you have been reborn, your intelligence has yet to be awakened. However, I believe that since you came from an ancient divine weapon soul, you are no ordinary object. You will definitely understand what I mean." Du Xiaofu looked ahead quietly. His clear eyes rippled with determination. He said, "My martial veins were crippled when I was young. My family was separated. My mother was separated, and my brother and sister were separated. This is a family feud. I was blessed by the heavens and had the opportunity to cultivate. I entered Tianwu Academy, but the academy was destroyed, and my teachers died. This is a debt of blood. I once swore that I would become an expert. Every step I took, I had to tread carefully, as if I was walking on thin ice. I broke my bones and dug out my heart. I hope that my sister, Xiaojing, will be well. She is a natural-born sovereign. She will definitely have a brighter future than me. She will be able to reunite our family better than me. I have no regrets. I only regret that I was unable to accomplish what I wanted to do. With the help of the heavens, I was reincarnated. This time, I won't let myself down. I want to become an expert and stand proudly in this world. I want to reunite my family. I want to repay the debt of blood of the Academy. Du Xiaofu's voice paused for a moment. Golden light flickered in his clear eyes, and lightning crackled. His voice reverberated in the air. In your previous life, you were a peerless divine weapon. Are you really willing to stay here forever? Or do you want to be like all of your previous lives, to become a peerless existence one day? Come with me. Follow me. I will treat you like my own brother. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring 90,000 li. One day, when the tiger returns to the mountain, I will dye half the sky red with blood. I will kill all those who bullied and oppressed me. His voice rumbled. Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed with a golden light. It was as though a great rock had spread its wings. Lightning crackled as it soared into the sky. After a long time, the space calmed down and everything returned to silence. Are we really not fated? Forget it. Nothing can be forced. Du Xiaofu's eyes dimmed a little. He sighed softly and turned to leave. Then, just as Du Xiaofu turned around and took a few steps away in disappointment, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the space behind him. Roar! His voice spread out, causing the space to vibrate and make rustling noises. Du Xiaofu suddenly turned around and saw a dazzling light appear not far behind him. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds changed and rushed toward Du Xiaofu in an instant, revolving around Du Xiaofu. Are you going to leave with me? Leave this place with me. Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. His eyes under the mask revealed a look of surprise. Buzz! The artifact spirit let out a sound of wind and thunder. Then it transformed into the appearance of the new artifact spirit of the purple gold heavenly palace. The image of a sword appeared. Its vast and mighty pressure surged and swept out, and it carried a strand of ancient aura as it swept out. Du Xiaofu was stunned. He looked at the artifact spirit and said, "You mean you want to become the artifact spirit of the purple gold heavenly palace?" Buzz, buzz! The sword-shaped shadow of the artifact spirit bent as if nodding. The sound of wind and thunder surged and clanged. Ha ha ha! Du Xiaofu was stunned for a moment. Then joy appeared in his eyes. He laughed and looked at the artifact spirit. I will place a soul imprint on you and integrate it into the purple gold heavenly palace. Then you can go out with me. As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's hand seals were formed, and he began to prepare to place a soul imprint on the artifact spirit of the purple gold heavenly palace. In the dark mountains, more and more black fog gathered around. The roars of evil spirits echoed faintly. The space in front became more and more distorted. As time passed, more and more young men and women gathered around. Some were seriously injured, and most of them were in a sorry state. Their auras were weak. However, to be able to pass through most of the sealed ancient lands and still be able to reach this place, their strength and luck were definitely not bad. The noise multiplied. However, if one looked carefully, one could see that at least a quarter of the young men and women who came here from the divine Thunder Mountain range had disappeared. That was definitely a huge number. Most of the people who had not reached this place had probably died in this sealed ancient lands. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people and the nervous anticipation of countless people, time passed slowly. Finally, there was a movement in the space in front. Purple gold electric arcs appeared in the distorted space in front of them. Under the gazes of countless people, the electric arcs spread in all directions. Then they seemed to spread in the endless sky, dispersing the thick black fog in the sky that was difficult to disperse. Sizzle, The space fluctuated violently. Electric arcs overflowed, and purple-gold color spread across the sky. As the distorted space in front of them became more and more intense, the young men and women who were sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak suddenly stood up. The eyes of the countless young men and women in the surroundings quietly turned scarlet red. Even their breathing had become rough and heavy. For the young men and women who were not from the Nine Forces, those who could reach this place were all extraordinary people. They knew that as long as they had the opportunity to obtain the last great opportunity to refine their bodies with the divine thunder and strengthen their martial veins and spiritual roots, they would be comparable to their peers in the Nine Forces. It's going to open up in front. In the mountains, some people began to clench their fists nervously. Is the divine thunder about to appear? Du Yunlong squinted his eyes, and his robe fluttered in the wind. He looked at the distorted space in front of him, which was overflowing with purple electric arcs. He could feel an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. The electric arcs seemed to be able to interact with the thunder martial vein in his body. It's still early for the divine thunder to descend. However, the space in front of us will be torn apart. We have to cross the evil spirit dead beach first. At that time, everyone must be careful. We must work together. Don't act alone, Sima Muhan said to Du Yunlong. She frowned slightly. In the distorted space in front of them, the energy that was suppressed under the Earth's crust was like a volcano that was about to erupt crazily. It made her heart tremble. Chapter 9:14. What a strange place. Du Xiaoyao frowned. Ripples appeared in its golden eyes. The distorted space in front of it made it tremble. Ka! Finally, under everyone's gaze, a crisp sound came from the distorted space in front of them. Then, like a mirror, it shattered inch by inch. Then, purplish-gold electric arcs filled the surrounding space, as if a purplish-gold electric curtain hung high in the sky. It's open. Let's go to the evil spirit dead beach. The moment the space shattered, countless people's eyes turned red and they flew out. Walala, numerous figures instantly appeared like locusts passing through, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, whistling through the sky. Let's go! On the mountain peak, the ninth-layer spiritual emperor in the boundless sex formation raised his eyes slightly. He waved his hand, and his figure turned into a long rainbow as he rushed forward. Whoosh, whoosh! Behind the ninth-layer spiritual emperor, many young powerhouses of the boundless sect also took action. They turned into streaks of rainbows and flew into the sky. Move out! A charming smile appeared on Sima Muhan's beautiful face. Let's move out as well. Everyone be careful. We must stay together, Du Xiaoqing said to the members of the Du family, World Society, and Tianwu Academy. Everyone nodded. Over the past few days, they had been listening in on the conversations of the ancient Heaven sect disciples, and they were all very aware of what was going on. Every time they crossed the evil spirit dead beach at the end of the sealed ancient land, only half of the people would be able to successfully cross it. They could only attack with all their strength and take the opportunity to charge into the depths of the evil spirit dead beach. Then, they would rely on their own strength to break through. Among them, at least half of them would be destroyed by the evil spirit and become nutrients to strengthen the evil spirit. Whoosh, whoosh! In the surrounding mountains, all the major forces began to move out. Many figures floated in the air and flew forward. The black mass of people, along with the rumbling sound, also seemed to shake the heaven and earth. Figures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth swept across the sky. A moment later, they swept past a mountain range, a vast expanse of flat terrain that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on the ground below. All of them fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. Their profound energy stagnated, and some people nearly fell from midair due to their unstable minds. At this moment, in the endless flat terrain, Black fog was surging and electric arcs were wreaking havoc. Huge, beast-shaped and human-shaped evil spirits filled everyone's eyes. The densely packed evil spirits were like a black ocean. Not only the ground, but even the air was filled with evil spirits. It was as if countless black crows were hovering in the sky, covering the sky and the sun, extending as far as the eye could see. Woo-woo! Ear-piercing sound waves came from the mouths of countless evil spirits. It was like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods, and thunder resounded in the sky. Is this the evil spirit Dead Beach? Du Xiaoman frowned when she saw the scene in front of her. There were so many evil spirits, seemingly endless. Although there were many young people in the central region, it was still a black mass. However, compared to the endless evil spirits in the sky and on the ground, it was simply a small group of people in the presence of a great one. The reason why this place is called the Evil Spirit Dead Beach is because there are too many people who die here every time. It is called the Dead Land. Shui Ruhan's eyes were clear. Her eyes rippled like the sea as she looked at the endless evil spirit Dead Beach. There was a purple gold lightning that seemed to have come from the 9 heavens. She said, "That is the place where the divine lightning will descend. Only after passing through the evil spirit Dead Beach can we reach it. Everyone, the evil spirit Dead Beach is right in front of us. You need to go all out to break through the evil spirit Dead Beach. If you want to obtain the divine lightning to refine your body, you must first pass through the evil spirit Dead Beach." At this moment, Dongli Chihuang's voice resounded in the air. Dongli Chihuang is really shameless. He is encouraging others to be cannon fodder. In the intelligent sword sect, Nameless, who carried 3 swords behind his shoulders, looked forward with a cold smile. Kill. However, as soon as Dongli Chihuang's voice fell, the crowd surged forward. Battle cries filled the sky as their auras swept across the sky. There was really an endless stream of figures that immediately pounced on the evil spirits that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Attack! Break through the evil spirit Dead Beach. At this moment, the people from the various major forces moved together. Their profound chi surged in the sky. Each of the major forces formed a few formations and joined forces to attack the evil spirits that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. At the front of each formation, there was a martial emperor realm cultivator. Kill. The crowd moved. The sound of the figures breaking through the wind resounded. Their auras surged, and the space rumbled as fierce killing intent erupted. It caused the wind and clouds to surge. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Woo-woo! On the evil spirit Dead Beach, countless evil spirits roared. Countless scarlet eyes surged as they let out ear-piercing screeches. In an instant, they continuously charged towards the crowd and attacked. Kill. The distance was covered in a flash. The crowd and the evil spirits instantly collided. In the crowd, Dongli Chihuang, Cheng Shengnan, 9th level spiritual emperor, Sima Muhan, Shui Ruhan, Xiangling and Lingjun, and the other top talents' bodies surged with powerful, profound qi. Attacks immediately swept out like lightning. These top extraordinary people all had their own methods to restrain the evil spirits. They directly destroyed a large number of evil spirits into black fog. Woo-woo! In the blink of an eye, the crowd was immediately surrounded by the evil spirits. In an instant, a huge impact erupted. Profound qi filled the sky as killing intent surged. The surrounding evil spirits were shattered. Ear-piercing screeches and earth-shattering battle cries resounded throughout the sealed ancient land. Rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A great battle was about to break out on the evil spirit Dead Beach. Kill. Du Xiaoqing attacked. Green and red flames surged, forming a small sea of fire. A large number of evil spirits were burned and destroyed. Boom! Xiangling attacked. With a punch, the energy of the Supreme Yang was like the eruption of the sun. It could directly shatter a large number of evil spirits in front of him. Destroy! The ninth-level spiritual emperor's scarlet robe fluttered in the wind as he floated in midair. There was a faint luster flowing on his sparkling skin. He was like a god descending to earth. With a wave of his hand, a golden light swept out. It was like golden lightning streaking across the sky, instantly destroying a large number of evil spirits. Chang Xingnan's graceful and beautiful figure floated in midair while her entire body was enveloped in divine radiance that seemed like divine light, and it transformed into countless ribbons. Once an evil spirit came into contact with it, it would be annihilated into ashes and shattered into pieces. With the top experts of the various factions taking action, one lineup after another rushed into the depths of the evil spirit army. However, the evil spirits in the periphery were not too strong. In the depths of the evil spirit army, many powerful evil spirits rushed out. In the depths of the evil spirit army, evil spirits comparable to martial kings and beast kings were everywhere. There were even many powerful evil spirits comparable to martial emperors and beast emperors. With the appearance of these powerful evil spirits, they immediately blocked the advance of the crowd and increased the pressure of the crowd. Woo! Woo! Some powerful evil spirits were already able to rush into the crowd. With ear-piercing sounds that affected the soul, they began to kill. Everyone be careful. Don't panic. Du Yunlong shouted at the disciples of the Du family and the World Society. His hair fluttered in the wind as he waved his hand to kill the evil spirits. His eyes were cold and sharp. At this moment, the lineup of the various factions was not too affected. There were top experts of the same generation guarding and killing those powerful evil spirits. Large numbers of evil spirits were turned into ashes and smoke in front of them. The lineup continued to advance. However, the lineup of the others was not the same. The evil spirits were besieging them, and people were constantly dying. Some people were controlled by the evil spirits and started to kill their companions. Miserable wails resounded endlessly. The battle did not last long, and everyone fell into a frenzy. Ah! Screams, sonic booms, ear-piercing roars of the evil spirits, the roars of the meridian spirits, and the roars of the beast race experts mixed together like a symphony from hell. The entire space was trembling. Blood flowed like a river, and killing intent filled the sky. Blood and corpses fell to the ground. The eyes of the crowd were red. At this moment, no one was afraid. They could only fight and destroy the evil spirits without fear of death. However, there was an endless stream of evil spirits around them. They had no fear and were not afraid of death. They were only bloodthirsty. Like a swarm of ants, they surrounded some of the people in the crowd. The battle gradually reached a tragic point. Wails continued. Blood flowed like a river, and the cries of ghosts echoed endlessly. At this moment, the evil spirit Dead Beach had become hell. It made people shudder. Bang! 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 Low muffled sounds rang out as the battle raged on. Kill! Kill all these evil spirits. After crossing this evil spirit Dead Beach, we will be able to obtain a huge opportunity. Someone in the crowd shouted, encouraging the people who had fallen into a desperate situation. However, in this kind of battle, some people were even exhausted. In the end, the evil spirits took the opportunity to kill them. There were also small groups that fell into the endless evil spirits and were torn to pieces by the evil spirits. Mournful wails resounded throughout the sealed ancient land. Woo woo! The evil spirits were not afraid of death. Their ear-piercing cries echoed in the sky. Only the lineups of the various major factions could still hold on. They formed various offensive lineups and continuously attacked their surroundings. However, under this kind of support, everyone's consumption was astonishing. Chapter 9:15. Kill! Terrifying energy swept across the area. The evil spirits that weren't at the martial emperor realm or beast emperor realm were burned into nothingness by Du Xiaoqing's green and red flames. Bang! 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 Dongli Chihuang, 9th level spiritual emperor, Wu Ming, Zhu Shui, Qing Xingnan, Sima Muhan, Shui Ruhan, and Ling Jun, Ming Rongyin, and the other top experts also killed many of the top evil spirits. With the size of the evil spirit death beach, with everyone's speed, they could cross it in a few breaths' time. However, 2 hours had already passed, and everyone was still in the midst of a bloody battle. Kill! The silver-winged demonic condor had already activated its main body. Its aura was domineering as it flapped its wings and swept across the sky, destroying a large number of evil spirits. Roar! The little tiger activated its main body. Black runes soared into the sky, exuding a domineering aura that shook the sky. Kill! Yi Piaoling Qingguyu, Silver Fox Anyang, Duo Sha, Ingyan Intianjuan Gu Wuying shouted. The 8 of them gathered together and swept across the area. The overall strength of these 8 people was definitely powerful. The terrifying aura that erupted from them caused even the people from the 9 factions to tremble. Those 8 people are not ordinary. After destroying a large number of evil spirits, they couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the terrifying aura formed by Yi Piaoling and the others. On the other hand, Du Xiaoyao's golden ape body was like the beginning of the world. The evil spirits didn't dare to get close to her. Du Xiaoyao still had to protect the Du family and the world society. Some of the weaker people in Tianwu Academy muttered softly, "Why isn't that fellow here yet? There are so many people for me to protect," but he went to slack off. Could it be that he doesn't want that great opportunity anymore? Within the vast weapon space, Du Xiaofu's hand seals were formed. His body emitted a dazzling white light. An ancient aura rippled as hand seals formed in Du Xiaofu's hand and landed on the purple-gold heavenly tower floating in front of him. Qi! When the last seal landed, a terrifying energy came from Du Xiaofu's palm and entered the violet-gold heavenly palace. Boom! At this moment, the purple-gold heavenly tower rumbled like the roars of dragons and tigers. Around the purple-gold heavenly fault sword, talisman runes erupted. Dazzling and eye-piercing talisman runes shot up into the sky from the sword. A terrifying power erupted like a volcano. Roar! The roars of dragons and tigers, the cries of birds and turtles, and the sounds of wind and thunder. The entire weapon trembled in the air. Countless weapons that had their energy devoured cracked and turned into fine powder. At this moment, the purple-gold heavenly tower was floating in the air. The terrifying aura it gave off was like a peerless divine weapon that had awakened. It looked down on the world and could destroy everything. Withdraw! Du Xiaofu's face was slightly pale. He leaped up and held the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand. He looked at the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand, and a smile appeared in his eyes under the mask. He gently caressed the sword and said softly, "From now on, we are brothers. Are you willing to accompany me for the rest of my life?" Roar! Within the purple-gold heavenly tower, a dragon's roar resounded, bringing with it the sound of wind and thunder. The sword's body clanged as if it was responding to Du Xiaofu. Ha 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 ha. Du Xiaofu floated in the air and laughed. He felt the aura of the purple-gold heavenly tower. A domineering golden aura shot out from his clear eyes and swept across the sky. He waved the sword and shouted, "I hold my sword and laugh at the heavens. The green blade will sweep across the 2 heavens and earth. Those who obey the heavens may not exist, but those who defy the heavens should laugh. The blood, debt of the family shall be swept away by the wind. Eternal hegemony. As for heroes, they shall be proud of the sky. Step on the 9 heavens, look to the northwest, and slay the heavenly wolf. From now on, I will never bend my back." Qi! As he shouted, Du Xiaofu waved his sword. The purple-gold light shone brightly, and the talisman runes flowed. Rumble! As the sword fell, a domineering aura suddenly swept across. Light filled the air, and the entire weapon space rumbled and shook. As the sword light spread, the sky fell and the earth cracked. A long gully spread across the entire weapon space. Countless swords, spears, swords, and halberds turned into powder. It was a simple sword, but it contained the power to move mountains and overturn seas. It was enough to kill any emperor as if they were nothing. The evil spirit dead beach was like purgatory. Blood flowed like a river, and whales were everywhere. Rumble, slaughter, a frenzied slaughter. Whether it was humans, beasts, or evil spirits, their eyes were red, and their killing intent was monstrous. Chila, the 9th level spirit emperor, destroyed a group of evil spirits with a golden thunderbolt in his hand. His figure crossed a purple-gold arc light curtain and suddenly found that there were no evil spirits in front of him. Chilala, almost at the same time, Dongli Chihuang, Qing Xingnan, and Lingjun Wuming, Jiang Rolin, Ming Rongyin, Sima Muhan, Rua Shuehan, Shunling, and the others entered one after another. Roar! Little Tiger, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Silver Fox, and the others entered this vast space one after another. This space was vast and empty, but countless evil spirits roared and screamed outside the purple-gold arc-light curtain. However, for some reason, they did not dare to approach the purple-gold arc-light curtain. We rushed out of the evil spirit dead beach. Looking back at the countless evil spirits outside the purple-gold arc-light curtain, Sima Muhan's dignified face was slightly relieved. Whoosh whoosh outside the purple-gold arc-light curtain. As the major forces arrived first, many small and medium-sized forces entered. Some rogue cultivators formed an alliance, and many people entered after the danger. Their breathing was chaotic, and some were covered in scars. However, these people had entered this place. Looking back at the dense and crazy evil spirits behind them, they still had lingering fear. What is that? Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, Du Xiaoyao withdrew her red-bone horse monkey form and looked ahead. The vast space was surrounded by faint purple-gold lightning arcs. These purplish-golden arcs of lightning were almost invisible to the naked eye, and they posed no threat to humans, beasts, and demon spirits. However, the evil spirits didn't dare to approach them in the slightest. In the distant sky, there was a huge, 3-legged cauldron hanging upside down in the sky. The huge, inverted, 3-legged cauldron had purple lightning runes spreading across it, causing the space between heaven and earth to tremble. Under the cauldron, majestic energy strangely gathered in the sky, and the surrounding space directly turned into a spatial vortex. A series of purple-gold lightning arcs surged and spread out from the distorted spatial vortex. A vast and ancient aura shrouded down from the sky and spread in all directions. It was the purple-gold lightning arcs that were almost invisible to the naked eye that caused the countless evil spirits in the surroundings to not dare to approach. What a strange thing! Du Xiaoyao's eyes trembled. She could devour everything. But at this moment, facing the huge 3-legged cauldron in the distance, she also felt that she couldn't devour it. That's the divine lightning cauldron. Just as Du Xiaoyao was surprised, there were many exclamations of shock in the surroundings. Dongli Chihuang, Cheng Shengnan, Wu Ming, Jiang Rolin, and the others' gazes all fell on the space in front of them. There was an inverted, 3-legged cauldron that seemed to cover the sky and the sun, and there was a thick, purple-gold thundercloud surging around it. Crackle! Within the purple-gold thundercloud, purple-gold lightning arcs were flowing, and a huge aura that made one's heart palpitate suddenly came, causing everyone to feel a pressure that made their souls tremble. Although the disciples of the various factions had never seen the 3-legged cauldron before, they had heard of it from the legends in their sections. It was said that the divine thunder cauldron was left behind by a supreme expert in the ancient times. It was said that it was in the ancient times a long time ago. At that time, the heavens and earth were in turmoil, and various clans were killing each other. The people were in a terrible situation, and it was as if doomsday had arrived. One day, a mysterious supreme expert came and stopped the killing by himself. He sealed one side of the battlefield and left behind a divine thunder cauldron to suppress the evil spirits on the battlefield. That battlefield was the sealed ancient land under everyone's feet, and it was filled with many mysteries. As time passed, countless creatures were born, but they were all evil spirits. It was said that once the evil spirits in the sealed land reached a peak, the seal would break, and the entire central region would be plunged into misery and suffering, becoming a demonic domain. In order to prevent the evil spirits from gathering, it seemed that the supreme expert had set a limit. The ancient land seal could only be opened once every 30 years, allowing the younger generation to enter and cleanse the evil spirits. At the same time, it allowed the younger generation to obtain endless opportunities, using the divine thunder in the divine thunder cauldron to refine their bodies and improve their martial veins and spiritual roots. Swoosh, swoosh! There were still people who were able to break through the evil spirit dead beach and enter this vast space. However, when the people who had broken through the evil spirit dead beach gathered together, only half of the people who had broken through the evil spirit dead beach were left behind, including those who were severely injured. Everyone entered the vast space and looked at the inverted, three-legged cauldron. The aura that spread out made everyone tremble. At the front of the crowd, Little Demon Dew stood on Little Tiger's shoulder. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the evil spirit dead beach beyond the purple-gold lightning arc. Her golden eyes were filled with doubt as she softly muttered, "Did something happen to that fellow? Why isn't he here yet?" Early in the morning at the divine Thunder Mountain Range, the sun rose into the sky, and rays of light shrouded the mountains. Boom! Just as the first ray of sunlight rose from the horizon in the east, the aura in the mountains suddenly fluctuated. The densely packed crowd crowded the mountains. Countless figures flickered and moved, and their eyes were nervously looking in front of the 10 peaks. Chapter 9:16. It's about time. It's almost time in the past. The space-time charm array will be activated soon. Prodigy tournament. I wonder which 10 people will be able to make it to the top 10 this time. They will become famous in one battle and obtain the divine thunder body tempering opportunity. The people in the mountains were discussing and waiting for the space-time charm array to be activated. The space-time talisman array was something that some of the ancestors of the 9 great forces had worked together to set up in the sealed ancient land when they were young. It was said that the 9 forces took a total of 90 years to set up the space-time charm array. It was divided into 3 attempts before they successfully set up the space-time charm array. The biggest use of the space-time charm array was to transmit the grand scene of the last Prodigy tournament in the sealed ancient land to the divine Thunder Mountain Range clearly. In front of the space-time charm array, it could allow people to be there and watch carefully. Even the sound could be heard clearly. In the mountain range, there were people who were clenching their fists nervously. They hoped that their disciples could obtain the great opportunity in the sealed ancient land and revitalize their clan. Rumble! Just as everyone was looking forward to it, the space in front of the 10 peaks of the divine Thunder Mountain Range started to distort. Starting from high up in the sky, the space within 1,000 feet started to fluctuate. In a short time, the distorted space froze. A gentle light from the runes spread out from the sky. Boom! The entire divine Thunder Mountain Range shook. Above the distorted space in the sky, there were endless dazzling runes spreading out. A shocking aura spread out. The space-time charm array has been activated. They have already passed the evil spirit dead beach. The Prodigy tournament is about to begin. In the divine Thunder Mountain Range, countless people raised their heads and looked at the dazzling runes in the sky. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, a vast and boundless space slowly began to appear above the dazzling mysterious rune light that could freeze space. Faintly, there were purple electric arcs fluctuating in the space. Above the vast space, a three-legged cauldron that covered the sky floated. Its aura was strange. Even through the space-time talisman array, everyone could feel a shuddering aura coming from the three-legged cauldron through space-time. In the vast space, countless figures appeared in the space-time rune array. There was no lack of familiar faces. Dongli Chihuang. That's Dongli Chihuang from the Great Wheel sect. Zhu Ling from the Boundless sect, Wu Ming from the Intelligent Sword sect, and Zhang Ruolin from the Shindu Gate. That's Zhu Shui from the Profound Talisman sect. Inside the Holy Thunder mountain range, the whole mountain range was in an uproar as they looked at the figures in the space-time charm formation. Space-time transmission, space-time, teleportation charm array space. On each of the 9 peaks of the divine Thunder Mountain range, streams of light shot up into the sky. The runes swept across the sky. The energy of the 9 runes flowed into the sky and then disappeared. Boom! In the sky above the Tianwu Square, a rune light spread out. Then, figures emerged from the dazzling light. When those familiar figures entered the Tianwu Square, the entire square burst into cheers and shouts of joy filled the Tianwu Square. That's Miss Muhan. I saw Miss Muhan. Senior sister Shui Ruhan. Senior brother Linling. Senior brother Inmachin. They're all here. Our ancient heaven sect will definitely win a place in the tournament of prodigies. On the Tianwu Square, the cheers and shouts were like deafening thunderclaps. At this time, many powerhouses of the ancient heaven sect had also appeared on the square. They stared nervously at the images in the sky. Early in the morning, in the sky above the Profound Talisman sect's huge square, countless mysterious talisman runes spread out. Then, with a flash of light, the figures of young men and women appeared in the sky. Senior sister Zhu Shui. I see senior sister Zhu Shui. Go, senior sister Zhu Shui. Shocking shouts resounded throughout the square. Many experts of the Profound Charm sect flew out and gathered in front of the square. In the dark space, the abyss was filled with black fog. In the crack of the seal, broken runes were shining brightly. Why hasn't the third young master come out after so long? Will the young master be okay? It's been so long. Why don't we go in and take a look? Outside the crack of the seal, Stone and Dongli Diao were worried. The two of them looked into the crack from time to time. They wanted to see something, but they couldn't see anything. They didn't dare to enter without permission. Chi! At this time there was a fluctuation outside the crack of the seal. A purple figure flew out. The purple figure was tall and straight. His eyes were clear under the mask. Behind the purple soft armor was a square box. His long black hair was draped over his shoulders. It was Du Xiaofu, who everyone was worried about. Young master, are you okay? Third young master, you finally came out. If you didn't come out, I would have gone in. Seeing the young man in front of them come out, Dongli Diao, Stone, Lin Weiqi, and the others were relieved. They were all happy. Du Xiaofu looked at them and smiled. I'm sorry to have made everyone worry. I'm fine. I was recovering inside, so I was delayed for a while. You're still in the mood to recover. Jiangqin's jet-black eyes stared at Du Xiaofu. His thick, rebellious eyebrows twitched. Then his gaze swept over the square box on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. How's the spirit artifact? He asked softly. My luck wasn't bad. I succeeded. Du Xiaofu nodded. He didn't say anything else. Just now, he'd taken the opportunity to enter the ancient desolate space and buy himself some time to recover. Boom! As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the entire abyss shook. Then in the sky, purple gold lightning suddenly shot into the sky. A mighty thunder might surged and rippled through the area. Jiangqin raised his head. Jiangqin lifted his head, his long hair flowing down his back like flowing water. The outline of his side profile was perfect and impeccable. Ripples flashed across his deep jet-black eyes before he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, You've wasted too much time. In the end, it's already too late. Your so-called heavenly pride battle has already begun. By the time we get there, the dust will have already settled, and you will no longer be fated with that opportunity. In the end, it's too late. When Du Xiaofu heard this, his gaze trembled slightly. Inwardly, he was somewhat disappointed. But this time, his primary goal in the sealed ancient land was the Yin Spirit Crystal. Then, he wanted to obtain the divine, lightning body tempering pill. Therefore, Du Xiaofu wasn't too disappointed. He just felt a little regretful. After all, to Du Xiaofu, he'd already obtained the most important Yin Spirit Crystal. In addition, he'd obtained the weapon soul in the weapon space and made it the new weapon spirit of the heavenly palace of purple gold. This was an unexpected gain. Du Xiaofu felt that the new weapon spirit's strength wouldn't be much weaker than that of the murderous weapon soul. It wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that if he'd let the original weapon spirit grow to the level of the weapon soul's new weapon spirit, it would have taken more than 1,000 years to reach that level. Now that the weapon soul had become the new weapon spirit of the heavenly palace of purple gold, it would be much easier to help suppress the murderous weapon soul. Even if it's too late, let's go watch the show. The Heavens Pride Battle is a rare occasion. It's good to watch. Du Xiaofu's clear eyes smiled faintly. He didn't care too much. Even if it was too late, at least Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Sima Muhan, Zhu Shui, Little Tiger, and the others were still there. Whoosh, whoosh! After a while, the disciples of the seven-star hall leaped up. Their chi surged as they leaped into the abyss. Then figures sped past. Rumble. In the space, the earth and mountains shook and the void trembled. Purple thunderclouds rippled around the inverted divine thunder cauldron. Suddenly, a huge purple gold boulder began to descend from the mouth of the divine thunder cauldron. The purple gold boulder was like a huge square suspended in the sky. Its diameter was so large that it covered the sky and the sun. Even a beast emperor realm expert of the beast clan would appear extremely small on this boulder. Around the purple gold boulder, there were purple gold lightning arcs that spread out from the divine thunder cauldron. They hung around like a purple light curtain, covering the purple gold boulder. Boom! As the purple gold boulder descended from the divine thunder cauldron, a vast and unparalleled pressure filled the space, almost freezing the space. Under such a vast pressure, many young men and women with low cultivation had their chi stagnated and their faces turned pale. Under that invisible pressure, there were even people who were suppressed to the point that their legs trembled. It's begun. That's the Heaven's Pride lightning platform. Only those who step foot on the lightning platform will have the qualifications to compete for hegemony. Ling Ling looked at the huge purple gold boulder floating in the sky. On his angular face, his dark and deep eyes flickered with a bright light. However, at this moment, under the wild and unrestrained temperament of the evil spirit, he was secretly nervous. The unrestrained smile on his face also slowly disappeared. Mu-ha! Ling Ling, I'll have to rely on you guys next. I came here to help you guys successfully ascend the Heaven's Pride lightning platform. Chapter 9:17. Ruo Shuihan looked at Sima Muhan and Xiangling. Her voice was as gentle as water, like the sound of nature. She stood there quietly, like a lotus bud that had just emerged from the water, untainted by even a speck of dust. She faintly smiled, her red lips slightly parted, and her pearly white teeth gently parted as she softly said, I presume that the sex disciples are all watching us from outside the space-time symbol array. Don't worry, leave it to us. Shunling smiled at Shui Ruhan, and the unrestrained smile on his face became even more profound. Senior sister, I will do my best. Sima Muhan nodded. Her silky black hair casually fluttered around her slender waist, which was not even enough to be held in one hand. Sima Muhan then turned around and looked at Du Xiaoqing, Du Yunlong, and the others with her purple eyes. She glanced at Du Xiaoyao curiously and said, Little Qing, Sister Xiaoman, both humans and beasts can participate in the Heaven's Pride lightning platform later. However, demon spirits are not included. They will be excluded. Why? Before Sima Muhan could finish her sentence, Du Xiaoyao, who was on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder, suddenly shouted, "Why can't I participate? This is discrimination against demon spirits." Ruo Xuehan glanced sideways at Du Xiaoyao and smiled. Her blue eyes were filled with a faint smile as she said, "Divine thunder body refinement doesn't seem to have much effect on us demon spirits. This is also because of the restrictions here. No one can force their way in. She's actually a demon spirit." Hearing those words, many people from the Du clan, World Society, and Tianwu Academy were astonished. Only now did they know that the beautiful girl in the ancient heaven sect was actually a demon spirit. Demon spirits were the strongest living beings in the world. No matter if it was talent or strength, they were above the beasts and humans on average. This is too much. Du Xiaoyao was still unhappy. Why couldn't it participate in this? "Don't worry, leave it to us," Little Tiger comforted Du Xiaoyao kindly. "Stupid Tiger, don't embarrass yourself." "I'll leave it to you guys," Du Xiaoyao said to the little tiger with her eyes rolling. "Rumble!" As Du Xiaoyao muttered unhappily, the aura under the divine thunder cauldron surged. The purple gold boulder trembled, and the mighty aura fluctuated. Countless people around looked up. The Heaven's Chosen lightning platform was only accessible to those with the talent of Heaven's Chosen. Anyone who could reach the lightning luring platform in the end proved that they were at the pinnacle of their generation. They were truly dragons and phoenixes among men and were the center of attention. As for the people who entered the top 10, they would be able to soar into the sky. The young men and women in the surroundings who had entered this place were all rubbing their fists and waiting for the battle to begin. Even those who knew they were not strong enough were eager to give it a try, hoping for a miracle. Boom! Within the space, an even more dazzling purple-gold lightning arc illuminated this space. It's starting. Climb the Heaven's Chosen lightning platform. This is the best test to see if you're a dragon or a worm. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. In a flash, people had already begun to leap up and reach the Heaven's Chosen lightning platform. Whoosh! At this moment, countless auras surged. The celestial chi in many young men and women's bodies began to circulate as if it was a conditioned reflex. One figure after another flew up into the sky at lightning speed. Bang, 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 but that was only for an instant. Just as the figures leaped into the air and were about to step onto the lightning platform, a terrifying pressure swept down. The weaker young men and women immediately fell to the ground like rain, all of them spitting out blood. That invisible pressure was like a 1,000-kilogram boulder. Those with insufficient cultivation could not withstand it at all and were crushed head-on. The faster and higher they went, the harder and harder they were hit. The stronger ones who reached the top also fell one after another. The higher they went, the more terrifying the crushing force was. It was like a natural chasm that could not be crossed. Even the extraordinary ones in the martial king realm could not advance any further. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat and their faces were pale. Under the crushing force, they could not climb any further. Go all out and reach the Heaven's Chosen lightning platform. At the front of the crowd, Jiang Roland's snow-white veil fluttered. Her celestial chi surged, and her pale yellow dress fluttered in the wind. Her ink-black hair was fluttering, and her eyelashes were deeply arched. The outline of her face revealed an otherworldly elegance. As soon as she finished speaking, a warm flame spread out from Jiang Roland's graceful body. It was like a divine flame that was dancing, and she directly ascended the Heaven's Chosen lightning platform. Only those who can reach the Heaven's Chosen lightning platform are worthy of being called Heaven's Chosen. In the Spirit Sky Valley's lineup, and Ling Jun was dressed in a green robe. He slightly raised his head and looked at the Heaven's Chosen lightning platform. His long eyelashes formed a shallow arc on his elegant face. An ancient aura around him rippled and rose into the sky. Climb the heavens, chosen lightning platform. Shen Ling shouted softly. His aura fluctuated, and a golden lion appeared behind him. It had 2 dragon horns on its forehead. It was majestic and majestic. It was like the shadow of a divine beast that had been resurrected. It stood behind him and could look down on all enemies in the world. Then it rose into the sky, wildly. Everyone be careful. If you can't reach the heavens' chosen lightning platform, don't force it. Otherwise, you'll suffer a backlash. Sima Muhan shouted. Her graceful figure rose into the sky, and her alluring figure drew a seductive arc. Climb! Du Shaoqing rose into the sky. Blazing green and red flames burned around her. Her speed was faster than Shenling's, and she instantly surpassed him. At the same time, Little Tiger, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Yu Piaoling, Silver Fox, Qingguyu, Anya Cha, General, Gu Xinyan, Yin Machin, and Si Ruofing began to rise into the sky. They wanted to reach the heavens' chosen lightning platform. I don't believe it. Du Xiaoyao raised his head and looked at the sky. His golden eyes fluctuated. He was unconvinced. He stomped his foot and rose into the sky. He didn't believe that he couldn't reach the lightning platform. Boom! However, as soon as Du Xiaoyao rose into the sky, a purple gold lightning bolt shot down from the sky as if it had grown eyes. It landed on Du Xiaoyao's head with unparalleled force. Bang, bang! Under the terrifying force of the lightning, the golden runes that were rapidly spreading around Du Xiaoyao's body were immediately destroyed by the purple gold lightning. It hurts! His body fell from midair. The colorful hair on Du Xiaoyao's head was charred on the inside and tender on the inside from the lightning strike. Black smoke was even emitting out. He covered his head and kept jumping around, wailing miserably. Don't try it. This place was left behind by that supreme expert in ancient times. It's not something we can challenge. Shui Ruhan said to Du Xiaoyao with surprise in her eyes. That terrifying purple gold lightning descended. Although Du Xiaoyao looked quite miserable, he was still able to withstand the lightning. However, it could be seen that Du Xiaoyao's real injuries were not serious. His defensive power was absolutely terrifying. Get onto the lightning platform. In the Divine Light Court, Cheng Xingnan stepped onto the lightning platform. His slender legs stretched across the sky. His beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and divine light fluctuated around his body. Zhu Shui, with bright eyes and white teeth, rose into the sky from the mysterious talisman sex lineup. Her long dress fluttered in the wind, and she was peerlessly beautiful. Dongli Chihuang stepped onto the lightning platform. With golden hair and a red robe, he looked extraordinary. His divine soul was gorgeous and outstanding. The lightning platform is the heaven's pride. Get on. 9 spiritual emperors stepped onto the lightning platform. Their eyes were filled with divine light, like the stars in the sky. The 9 scars on their bald heads were like 9 mysterious runes, flickering with light. They looked like gods descending to the world. Bang, bang, bang! Puff! Countless figures rushed onto the lightning platform. However, people kept falling down, and some Martial King Realm experts spat out blood. The closer one got to the lightning platform, the more powerful the pressure was. It was insurmountable. Only the true Heaven's Pride could step onto the lightning platform. It was the best test for whether one was a dragon or a worm. In the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, in front of the space-time talisman arrays of the 9 sects of the Central Province, everyone held their breaths and clenched their fists. They seemed to be more nervous than the young men and women who were climbing onto the lightning platform in the sealed ancient land. Senior Brother Huang, come on. Miss, get on the lightning platform. In front of the space-time talisman arrays of the 9 sects, all the disciples of the sects raised their arms and cheered for their senior brothers and sisters. Their voices soared into the sky. What's going on? The young master is not here. None of the disciples of the seven-star hall are here. Did something happen in the sealed ancient land? Did you not see clearly? Let's wait and see. On the 10th peak of the divine Thunder Mountain Range, Elder Cloud Leopard, Elder Yun Ziqin, and Elder Yaoxing looked nervous and frowned. At this time, Elder Cloud Leopard and the others did not see any disciples of the seven-star hall in the space-time talisman arrays. They could not help but have a bad feeling. Boom! Countless young men and women rushed to get on the lightning platform. All of them were geniuses of the younger generation in the central province. This was an invisible, fierce competition. Looking at the figures falling from the sky in the space-time talisman arrays, there were also figures climbing higher and higher. In the divine Thunder Mountain Range, countless eyes were burning with passion. Boom! The terrifying pressure was getting stronger and stronger. When it reached the sky above the lightning platform, even the Martial King Realm cultivators in the perfection could not get past it. Roar! The Beast King Realm cultivators of the Beast Clan had begun to activate their huge bodies. Their power increased greatly as they tried to get on the lightning platform by force. High up in the sky, Du Yunlong's figure was blocked. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not get past it. I'm not a hero, not a human king, and not a human sovereign, but I have the heart of a powerhouse. I want to compete with the geniuses. This is yesterday's 5 chapters. It's not a small explosion, so I didn't tell my brothers in advance that I would add more chapters. Lil Yu estimated that he would need a few more chapters to pay off the debt he owed when he was hospitalized last time. Lil Yu is not in debt, so he will pay it off slowly. Because of the debt, he has not rested for a single day during the New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year. Although he has not updated much, he is really working hard. He has not asked for flowers for a whole month. Brothers and sisters, you should know that once Lil Yu owes a debt, he is actually very shy. He really can't ask for flowers. Today is the last day of the month. Lil, you will add more chapters today. These 2 days are also the most popular storyline. Therefore, he asked for flowers again. On the last day of the month, Lil, you urgently needs flowers. He also needs to see the pirated version to support the original version. On the last day of the month, I sincerely ask my brothers and sisters to create a miracle. At the same time, during the most popular storyline, he will explode like he did in the past. By the way, I seem to have seen someone leave a comment saying that he has not exploded his chrysanthemum for a long time. Chapter 918. At this moment, Du Yunlong had nothing to worry about. He stretched his arms and activated his lightning martial vein. Lightning flashed around his body. Up! With a soft roar, a vast aura of punishment swept out. Du Yunlong immediately went up the lightning luring platform. What a terrifying aura! Many people were shocked when they felt Du Yunlong's aura. He's too powerful. I can't surpass him. Big brother, 8th brother, the heavenly guards are counting on you. Up in the sky, Duo Sha was close to the lightning luring platform. However, he could no longer step on it. At this moment, Anya Qing, Ingyan, Yin Tianjue, and Gu Wuing were also in a similar situation. They had not reached the Martial Royal Realm and were only at the peak of the complete Martial King Realm. They were only a few steps away from the lightning luring platform. Look, what is second brother doing? At this moment, Yin Tianjue was shocked. Hearing this, everyone looked over and saw that Qin Guyu, who was hovering in the air not far away from them, was facing the terrifying crushing force. Unbeknownst to them, cracks had already appeared on his body. Blood dripped from the corner of Qin Guyu's mouth. However, he gritted his teeth and continued to climb the lightning luring platform. Second brother, don't force yourself. You will suffer a backlash, and the consequences will be severe. Gu Wuing shouted at Qin Guyu. He was worried that Qin Guyu would suffer a severe backlash. I'm not afraid. I can only surpass myself if I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Chinguyu turned his head and smiled. The talisman runes on his body flickered, and a talisman array spread out from his body. The surface of Chinguyu's body cracked under the immense pressure. Like a ferocious beast, Chinguyu once again climbed up the lightning-luring platform fearlessly. Chinguyu forced himself up the lightning-luring platform. With every step he took, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the cracks on his body widened. After 6 steps, Chinguyu was covered in blood. When he took the 7th step, Chinguyu's body swayed. He was covered in blood as if he had used up all his energy. At this moment, Chinguyu was only 2 steps away from the lightning-luring platform, but he could no longer climb up. By the time the 7th kick was lifted, Chinguyu's blood had already fallen to the ground like rain. Second brother, give up. Don't take the risk. Anya Ing Yen, Silver Fox, and the others shouted in unison. Their gazes were extremely solemn. If I give up, this will become my inner demon in the future. I will never be able to take another step forward. The Celestial Guard will never give up. Chinguyu turned his head and smiled viciously. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and used the last bit of strength in his body to lift his foot up into the air. Boom! At this moment, lightning flashed around Chinguyu's body, and a terrifying aura surged out. Not good, and Yi Ing Duo Sha and the others didn't dare to look at it directly. They all closed their eyes, afraid that the ancient jade would be crushed into pieces by the crushing force. Second brother is fine. Duo Sha shouted in surprise. He was the first to open his eyes and look up. At this moment, Chinguyu's body didn't turn into a bloody mist. Instead, there was a vast aura coming from the surrounding space. Second brother has stepped over me. He's breaking through. Guard! Yi Pialing shouted. Her black robe fluttered in the wind as she rushed over to Chinguyu's side to protect him. Silver Fox was slightly surprised, but then his eyes lit up with joy. He immediately looked at Yi Pialing from afar to protect Chinguyu. Second brother is so strong. Anya Ing and the others were also overjoyed. They didn't expect Chinguyu to be so fierce and fearless. He had broken through from the edge of despair. He was probably the first person below the lightning-luring platform. Boom! On the lightning-luring platform. Finally, some people began to pass through the curtain of purple electric arcs and descend. Dongli Chihuang, 9th level spiritual emperor, Wu Ming, Du Shaoqing, Cheng Xingnan, Jiang Rolin, and Ling Jun, Ming Rongyin, Sima Muhan, Shilongyang, Zhu Shui, Chen Ling, and the others stepped over and landed almost at the same time. They stepped onto the lightning-luring platform together. Then, the surrounding pressure suddenly disappeared. They've gone up. Good job. They've stepped onto the lightning-luring platform. In the Holy Thunder Mountain, in front of the space-time talisman array of the One Valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, 3 schools, and 9 superpowers, countless people were excited. They raised their arms and cheered. In the sealed ancient land, on the lightning-luring platform, Dongli Chihuang, 9th level spiritual emperor, Du Shaoqing, and the others stepped onto the lightning-luring platform. Then many extraordinary figures also landed one after another. Little Tiger, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Du Yunlong and other martial royal realm and 7-star talisman masters from the various superpowers landed on the lightning-luring platform one after another. Being able to step onto the lightning-luring platform was enough to prove that they were extraordinary. There was no need to say anything more. Under the lightning-luring platform, there were also dark horses. There were actually several unfamiliar young men and women who were martial royal realm and 7-star talisman masters. Some of these young men and women were rogue cultivators, while others were from small and medium-sized superpowers. It was unknown whether they had been hiding from the beginning or had broken through after obtaining an opportunity in the sealed ancient land. However, since they were able to step onto the lightning-luring platform, They were qualified to be compared with their peers from the top 9 superpowers. It's Huang. He stepped onto the lightning luring platform. From now on, our 7 Moons Pavilion will prosper. That's Gu. He's standing on the lightning luring platform. God bless our Xianyu sect. In the Holy Thunder Mountain, as the unfamiliar dark horses stepped onto the lightning luring platform, many old men were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears and their bodies were trembling. Under the lightning luring platform, a tall and sturdy young man with a faint bronze complexion stood a step away. Cold sweat covered the young man's forehead, and his facial features were distinct and deep. Looking at the lightning luring platform that was less than 2 steps away from him, a dignified radiance shot out from his eyes as he said, "Someone from Tianwu Academy must step onto the lightning luring platform today." As soon as he finished his words, the general's aura burst forth once more. It was as though he was a huge dragon coiling in the sky, and his aura could suppress mountains and rivers. With a large stride, he actually passed through the final 10,000 gene of force and stepped onto the lightning luring platform. Tianwu Academy can't have only one person at the top. Li Yuxiao looked at the general's back. On his fair and smooth face, his deep red eyes were suffused with a red glow. As he formed a seal with his hands, an indescribable, dignified, and devilish aura burst forth, and his aura soared into the sky. Step! With a loud bellow, Li Yuxiao took a step forward, and his red hair fluttered in the wind. Unexpectedly, his aura wasn't inferior to the general's as he stepped onto the lightning luring platform together with the general. They weren't martial monarchs yet, but they were able to reach the lightning luring platform as martial kings. This caused the youths from the 9 great powers to raise their eyebrows. I didn't expect them to surpass me. This time, Tianwu Academy won't be embarrassed. Gu Xinyan stood below the lightning luring platform, and her beautiful eyes glowed, following which her lithe figure slowly descended. Pung, pung, pung! Countless people stepped onto the lightning luring platform, but there were still people falling from the platform. There were a few extraordinary martial kings who were just a step away from the lightning luring platform, but they were forced to stop in their tracks. There were even some who were just half a step away from the lightning luring platform, but they could only spurt blood and give up. It was just a step away or even half a step away. However, this distance was already worlds apart. Just like how a carp leaped over the dragon gate, the lightning luring platform was the dragon gate. Those who leaped over the dragon gate would soar into the sky, transforming from a carp into a dragon. Those who couldn't leap over the dragon gate would still be carps in the future. Following which, a few more dark horses appeared. A few martial kings and beast kings who weren't even martial monarchs yet unleashed their terrifying auras and forcefully ascended the lightning luring platform. Pung, pung, pung! There were people who fell to the ground one after another. There were even people who forcefully ascended the lightning luring platform, but their bodies were crushed by the pressure. An hour later, apart from the dozens of sky prides who had already ascended to the lightning luring platform, almost all of the sky prides who had originally blotted out the sky were pushed back to the ground. Other than those 8 figures in the air, there were also 8 figures. They seemed to be from the Celestial Society. What are the 8 of them doing? That's Yi Piaoling and Silver Fox. It's said that they were the ones who obtained the inheritance of an ancient expert and the inheritance of an ancient heavenly fox. Those people are the masters of terror. I wonder how many people they have killed here. Looking at the 8 figures in the air, many people on the lightning luring platform and on the ground were astonished. On the lightning luring platform, a young man with pale skin and thin lips frowned slightly as he looked at Chinguyu. Behind this young man, a head of silky, smooth black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, loosely tied up with a vermilion ribbon. He's breaking through. The young man's bright and clear eyes emitted a gentle and warm light, but there was also an aura that kept people away. He was Ming Rongyin, the most powerful person among the younger generation of the dark underworld sect. That guy can still break through at this time. He's not simple. A young man in white looked at Chinguyu below the lightning luring platform. His gentle and clear eyes were fixed on his handsome face, but his face was sickly pale. There was a snake-shaped badge on his shoulder. He was Shi Longyang from the Sky Snake sect, the most powerful person among the younger generation of the Sky Snake sect. Boom! The space trembled. With the support of purple electric arcs, waves of energy gathered and surged into Chinguyu's body. I was shocked when I saw the flowers just now. I haven't been so wild in a long time. Lil Yu continued to write. At around 5:30 p.m., he continued to write. On the last day of the month, brothers and sisters, please give Lil Yu a miracle and beg for flowers. Lil Yu continued to write. Chapter 919. As this energy flowed into Chinguyu's body, the wounds on his body began to heal, and his bones and muscles became even more powerful as runes appeared all over his body. At this moment, Chinguyu's aura gradually grew stronger, and waves of vast energy spread out from his body like waves. After everyone calmed down, Chinguyu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Boom! Chinguyu abruptly opened his eyes, and his aura caused the surrounding space to tremor like rumbling thunder. Chinguyu's physical body is comparable to that of a top-tier beast, even though he has just reached the martial emperor stage. Shenling stared at Chinguyu in shock. He could sense that Chinguyu's aura was monstrous. Second brother, you've broken through? Duo Sha was overjoyed. Yi Pialing, Silver Fox, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Not bad, I've broken through. A faint smile appeared on Changuyu's face as he looked up at the lightning luring platform. There's not much time left. Big brother, second brother, eighth brother, hurry up and get on the lightning luring platform. Yin Tianjue raised his head and looked at the lightning luring platform. He had just reached the Martial King realm not long ago, so it was difficult for him to ascend the lightning luring platform. No, we've said that we'll share blessings and hardships. Today, the 8 of us will climb the lightning luring platform together. Anyway, someone from our world society has already climbed the lightning luring platform. Yi Pialing landed on the ground. Her long black hair fluttered as she looked at Yin Tianjue and the others with her deep eyes. She said, since we're going to the lightning luring platform today, the 8 of us will go together. Are you afraid? That's right. If we want to go up the lightning luring platform, none of us 8 brothers can be missing. Chinguyu's tall figure landed on the ground. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. His aura was like that of a ferocious beast. He stared at the lightning luring platform and said, with the 8 of us together, I don't believe that we can't reach this platform. Not a single one of us can be left behind. If you want to attack together. Silver Fox's silhouette landed. Her silver hair swayed slightly, and her enchanting deep purple eyes carried a kind of innate nobility. Yin Tianjue, Duo Sha, Anyang, Guwuying, and Ingyan exchanged glances. Their eyes gleamed as they shouted together. If you want to fight, fight together. Whoever is afraid is a coward. We never planned to give up. We just wanted you to fight first. Haha, Yu Pialing smiled. Her eyes became sharp and her thin lips curved into an arrogant smile. A faint black Xian Qi suddenly rushed out and spread out like a wave. She shouted, let's compete on the lightning luring platform. 8 brothers, heaven-shaking general. Charge! Everyone shouted, and the 8 of them moved together, climbing up the lightning luring platform. There were restrictions under the lightning luring platform, so no one could help anyone. No matter how strong one was, they could not help others. They could only rely on themselves to ascend the heavens' chosen lightning platform. At this moment, Yi Pialing stood in front of everyone, while Chinguyu and Silver Fox stood on either side of Yin, Tianjue, Duo Sha, and the others. The brotherhood of those 8 brothers is rare. Can they ascend the lightning, luring platform? 5 of them seem to be weaker. Where did those 8 guys come from? They all seem extraordinary. In the divine Thunder Mountain, in front of the space-time array of the 9 forces, countless eyes were focused on the 8 brothers. Puff! On the space-time array, billions of eyes were watching. Puff! On the last step of the lightning luring platform, 5 of the 8 extraordinary youths spat out blood. Their faces were as pale as ash. Can't cross it? Come on. Cross it. Come on. Outside the space-time array, some people were influenced by the Brotherhood of the 8, and they clenched their fists nervously for the 8 extraordinary youths. On the lightning luring platform in the sealed ancient land, the dozens of heavens chosen who had already ascended the platform all looked at Yi Piaoling, Chinguyu, and Silver Fox. Only one step left. Come on up. Little Tiger, Silver-winged Demonic Condor, Du Yunlong General, and Li Yuxiao clenched their fists nervously and stared at the 8 of them. 3rd brother, 4th brother, 5th brother, 6th brother, 7th brother, can you guys still do it? Yi Piaoling turned around and asked the Dark Knight fighters. Yes, who said we can't? We are the Divine Guards. It's just a lightning luring platform. I don't believe we can't cross it today. Blood dripped from Duo Sha's mouth. His face looked ferocious, and his murderous aura swept across the sky. Boss, we're fine. It's just the last step. Yin Tianjue shouted. His aura swept across the sky as if he had the courage to hold back 10,000 enemies alone. Good. After 1, 2, 3, we'll ascend the lightning luring platform together. Yi Piaoling laughed and shouted. Waves of light black qi spread out. Each wave was fiercer than the last, and the runes were dazzling as if they could suppress everything. 1, 2, 3, ascend. The 8 of them shouted in unison. 8 waves of aura swept across as they stepped forward together. In Tinjue, and the other 4 shouted. Blood spurted out from their mouths as they exhausted all their strength. Their martial veins were activated, and a terrifying aura burst out as they stepped forward. At this moment, countless gazes fell on the 8 of them. They were terrified, and their hearts were in their throats. Boom! The space trembled, and purplish-gold electric arcs overflowed. Chi domineering figures crossed the purplish-gold electric arc light screen, and the 8 of them landed on the lightning luring platform. The terrifying pressure instantly disappeared. Ind, Tinjue, and the other 4 had blood dripping from their mouths, and their clothes were stained with blood. The 8 of them looked at each other, and then they were all overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, isn't it just a lightning luring platform? Let's enter. Duosha laughed. Blood dripped from the gaps of his teeth as he stuffed an elixir into his mouth. What a ferocious 8 of them. They will be extraordinary in the future. On the lightning luring platform, the young peak-level experts of the same generation from the 9 major forces were all moved as they looked at Yi Piaoling and the other 4. The terrifying thing about these 8 people wasn't that they were all ferocious. The most terrifying thing was that the 8 of them were of the same mind. With 8 such terrifying people together, their future was imaginable. Thinking back to the 7-star Hall of the Spirit Domain, it was created by the Honorable Artifact, Honorable Mad, Honorable Purple Sky, and the others. Now, the 7-star Hall was a colossus that was second only to the 1 valley, 2 religions, and the 3 sects and 3 factions. They have ascended. What a terrifying 8. Below the lightning luring platform, Du Xiaoman raised her head slightly and looked at the sky with a smile. So powerful. All 8 of them have ascended. In the divine Thunder Mountain Range, outside the space-time array, billions of people were moved. They heaved a sigh of relief for the 8 extraordinary youths. In the sealed ancient land, there were no more than 70 people who could step onto the lightning luring platform at this moment, and most of them were from the 9 major forces. These 70 people were the cream of the crop among the countless young humans and beasts in the central state. There were more than billions of young people in the central state. Those who were qualified to enter the sealed ancient land were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. At this moment, it could be said that these 70 people were the cream of the crop. They could be called prodigies. They were the cream of the crop. Among their peers, they were existences that others could only look up to. They were enough to represent the pinnacle of the young generation in the central state. However, for the prodigies on the lightning luring platform, some were happy while others were sad. In the entire sealed ancient land, they could not use any external force, including weapons. This was undoubtedly a good thing for those with strong physical bodies. However, for those with ordinary physical bodies, they felt helpless. They did not know why there was such a restriction in the sealed ancient land. Whoosh! In the divine thunder cauldron, purple gold electric arcs were fluctuating, and there seemed to be a mysterious rune. Especially the inverted divine thunder cauldron. The fog in the cauldron was thick and deep. It was as if a peerless, ferocious beast was opening its huge mouth to devour all living things. Rumble! The lightning luring platform began to tremble again. The huge lightning luring platform slowly rotated, and the purple gold electric arcs enveloped it in a light screen. At this moment, everyone raised their heads. They knew clearly that the true prodigy tournament was about to begin. Whoosh! High up in the sky, electric arcs rippled in the divine thunder cauldron. At the same time, the lightning luring platform trembled. Purple electric arcs poured out in torrents, and the surrounding space suddenly froze. It's starting. Only 10 people can remain on the lightning luring platform. Once the rest of the people leave the surrounding electric arcs, they will be disqualified and can no longer enter the lightning luring platform. Sima Muhan said. She seemed to be talking to Du Shaoqing, Du Yunlong, Little Tiger, Yi Piaoling, and the others. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying aura erupted from the lightning luring platform. Someone had already begun to make a move at this moment. Everyone was shocked and on guard. They looked over and saw that the person who attacked was Ming Rongyin of the Stygian sect. Ming Rongyin was attacking Ling Jun of the Spirit Sky Valley. Jiang Rolin looked at Ling Jun and Ming Rongyin with a frown. Warm flames spread around her graceful figure, and her pale yellow dress fluttered. Ming Rongyin, I'm not done with you. Although he dodged Ming Rongyin's attack, and Ling Juan's eyes turned cold and merciless in the face of Ming Rongyin's sneak attack. Whoosh! And Ling Jun waved his hand, and a mighty energy swept towards Ming Rongyin without even forming a seal. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do it! Ming Rongyin laughed. The profound qi in his body surged out and turned into a terrifying energy hurricane. Chapter 920. Boom! Every day, there would be handprints condensing instantly, and a qi hurricane would spin, turning into a huge qi black hole. It would devour Ling Juan's energy and even pull in many people around him. Ming Rongyin, you must be tired of living. Shi Longyang of the Xianming sect shouted. He was affected for no reason, and his sickly pale face turned gloomy. He immediately attacked, and a palm print with killing intent flew towards Ming Rongyin. Shi Longyang, this is between me and Ming Rongyin. There's no need for you to interfere. Get out of the way. And Ling Jun shouted. He did not appreciate Shi Longyang's attack at all. Instead, he directly attacked and blocked Shi Longyang's palm. Shi Longyang, you're the one who's tired of living. Almost at the same time, Ming Rongyin let out a loud cry. Hurricane profound qi surged, causing the void to tremble. It turned into an energy fist and directly bombarded Shi Longyang. Boom! Shi Longyang attacked in panic. A huge python shadow condensed and blocked Ming Rongyin's fist. Then he scolded, You two are crazy. I'm not going to accompany you. As he cursed, Shi Longyang's face turned ugly. He looked at a complete martial king realm rogue cultivator not far away, and attacked him directly. Attack! Almost at the same time, Dongli Chihuang, 9th level spiritual emperor, Wu Ming, Xiangling, and Sima Muhan attacked together. The people from the 9 forces seemed to have a tacit understanding. They attacked the individual cultivators and people from the small and medium-sized forces first. Roar! In an instant, a beast clan activated its true form. It was a terrifying ancient leopard. It was ranked very high on the heavenly beast list and was the emperor of the beasts. Its talent was shocking and its roar was earth-shattering. It was rumored that the ancestor of the ancient leopard clan was able to fight dragons. It was very terrifying. However, this Gubao was only at the Beast King realm at the moment. In the end, he was blasted out of the purple-gold lightning arcs by what seemed to be 2 martial emperors from the Divine Light Court and the Great Will sect. He was no longer able to step into the lightning platform. Just because you're on the lightning luring platform doesn't mean you can stay until the end. Go! Dongli Chihuang made his move. His eyes shone brilliantly as he attacked a young martial emperor realm rogue cultivator. The extraordinary young man had a solemn look on his face. The mysterious runes on the surface of his body glowed, and black and white light circulated, transforming into a terrifying force to protect his entire body. This youth was an outstanding talent, extremely close to the human king realm. His natural talent was extremely valiant. However, in the end, the young man was unable to stop Dongli Chihuang. Blood gushed out of his mouth from the latter's attack, and he had no choice but to retreat from the lightning luring platform. Roar! Gee! The silver-winged demonic condor and the little tiger were being attacked by the martial emperors of the Great Wheel sect and the Divine Light Court. They roared and activated their true forms. Their eyes glowed red and their auras filled the sky. They were not to be trifled with. Boom! Du Shaoqing stared at Cheng Shengnan. However, in the end, she did not attack Cheng Shengnan. Instead, she pounced on a young martial emperor of the Great Will sect who had just defeated his opponent. The blazing green and red flames turned into a small sea of fire. Du Shaoqing made her move and immediately trapped the disciple of the Great Wheel sect. In a short time, the martial emperors of the Spirit Sky Valley, the Shindu Gate, the Xianming sect, and the Sky Serpent sect attacked the general, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, the Silver Fox, Qingguyu, Liu Xiao, and the others. There were less than 70 people in total. As they attacked, the people of the 9 forces secretly had a tacit understanding to eliminate the people outside the 9 forces first. The general, Du Yunlong, and the others were naturally not spared. After all, the people of the 9 forces had already occupied half of the lightning luring platform. Rumble. The general, Liu Xiao, and Du Yunlong used all their strength to suppress the mountains and rivers. Wild and overbearing auras spread out. However, their strength was still inferior. After a few moves, they were knocked out of the lightning luring platform. Let's advance and retreat together. Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, the Silver Fox, and the rest of the 8 brothers joined forces and formed a team. At this moment, they were besieged by 4 martial emperors. The 8 of them are so powerful. The 4 martial emperors were also embarrassed when they faced Qingguyu, Yi Piaoling, and the Silver Fox. The strength of these 8 people was much more powerful than they had imagined. It was beyond their expectations. You are not strong enough to defeat us, Yi Piaoling and Qingguyu shouted. Their bodies were glowing and their bodies were terrifyingly strong. Facing their peers, they firmly had the upper hand. The Silver Fox transformed into the pale moon Silver Fox. His aura swept out and he released his divine power. His roar was extremely terrifying. Bastard! The 4 martial emperors were besieging Yi Piaoling and the Silver Fox, but in the end, they were suppressed by their opponents. They couldn't help cursing in their hearts. However, facing the auras of Qingguyu, Yi Piaoling, and the Silver Fox, the 4 martial emperors' hearts were pounding. They had to consider their options and retreat. Boom! There were less than 70 people fighting on the lightning luring platform. However, the battle was extremely fierce and made people's blood boil. This was the most powerful battle among the younger generation in the entire Central Plains. On the lightning luring platform, powerful meridian spirits, outstanding talents, king meridians, and all kinds of unfathomable methods were used. At this moment, one after another, their divine power burst out. Void Sword Shadow. In the Huijian sect, a young martial emperor formed a hand seal and a long sword appeared in front of him. This was the Huijian sect's most powerful divine skill. Great sound soundless. Inside the celestial capital gate, there was a young man who was a martial emperor. He shouted loudly, and a strange sound wave swept out. The sound wave could only be seen as talismans, but it was soundless. It caused huge waves to appear in the space, and its power shook the divine soul. Break! Sima Muhan's beautiful figure flickered. The light was so bright that it shocked the sky. She suppressed a young martial lord. At this moment, everyone on the lightning luring platform was a genius. They were all at the peak of their generation. However, there would always be someone stronger. Among the 70 people, only 10 would be able to stay. Only the last 10 would be able to obtain the divine thunder body tempering. Du Shaoqing, Sima Muhan, and the others all knew this. Therefore, when Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, and the others were besieged, they didn't intend to interfere as long as they didn't kill them on purpose. They knew that they couldn't protect so many people even if they wanted to. On the lightning luring platform, they could only rely on themselves. Moreover, Du Shaoqing and the others had their own opponents now. Even if they wanted to interfere, it would be difficult for them to do so. Most of the geniuses, who weren't from the 9 forces, were blown off the lightning luring platform in a moment. The only ones left on the lightning luring platform were the World Society and the Divine Light Court. Finally, the geniuses of the 9 forces and the Divine Light Court naturally clashed with each other. In the end, only 10 people could stay. However, everyone wanted to fight with all their might. Rumble! The shocking battle caused the lightning luring platform to tremble. Terrifying air waves erupted. In the sky above the divine Thunder Mountain, in front of the space-time talisman array of the 9 forces, countless people watched everything on the lightning luring platform through the space-time talisman array. Their hearts were filled with fighting spirit and their blood was boiling. At this moment, the most powerful geniuses of the younger generation in the entire Zhongzhou were clashing together. They represented the peak of this generation in the entire Zhongzhou. They're so powerful. Every one of them is terrifying. Someone clenched his fists. His heart trembled as he watched. In the end, only 10 people can stay. We'll know who's the strongest genius in the end. An old man's eyes were trembling. I wonder who will enter the top 10 in the end. The divine thunder has refined their bodies. They'll be so domineering and awe-inspiring, a burly man said, his eyes full of yearning. All eyes were trembling as they looked at the lightning luring platform in the space-time talisman array. They were afraid that they would miss any exciting scene. Waves of excitement erupted and resounded through the sky. Too powerful. They're all too powerful. Many people in the crowd clenched their fists in excitement. Their eyes were trembling. Yi Piaoling and the other 8 members of the World Society are so awesome. Some people had been paying attention to Yi Piaoling and the other 8 members of the World Society. They were so excited that they rubbed their fists and their blood was boiling when they saw that the 8 of them could still fight back fiercely despite being besieged by the martial royal realm experts of the 4 forces. What's going on? How could this be? On the 10th peak of the divine Thunder Mountain, Elder Cloud Leopard and the others of the 7-star hall looked extremely solemn. At this moment, there were only a few dozen people on the lightning luring platform. However, there were no disciples of the 7-star hall. Elder Cloud Leopard and the others felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. All kinds of bad guesses involuntarily appeared in their minds. It seems that the weapon emperor Qiao Feng has been eliminated. All the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall have been eliminated. On the peak of the Great Wheel sect, Lei Zuin's eyes were cold. Seeing that there were only a few disciples of the Divine Light Court on the lightning luring platform, but the weapon emperor Qiao Feng and the other disciples of the Seven-Star Hall were nowhere to be seen. Lei Zuin's eyes lit up with joy. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Roar! On the lightning luring platform, Shunling also activated his original body. It was a golden lion with 2 dragon horns on his forehead. He was majestic, like a divine beast that had been resurrected. That was the dragon blood tyrant golden lion. It had a noble bloodline and was ranked at the top of the heavenly beasts list. The dragon blood tyrant golden lion appeared in the sky. Its aura was wild and domineering. It was difficult for anyone of the same cultivation level to contend with it. What a terrifying dragon blood tyrant golden lion. Seeing Shunling's original body, some people could not help but exclaim, "His bloodline is not low." Chapter 9:21. Your bloodline is not weak. Shi Longyang of the Sky Snake sect appeared. He was about to attack Qinling. He waved his hand, and a huge python with white divine light appeared around him like a giant dragon. Heavenly Python transformation technique. Someone was shocked. That was the terrifying technique of the Sky Snake sect. Now that Shi Longyang was using it, it was even more terrifying. Qinling was not afraid, and Shi Longyang attacked. Soon after, the 2 enormous bodies collided with each other with monstrous power. The exchange of blows between these 2 people was simply going to overturn this side of the world. The golden lion roared, and the divine python hissed. They seemed to have endless power, and their bodies were surrounded by runes. Boom! They collided again and again, and the sky around the lightning platform shook violently as if it was about to collapse. They're so strong. Those are 2 Terror Lords. Gu Xinyan looked up at the lightning platform. The fight between Qinling and the people of the Sky Snake sect was shocking. Qinling, come on. Yin Machin, Si Ruofeng, Mi Zixia, Guzong, and the other disciples of the ancient Sky sect clenched their fists and watched. Cheng Xingnan was surrounded by light. Her hair fluttered, and her figure was graceful. She was fighting with a martial emperor of the Huijian sect. As the 2 fought, the energy collided. Cheng Xingnan was not at a disadvantage at all. She was in control of the whole situation. The number of people on the lightning platform was decreasing. Some of the martial emperors of the 9 forces were also blasted out of the lightning platform. Bang! The silver-winged demonic eagle was overbearing. But in the end, it was defeated by Lingjun of the Spirit Heaven Valley, who was no longer fighting with Ming Rongyin. It was swept out of the lightning platform. Roar! The little tiger roared and flapped its wings. Black runes surged like a black tide. Their lightning-like attacks were swift and fierce, violent and domineering. Little Tiger roared and severely injured a young martial emperor of the Divine Light Court. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to kill the young man escaped. Whoosh! The green and red flames surged and swept toward one of the 4 martial emperors who was attacking Yi Piaoling and the others. After Du Shaoqing finished off one opponent, she began to help. Facing Du Shaoqing, the martial royal realm young man's face immediately turned ugly. He was chased around the lightning platform. There are so many people. It's time to get rid of them. The Easternly Crimson Phoenix's figure appeared. Her divine soul shot out from her eyes as she began to attack Yi Piaoling and the others. Back then, the ancient heaven sect and the weapon emperor Qiao Feng had interfered and ruined his plans. Now that they met again, the Easternly Scarlet Phoenix would naturally not let them go. Boom! Facing the East mythical Red Phoenix, Qinggu Yu's expression turned serious. He pushed his physical strength to the extreme and charged forward aggressively. Puff! Chiao Chio's Chio, Dongli Chio, Chio Chio Chio's. Chingu Chio had consumed a lot of energy in the battle. He spat out blood when Dongli Chi Huang deliberately attacked him. You have some skills, but you're not good enough. Dongli Chi Huang sneered. His golden hair and red robe fluttered in the wind. His aura was fierce and cold. Then, he appeared above Yi Pialing and the others. Boom! A dazzling light shield spread out from Dongli Chi Huang's body and engulfed Yi Pialing and the others. The three martial emperors who were attacking Yi Pialing had retreated far away when they saw that the situation was not good. Boom! The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix's light barrier was like a bomb, suddenly exploding with a terrifying energy. Astonishing energy fluctuations blossomed on the lightning luring platform like beautiful fireworks. Whoosh! However, it contained a terrifying aura that caused the surrounding space to ripple. The terrifying aura swept toward Yi Pialing, Silver Fox, and Chinguyu. The terrifying force broke the defense of Yi Pialing and the others. Puff, puff, puff! Yi Pialing and the others fell onto the lightning platform from the sky. Yi Pialing and the others fell. They spat out blood and looked pale. Dongli Chi Huang's spiritual soul was beautiful, but it could not hide the coldness in his eyes. He landed on the ground and walked toward Yi Pialing and the others. He did not want to let them go. Go and treat your injuries. Du Xiaoqing's beautiful figure appeared before Yi Pialing and the others. As soon as she finished speaking, a crimson light began to spread in her innocent eyes. It was like a dancing flame. A terrifying green-red light also spread out from her body. Let's go! Yi Pialing, Chinguyu, Silver Fox, and the others stood up. Looking at Du Xiaoqing's back, they gritted their teeth and left the lightning platform. Dongli Chi Huang stopped. Seeing Yi Pialing and the others leave, he looked at Du Xiaoqing and said, "Do you want to use your true body? Do you want to try?" Du Xiaoqing's expression was cold. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from her beautiful body along with a shocking pressure. Dongli Chi Huang raised his eyebrows as if he had sensed Du Xiaoqing's aura. The easternly Scarlet Phoenix frowned slightly as her eyes swept across her surroundings. It was likely that she would have to pay quite a price after dealing with Du Xiaoqing. Now is not the time. When the time comes, you will know that you are not enough in front of me. As soon as she finished speaking, the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix had already turned around and left. She actually didn't intend to fight Du Xiaoqing. Roar! Not far away, Xiangling's true body, the dragon blood tyrant golden lion, roared. A huge shadow of his true body rushed out. That was his innate ability, his strongest attack. The terrifying power was shocking. The surrounding space was about to collapse. Spatial cracks spread out and swept toward Xilongyang. Xilongyang attacked. The white divine python collided. Dazzling runes burst out. Violent energy swept out, causing the void to rumble. This ferocious battle had shocked everyone. Uft! Xiangling's true body spat out blood. His huge body was pushed back. Finally, he could not stop himself and was knocked out of the lightning platform by Xilongyang. Roar! Little Tiger roared. The huge black tiger's body was thick and majestic. On its black scales, there was a deep golden color that faintly jumped. The tiger's claws stepped on the air, and clouds formed under its feet. It had the power to collapse mountains and crack the earth. What a strong black tiger! Although you are strong, you are not strong enough to fight me. Go down yourself. Wu Ming from the Huijian sect appeared in front of Little Tiger. He looked at Little Tiger's huge body and was quite surprised. The man and the tiger seemed to have been fighting for a long time. Bullshit! Hearing this, Little Tiger roared. It flapped its wings and emitted dazzling runes. Circles of golden runes were released and swept toward Wu Ming. Boom! Little Tiger seemed to have used all its strength. Its huge body was like a mountain that oppressed people, causing them to tremble in fear. Suddenly, Little Tiger flapped its wings. The dazzling black runes were like a violent storm. They suppressed Wu Ming like a large piece of thunder. 3 divine swords, 1 sword to kill. Wu Ming's eyes narrowed. He condensed his hand seals. Suddenly, an illusory energy sword appeared in front of him. Whoosh! At this moment, wind and thunder erupted from the energy-long sword, transforming into a shocking rainbow. Wherever the sword passed, it was accompanied by lightning and thunder. It directly shot toward Little Tiger's body. Little Tiger roared like thunder. It did not dodge at all. A dazzling black rune appeared on the surface of its body and blocked the sword. When the sword fell, the dazzling black rune rippled. However, it resisted the terrifying sword. 2 swords to split the earth. Wu Ming attacked again. He leaped up and waved his hand. Another sword ray swept out. The second sword was accompanied by mysterious and dazzling runes. Its energy was monstrous, as if it wanted to overturn the earth and move the mountains and seas. Swish! When the second sword fell, the black rune halo around Little Tiger's body was penetrated and cracked. Its huge body was also forced back. 3 swords to split the heavens. Wu Ming did not delay. He attacked with the third sword. The sword ray swept out like thunder. It was as if 10,000 swords were humming at the same time. It was dazzling and flowing with runes. Each of the 3 swords was stronger than the previous. Its power was increasing exponentially. Crack, crack! When the third sword fell, Little Tiger's black rune halo finally shattered. Then, the third sword shadow fell directly on Little Tiger's body. It actually pierced through the indestructible black scales on Little Tiger's body. Uffed! Large amounts of blood flowed out of Little Tiger's ferocious mouth. Its huge body was forced back. I told you, you're still lacking. As soon as Wu Ming's voice fell, his figure strangely appeared in front of Little Tiger's retreating body. A palm print exploded with runes. It was extremely terrifying. It directly landed on Little Tiger's body. Boom! Little Tiger spat out blood. Its body was already in the process of being forced back. At this moment, its body was forced back even more rapidly. Suddenly, it left the range of the lightning luring platform. This stupid tiger is already very strong. However, Wu Ming is very terrifying. On the ground, Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaoman's shoulder. Her pale golden eyes looked up. Her pupils moved slightly. She seemed to be quite interested in watching. Rumble! Almost at the same time that Little Tiger was forced out of the lightning luring platform, Sima Muhan, Zhu Shui, and Jiang Rolin, the 3 graceful women, also forced their opponents out of the boundary. On the lightning luring platform, there were dozens of people left after a shocking battle. Finally, there were only 10 people left. Boom! At the same time, the lightning luring platform trembled again. I'm here. There will be more updates today, but it will probably be very late. At the same time, Xiaoyu will continue to update on the 1st of tomorrow. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters for the flowers. I sincerely thank you. However, we are in urgent need of flowers. I beg all brothers and sisters for help. As for our pig trotters, these chapters have yet to appear on the lightning luring platform. Believe in Xiaoyu. Our pig trotters will have a super cool time. They will definitely. Chapter 922. Ka, 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 ka. On the purplish gold lightning attraction platform, streaks of purplish gold light shot down from the inverted divine lightning cauldron's hole. The purplish gold light fell and turned into purplish gold boulders in the space above the lightning attraction platform. However, compared to the lightning attraction platform, these boulders were much smaller. They were only 1,000 feet in size. A total of 10 purplish gold light rays turned into 10,000 feet tall purplish gold boulders. They stacked on top of each other and spread out on the lightning attraction platform. These golden boulders seemed to be connected to the sky. They weren't big, but they were majestic and vast. Their auras were ancient and destructive, and purplish gold lightning arcs overflowed. Within the space, there was an ancient and terrifying destructive aura of lightning. This aura made everyone feel like a boulder was pressing down on them. They felt like they couldn't breathe, and their souls were trembling. However, at this moment, outside the purplish gold lightning arcs, outside the lightning attraction platform, there was a young man staring at the lightning attraction platform in a daze. This young man originally had a head of silky, smooth black hair, but now his hair was disheveled. The young man originally had thin lips, but now there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was pale. He was Ming Rongyin, the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Xianming sect. However, he had actually left the lightning attraction platform now. It was obvious that someone had suddenly attacked Ming Rongyin. Otherwise, with Ming Rongyin's cultivation and strength, it wouldn't be easy for anyone on the lightning attraction platform to force him out. And Ling Jun, you're extremely shameless. I'm not done with you. Ming Rongyin's bright and clear eyes were originally gentle and warm, but now they were blood red. He was furious and emitted a terrifying aura. However, Ming Rongyin couldn't do anything to Ling Jun now. Just now, and Ling Jun had appeared behind him like a ghost and used all his strength to force him out of the lightning attraction platform. And Ling Jun didn't have time to care about Ming Rongyin's roar now. He looked at the 10 boulders that had appeared. Runes surrounded them, and their auras were ancient and destructive. These purplish gold boulders floated in the air. They were supported by an invisible force, but they were as stable as boulders and couldn't be shaken. Outside the sealed ancient grounds, outside the profound underworld sect's space-time talisman formation, all the experts and disciples of the profound underworld sect became dejected when they saw Ming Rong's figure being eliminated. Xiao Chun was just 1 step away, but he regretted coming out. He missed out on the opportunity to refine his body with the divine lightning. In the future, the gap between him and Xiao Qin would only grow wider. The profound underworld sect had also lost a great opportunity. In order to refine the body with the divine lightning every time, the profound underworld sect had to prepare for 30 years. One could imagine how much resources they had to spend to nurture the younger generation of disciples. At this moment, the last 10 people on the lightning luring platform raised their eyes slightly. They looked at the 10 purple gold boulders floating in the air. A faint aura spread across the sky, causing people to feel an indescribable shock. The 10 purple gold boulders weren't big, but the shock made people feel small and insignificant from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, the last 10 people were Dongli Chi-Huang of the Great Wheel Sect, 9th Heaven's Spiritual Emperor of the Boundless Sect, Cheng Xingnan of the Divine Light Court, Wu Ming of the Huijian Sect, and Ling Jun of the Spirit Sky Valley, Shilongyang of the Sky Snake Sect, Sima Muhan of the Ancient Heaven Sect, Du Shaoqing of the World Society, Jiang Rolin of the Shindu Gate, and Zhu Shui of the Mysterious Charm Sect. Ming Rongyin of the Profound Underworld Sect had unexpectedly been eliminated, while Du Shaoqing of the World Society and Cheng Xingnan of the Divine Light Court had entered the top 10. All of this seemed surprising, but it wasn't. After all, Du Shaoqing and Cheng Xingnan's strength had already spread throughout the sealed ancient grounds over the past 5 months. The final battle is about to begin. The higher the level of the Divine Thunder platform, the better the effect of the Divine Thunder body tempering will be. The remaining 10 people will fight for the final ranking. Who will be the overlord of the Heavens' Pride's battle? Those 10 people are the strongest among the younger generation of the entire Middle Continent. After the Divine Thunder body tempering, their strength will generally increase greatly. At that time, they will definitely be able to sit firmly in the top 10. Then, who will be the last emperor of emperors among the 10 strongest? I wonder who will be the true overlord of the Heavens' Pride's battle, the Heavens' Prides of the generation? In the divine Thunder Mountain range, countless people were anxiously waiting. The final battle was the battle that everyone looked forward to the most. The 10 most terrifying people would erupt with their true trump cards and strength. This was a grand event that could only be seen once every 30 years. A battle that would shake the entire Middle Continent was enough to become the hottest topic of conversation for the next 30 years. On the lightning platform, 10 golden stones were quietly suspended in the void. There was a huge pressure on the golden stones, and it was an existence that couldn't be set foot on. The 10 huge stones naturally attracted the attention of the 10 people on the lightning platform at this moment. The 10 purple gold stones landed. The 10 people on the lightning platform looked up at the layers of uneven stones, and their hearts trembled. At this moment, the atmosphere on the lightning platform suddenly froze, and swords were drawn. Let's begin. Wu Ming looked up at the 10 golden stones in the void, and his eyes were burning with passion. He knew that the next battle would be the true heaven's pride's battle. Chi! Someone moved, and a figure soared into the sky. His target was the first purple gold stone. The golden stone was the body, tempering divine, thunder platform. The higher the body tempering divine thunder platform, the better the effect of the divine thunder body tempering divine thunder platform. It was an item that must be fought for. The first to move was Xilongyang. His aura surged out, and as if he had turned into a bolt of lightning, he swept towards the first body tempering divine thunder platform. However, at this moment, the 10 people were on guard against each other. Everyone's target was the first body tempering divine thunder platform. How could they let Xilongyang get it so easily? Boom! Almost at the same time, the space trembled, and the remaining 9 people moved together. Their aura was so terrifying that it made the surrounding void rumble. Get down here. Dongli Chihuang was the first to make a move. The gorgeous divine soul in his eyes fluctuated like the sun. A palm print swept out, shattering the space, and no one could stop it. After forcing Xilongyang to retreat, Dongli Chihuang directly swept towards the first body tempering divine thunder platform. Stop Dongli Chihuang! And Lingjun shouted, and together with the others, they immediately blocked Dongli Chihuang. They attacked together and trapped Dongli Chihuang. Do you want to stop me? In the face of the group's attack, Dongli Chihuang shouted. His golden hair and red robe fluttered, and he was incomparably majestic. The dazzling light around him was like a holy light erupting. Runes appeared in the sky and froze the space. If you want to go up, let's see if your strength is enough. Ninefold Spirit had his own means. Golden light erupted and enveloped his whole body. The 9 scars on his head seemed to be alive at this time, spreading light. His whole person was like a handsome Buddhist monk descending from the sky, breaking through Dongli Chihuang's restriction. Golden runes rotated and rushed straight towards Dongli Chihuang. What a powerful ninefold spirit! The surrounding people secretly exclaimed. Ninefold spirit's strength was very powerful. The people who broke free from the restriction and froze together no longer targeted Dongli Chihuang, and no one attacked ninefold spirit. They all rushed towards the first body tempering divine thunder platform. Bang, 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 bang. But this group of people was unwilling to let others wait first, and they immediately made their moves. Waves of terrifying power erupted, and the aura of the human king and the aura of the human emperor surged together. Everyone attacked with all their strength, wanting to fight for first place. At this moment, no one held back, and the moment they attacked, they sprinted with all their strength. Too strong. That's the strongest among the same generation of the major forces. It's really terrifying. Those are all true geniuses, dragons, and phoenixes among men. Each of them is incomparably powerful. Outside the space-time talisman array, hundreds of millions of eyes were dumbfounded, and they trembled with fear. Even through the space-time talisman array, They could feel how terrifying and powerful those 10 people were. On the lightning platform, geniuses fought for supremacy, and the aura was terrifying. Countless powerful techniques and magical powers were activated, and the energy was monstrous, shocking everyone. The other geniuses who had been defeated and blasted out of the lightning platform by these 10 people were all secretly trembling when they saw the strength of the last 10 people, and they felt the gap in their hearts. The 10 people restrained each other, and no one could take first place. Once someone took the lead, they would immediately be stopped by the others. Rumble. On the lightning platform, runes were blazing, and there was a real roar in the void, shocking this part of the world. That kind of battle made people's blood boil. The strength of these 10 people was too shocking, and their strength was beyond people's imagination. The 10 people also went crazy, and they used all their strength to fight for first place. "Who dares to block my way?" Wu Ming shouted, and his expression was fierce. There was an energy sword in his hand, and his aura was disdainful, as if he had an invincible aura. He held the sword and pointed it at the human world. The ninefold spirit was wrapped in golden light, and its aura was terrifying, making people's hearts tremble. The ninefold spirit was too terrifying, and it was ridiculously powerful. It stood out among the 10 people. "The first place is mine." Dongli Chihuang shouted, and his divine spirit was released magnificently, and the sacred light was surging. He was indeed the reincarnation saint of the Great Will sect, and he looked down on this world. Ma Muhan's beautiful figure stepped into the air, and her eyes were covered in runes. She activated her human sovereign martial vein, and her hand seals were formed, making the accessories on her wrist ring clearly. Under the brocade dress, Sima Muhan's figure was enchanting. Soon after, the mysterious runes of the talisman erupted, and a huge grass-shaped object condensed in front of him. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, and the shape of the grass was like a mushroom. A terrifying pressure descended. Sima Muhan activated the undead grass vein spirit and stood in the air. The terrifying aura spread from the grass-shaped meridian spirit in front of her, and she was competing with the other geniuses. "Thank you, brothers, for your support for Xiaoyu today. Because I didn't sleep last night, I only woke up at midnight after the 6 p.m. update. That's why I said that the rest of the updates will be late. This is the 5th update from yesterday. Today is the first day of the month, and the fresh flower ranking will be refreshed at noon. Xiaoyu's update today will probably be released at around 4 p.m., and there will be more updates today. Of course, I will continue to ask my brothers and sisters to take care of the flowers today. When the fresh flower ranking is refreshed at noon, my brothers and sisters can contribute flowers. This month, Xiaoyu will work hard to write and thank everyone for their love. Of course, in the next chapter, Xiaodu will return in style. I saw some brothers say that these chapters are lame, but I personally feel that these chapters are the most difficult to write, and the foreshadowing is absolutely necessary. Those brothers who are familiar with Xiaoyu's writing should understand, so I won't say much. Chapter 9:23. Sima Muhan activated her grasp of Immortality Meridian Spirit and stood in the air. A terrifying aura spread from her grasp of Immortality Meridian Spirit as she competed with the prodigies. Beep! The green and red light around Du Shaoqing started to explode. A sharp beep sound that pierced one's soul was heard. A huge green and red bird that was only a few hundred feet long appeared. A terrifying aura instantly descended on this mysterious, lightning, luring platform. Du Shaoqing also activated her Baifeng Divine Bird's true form during the prodigy competition. The Baifeng Divine Bird was like a phoenix, a crane, and a phoenix. Its blazing aura evaporated all the air in the surrounding space, turning it into white smoke. That's the Baifeng Divine Bird. No wonder it's so powerful. Seeing Du Xiaoqing's true form, countless gazes below the lightning, luring platform trembled. Even the humanoid meridian spirit, couldn't help but tremble. "Don't even think about going up," Du Xiaoqing shouted. Then she opened her mouth. Billowing flames accompanied by mysterious runes erupted like a volcano. It actually swept towards Cheng Shengnan, preventing Shengnan from going up. This kind of flame eruption made one crawl and burn. Even one's soul would wither. Worldly brilliance. Shengnan frowned. She could feel that Du Xiaoqing was purposely targeting her. Around her graceful figure, a dazzling light spread from Shengnan's body like a miracle. It illuminated her figure, making her look like an immortal. She had a kind of untainted aura. She was actually able to resist Du Xiaoqing's by Feng divine fire. At this moment, Jiang Roland's eyes were clear at the Shindu gate. She was facing Lingjun. Her body released a warm but heart-palpitating flame that made the void tremble. Jiang Roland's graceful figure was also covered in a set of armor that was burning with divine flames. It released a dazzling light, making her look like an immortal descending to the mortal world. And Lingjuan's runes shone brightly. He attacked Jiang Roland with all his might. He had the talent of a king. He cultivated both martial and talisman Dao. His Xian Qi swept out. With the help of his soul power, his aura was surging like a mighty army galloping. The 10 people's battle caused the void to boil. Talisman Dao, the terrifying energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It made the experts of the same generation below the lightning, luring platform tremble. Too powerful, too powerful. Outside the space-time symbol array, everyone was stunned. The strength that the 10 people had unleashed at this moment was so terrifying. 9 spirit, level spirit, you can't stop me. In the sky, the East mythical red phoenix shouted. The light around its body was like a holy halo, as bright as the sun. The Earth spirit mouse and the ninefold spirit continued to collide fiercely. The sound reverberating in the air was deafening, causing one's soul to tremble. What's left behind by the secret reincarnation technique is at most a remnant soul. You failed in your previous life. What qualifications do you have to reach the top in this life? Ninefold spirit shouted loudly. Light swirled around his body, making him look like a god. I was reborn from reincarnation. Who dares to challenge me? Dongli Chihuang shouted loudly, his voice resounding and deafening. His eyes shone brilliantly as his golden hair and scarlet robes fluttered in the wind. Step by step, he ascended the divine thunder platform. At this moment, Dongli Chihuang was like a divine warrior. Dazzling waves of holy light surged around him, making him look even more majestic and proud. Get down, the ninefold spirit replied. Its voice was calm, but it was like the voice of Buddha, carrying the rumbling of the great Tao. A terrifying aura swept out, shaking this part of the void and blocking Dongli Chihuang. You guys can fight. I'm going up. Haha. And Lingjun broke free from Jiang Roland's restraint and took the opportunity to rush up, wanting to seize the first body, forging divine thunder platform. Come down. Zhu Shui appeared. At this moment, this delicate and beautiful woman was covered in layers upon layers of battle armor. This was not a real armor, but a condensation of her energy. On the armor, a terrifying aura swept out from Zhu Shui's body. It was as vigorous as a volcano erupting, rolling over and blocking Lingjun. Humph! And Lingjun raised his eyes and waved his hand. A stream of light between his eyebrows turned into the shadow of a long sword. The terrifying power of the primordial spirit rushed toward Zhu Shui with a terrifying aura that attacked her soul. Martial Dao and Talisman Dao dual cultivator. Unfortunately, so am I. The power of your primordial spirit is inferior to mine. Zhu Shui shouted. At this moment, a terrifying spiritual root aura erupted from her body. It was the power of the human sovereign. Surrounded by divine light, Zhu Shui's black hair fluttered in the wind. A thunderous light between her eyebrows collided directly with Lingjun. Over the years, Zhu Shui's body had changed too much. She had experienced earth-shaking changes in the profound talisman sect. Now, she was already the #1 person among her peers in the profound talisman sect. Swish! The two martial Dao and talisman Dao dual cultivators collided with the power of the primordial spirit. The sound was deafening, and dazzling talisman runes rushed in all directions like waves. Impossible! How can there be such a terrifying primordial spirit? And Lingjun retreated, feeling dizzy. He was surprised that the power of Zhu Shui's primordial spirit was beyond his imagination. Whoosh! A huge phantom of a divine python soared into the sky. Its terrifying aura seemed to distort the space and sweep across the sky. It seemed that at this moment the primordial spirit python's aura had risen to the extreme. It was incomparably powerful. Just as in Lingjun, Zhu Shui, 9th level Spirit Emperor, and Dongli Qihuang were fighting. It finally found an opportunity to rush toward the first divine thunder platform. You think you can fish in troubled waters? Get down! In just a moment, Dongli Qihuang immediately found the phantom of the divine python. How could he let others touch the first divine thunder platform? He had been spying on the surroundings. Holy light lingered around him, and he directly collided with the phantom. No one is allowed to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, Ninefold Spirit and Dongli Qihuang seemed to have a tacit understanding. They attacked the phantom at the same time, and a terrifying pale golden energy swept down. Not good. The phantom didn't seem to expect that Dongli Qihuang and Ninefold Spirit Emperor would attack it at the same time. It didn't have time to react, and it directly met them. Rumble! The energy fiercely collided, and thousands of talisman runes stirred up the airwaves. It made the sky brilliant, and then the broken talisman runes intertwined like waves. The phantom of the divine light shattered, and then a figure appeared. It was Shi Longyang of the Sky Snake sect. Puff! Hit by the joint attack of Dongli Qihuang and Ninefold Spirit Emperor, Shi Longyang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly fell from the sky. Ninefold Spirit, you are still too inexperienced. It's over. At this moment, Dongli Qihuang's voice resounded in the sky. A terrifying fluctuation of holy light soared hundreds of feet high, and the energy surged like waves. It sealed and solidified a large area of space and shrouded Ninefold Spirit and the others in the sky. Great Luan Sect's universe cover. Outside the space-time array, many people were shocked. The Great Luan Sect's universe cover was a terrifying technique of the Great Luan Sect. Dongli Qihuang wants to take the first divine thunder platform. Stop him! Once the universe cover appeared, and Lingjun shouted. Everyone except Shengnan attacked together, and the energy gathered into a huge wave that swept over. Although the Great Luan Sect's universe cover was powerful, it couldn't withstand the power of everyone's joint attack, and it immediately exploded. Boom! At this moment, the sky trembled, and Dongli Qihuang's golden-haired, red-robed figure had already swept directly to the first divine thunder platform. At this moment, the first divine thunder platform trembled, and purple-gold electric arcs surged out. Bastard! He took the opportunity to go up first. Everyone's eyes turned solemn, and Lingjun cursed loudly. Once someone landed on the divine thunder platform, it would automatically recognize him as its owner, and no one else could go up. The Emperor of all emperors, the overlord of all elites, Dongli Qihuang. Below the lightning platform, countless youths' eyes trembled, and their blood boiled. The Great Luan Sect's disciples even raised their arms and cheered. Outside the space-time array, in the divine Thunder Mountain, the Great Luan Sect's Taoist priest of Changdao smiled, and all the experts laughed. The heavens are blind. How can it be the Great Luan Sect? On the sixth peak, Elder Gu Qingyang cursed, and the immortal-like aura of a peerless expert disappeared. The saint is invincible. Who can compete with him? The emperor of all emperors, the Great Luin Sect. Within the Great Luin Sect, countless disciples looked at the space-time array in the space-time array, and cheers could be heard everywhere. All the experts were so excited that their eyes were trembling. Chang Xingnan raised his head and looked at Dongli Chihuang, who had already stepped into the first place. His eyes rippled with a soul-stirring power, and a complicated emotion appeared vaguely. It seemed bottomless, ethereal, and far away. Chapter 924. I missed a step. Ninefold Spirit sighed softly. Suddenly, golden light rippled on his body, and his figure rushed to the second, forging divine, thunder platform with lightning speed. Stop, Ninefold Spirit! And Ling Jun shouted loudly, and a trace of obscurity flashed through his eyes. When he shouted loudly to stop the ninth-layer Spirit Emperor, his figure quickly rushed towards the third body, forging divine, thunder platform. And Ling Jun knew that Ninefold Spirit was a tough opponent. He didn't know the result of fighting for the second, forging, divine, thunder platform. Besides, it would be difficult to stop Ninefold Spirit. He might as well let others fight for it, and he would easily take third place. Go down! Just as Ling Jun was secretly a little proud, a cold voice sounded, and an illusory long sword swept over with wave-like rune energy. John Doe, I'm not done with you. And Ling Jun shouted, feeling the aura. He knew that John Doe was attacking him. He waved his hand and condensed a ferocious dragon phantom, directly colliding with the illusory long sword phantom. Rumble! The two collided, and suddenly thousands of dazzling lights burst out, and energy surged in all directions with splashing divine light. Chila! At the same time, John Doe's figure turned into a long rainbow and quickly landed on the third forging divine, thunder platform. Rumble! At the same time, Zhu Shui and the others didn't stop Ninefold Spirit, and she landed on the second forging divine, thunder platform. It seemed that no one paid much attention to Chang Shengnan. Her beautiful figure swept through the air, and she landed on the fourth forging divine, thunder platform, quite smoothly. Not good. The third forging divine, thunder platform was snatched, and the fourth was taken by Chang Xingnan. And Ling Jun's expression immediately turned ugly, and he immediately rushed to the fifth forging divine, thunder platform. Beat! The ear-piercing shriek that affected the soul fell, and Du Xiaoqing's by Feng divine bird body descended. She opened her mouth and billowed green and red flames. The green and red flames, accompanied by the monstrous talisman mystic patterns, erupted like a volcano and suddenly wrapped around Ling Jun in a strange posture and speed. Bastard! At this moment, feeling the high temperature under the flames, and his soul trembling, and Ling Jun cursed. He felt that his luck today was really bad. It was too late to dodge. The surrounding space was completely wrapped in flames, forming a blazing sea of fire. Break! And Ling Jun shouted, and his body began to shine with dazzling light. A powerful aura condensed into a huge handprint that directly swept away the blue and red flames. Boom! With a rumble, and Ling Jun erupted. The terrifying power seemed to want to shatter the world. It was incomparably powerful. At the same time, Du Xiaoqing retracted her body and landed on the fifth forging divine, thunder platform. Boom! Almost at the same time, Jiang Rolin took advantage of the gap in the battle between Sima Muhan and Zhu Shui to land on the sixth body, forging, divine, thunder platform. Whoever blocks me again, I'm not done with him. And Ling Jun completely exploded as he shouted. Profound energy surged from his azure robe, and his elegant face was almost distorted from anger. His originally clear eyes were filled with monstrous anger as he rushed toward the seventh divine thunder platform. Sima Muhan and Zhu Shui had just been taken advantage of by Jiang Roland. How could they let in Ling Jun take advantage of them again? They immediately formed a tacit understanding. "Go down!" Sima Muhan shouted. She activated the grass of Immortality Meridian Soul and shrouded in Ling Jun. "Go!" Zhu Shui formed a hand seal, and a spirit energy condensed into a long whip. It pierced through the space and went straight for Ling Jun. Boom! The three of them fought in an instant. Runes burst out, the void rumbled, and an energy storm swept through the void. Qi. The pitiful Ling Jun was forced to retreat again under the joint suppression of Zhu Shui and Sima Muhan. Serves you right, retribution. Under the lightning platform, Ming Rong gloated when he saw Ling Jun's misfortune. Boom! Boom! As Ling Jun was shaken down again, Sima Muhan took the opportunity to move like lightning. A pair of wings formed from energy condensed behind her back, and with a terrifying speed, she rushed towards the seventh forging body divine thunder platform. Zhu Shui's beautiful face froze. Then she could only look at the eighth forging divine lightning platform. Uft! Shi Longyang was as unlucky as Ling Jun. He was hit by the joint attack of Ninefold Spirit and Dongli Chihuang. Not only did he fall onto the lightning platform, but he also suffered serious injuries. When Ling Jun quickly got up and wanted to fight for a good position again, he had already found the top 8 divine thunder platforms. They were already taken. Qi. In an instant, Shi Longyang's figure pounced toward the divine thunder platform. "You want to fish in troubled waters too?" And Ling Jun was furious. He swooped down at Shi Longyang. A terrifying aura swept out. His fist was crystal clear and surrounded by runes. And Ling Jun completely exploded. He seemed to have used his full strength. His fist carried a terrifying aura as it smashed toward Shi Longyang. Thousands of runes collapsed. And Ling Jun, I'm not afraid of you. Shi Longyang was definitely not to be trifled with. How could he be weak? He felt Ling Jun's aura and instantly made a move. They collided. Boom! The sound of the energy explosion shook the surrounding void. Broken runes shot out in all directions. The number 1 person of the 2 sects had all kinds of mysterious runes shining all over his body. The power he released made the surrounding void rumble. Buffed! In the end, Shi Longyang spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back. He was originally heavily injured by Ninefold Spirit and Dongli Chihuang. Now he was at a disadvantage. Humph! And Ling Jun finally defeated an opponent. His eyes emitted cold lightning. His aura also looked disdainfully at the surroundings. He instantly landed on the divine thunder platform. Bastard! Shi Longyang was so angry that he spat out blood. If he hadn't been injured by Dongli Chihuang and Ninefold Spirit, he wouldn't have lost to Ling Jun. What made Shi Longyang unable to let go was that he was the first to fight for the first divine thunder platform, but in the end he could only get the last divine thunder platform. Whoosh whoosh! In the dark space, a group of people flew through the air and landed in front of the mountain peaks. The mountain peaks were surrounded by mountain ranges. They were like dragons and snakes dancing. The towering mountain peaks were scattered in layers. It was like a majestic ink painting. However, this mountain range was filled with baleful aura. Black fog surged, and not a single blade of grass grew. It made people's souls tremble. Hundreds of people landed and looked at the sky. The sky was densely covered with evil spirits. The baleful aura in the air was monstrous. Below, blood flowed like a river. Broken limbs were everywhere. It was obvious that this place had experienced a bloody battle not long ago. So many evil spirits. On the mountain peak, Lin Weiqi, Stone Dongli Diao, and the others all gasped when they saw the scene in front of them. At this moment, the hundreds of disciples from the 7-star hall were like a bowl of water poured into a lake. They would be drowned in an instant. Du Xiaofu watched the scene in front of him. Under his mask, his eyes trembled. He inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. It was no wonder that every time the ancient sealed land opened, countless people were unable to leave. There were simply too many evil spirits. Many of them had powerful auras. It's too late. It's already over. Jiangqin's jet-black eyes gazed into the distance. His light purple robes fluttered, and his eyes flickered with regret. He turned to Du Xiaofu and said, "We rushed here at full speed, but in the end we were too slow. It seems the dust has settled. It's about to end. Perhaps it's not meant to be for me." Du Xiaofu gazed into the distance. He could sense an ancient, boundless, and domineering aura of destruction. It seemed to be connected to his lightning veins. "Even if we made it in time, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to cross this place, right?" Stone looked at the dense horde of evil spirits in front of him and sucked in a breath of cold air. "It's not difficult to cross, but there's no point," said Jiangqin, his eyes flickering. Chapter 9:25. Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered. He smiled at Jiangqin and said with a hint of bitterness, "If we could, we might as well go and take a look. We're already here, anyway." Although it was already late, Du Xiaofu wanted to see what the divine lightning body tempering technique was since he was already here. Besides, the World Society, the Du family, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Xiaoqing were all there. Du Xiaofu wanted to go and see what was going on. "All right, I'll take you there then." Jiangqin looked at Du Xiaofu for a while, then nodded. As soon as he spoke, Jiangqin looked up into the sky and waved his hand. His purple robes fluttered in the air, and a boundless black aura swirled around him. His black eyes grew darker and darker as he shouted, "Mei Ling, Shou Sha, Han Xia, if you don't want the people outside to know your intentions, then tell your puppets to get out of the way. Otherwise, you know the consequences." His voice echoed through the sky. "There's someone else." When they heard this, Stone, Lin Weiqi, and many others immediately looked up into the sky. However, when they looked carefully, they didn't discover anything. Du Xiaofu's gaze suddenly fell on a space covered in black fog. He seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes rippled strangely under his mask. The surrounding space was silent. The seven-star hall disciples glanced at each other, then looked at Jiangqin suspiciously. Woo-woo. Suddenly, the dense horde of evil spirits ahead of them began to stir. Countless high-level beast-shaped evil spirits and high-level humanoid evil spirits emitted ear-piercing and unpleasant whimpering sounds. As they whimpered, the army of evil spirits that blotted out the sky and covered the earth split into two paths. Under the astonished gazes of all the Seven Stars Palace's disciples, the evil spirits spread out like waves on the vast and boundless plains, revealing a straight path that led straight ahead. "Let's go. These evil spirits won't attack us." Jiangqin leapt into the air, heading straight for the path. Du Xiaofu withdrew his gaze from the black fog in the distance. Then he said to Lin Weiqi, Stone, and Dong Lijiao, "Let's go. Be careful." As soon as he spoke, profound energy surged from Du Xiaofu's feet, and he shot after Jiangqin. Whoosh, whoosh! Everyone from the seven-star hall immediately followed behind, each of them wrapped in flowing light. Woo, woo! Countless evil spirits roared in the surroundings. The sound waves were ear-piercing and affected one's soul. Their blood-red eyes stared fixedly at everyone, causing them to tremble in fear. However, it was as Jiangqin had said. Although the evil spirits roared ferociously and their murderous auras filled the sky, they really didn't attack the people of the seven-star hall. Whoosh, whoosh! After Du Xiaofu, Jiangqin, and the others left, the space above the mountain peak rippled, and three figures appeared. As the three figures appeared, a murderous aura spread throughout the area. The space around them froze. Without a doubt, these three were terrifyingly powerful. 2 men and 1 woman. Their auras distorted the space around them. "Jiangqin, are you threatening us?" A thin, black-robed, middle-aged man wearing a black hood revealed only a pair of blood-red eyes. He gazed at the hundreds of figures in the black fog and said in a sharp, cold voice, "Jiangqin's disciples and grand-disciples are all dead, yet they're still following those humans around. Could it be that they've really subdued him?" "Impossible." The woman shook her head. Her scarlet silk dress trailed on the ground. Her beautiful black hair was tied up with only a few scarlet ribbons, outlining her beautiful figure. "Jiangqin is too arrogant. Those humans are too weak. How could they possibly subdue him? Even if the terrifying experts of the human race could defeat him, they definitely wouldn't be able to subdue him," she said softly. "Phantom, why do you think Jiangqin has repeatedly refused to give us any face? Yet he's allied himself with those puny humans?" asked the skinny, black-robed man coldly. The woman smiled faintly. She was as elegant and pure as a budding lotus flower, yet she was also seductive. She said to the black-robed man, "I'm guessing that Jiangqin has his own plans. If he doesn't want to join forces with us, he must have his own plans. In any case, we're at the end of our rope. Let him be. Let's get ready. It's about time. I hope we'll succeed in one fell swoop. We only have a month. In a month, the exit will open," said a black-robed man. His body was faintly discernible, and he had short red hair that resembled a mane. His eyes glowed with a blood-red light. Let's begin then." The woman chuckled as her figure soared into the sky and instantly soared into the sky. Her bright red silk dress fluttered, and her beautiful black hair suddenly broke free from her bright red hair band and fluttered. Starting from her body, strands of suction force seemed to have formed, and it was like a whirlpool was revolving around her as it converged the monstrous, baleful blood energy left behind from the bloody battle on the evil spirit dead beach. Huff, huff. At the same time, the illusory bodies of the black-robed, skinny burly man and the black-clothed burly man seemed to have materialized as they instantly flew through the air. A suction force surged around their bodies as they absorbed the baleful blood aura on the evil spirit dead beach. As the three of them absorbed the fiendish blood energy, an endless stream of evil spirits began to approach them. The low-level evil spirits were like moths to a flame. As they neared, they turned into wisps of black mist that were instantly devoured by the three of them. More and more evil spirits began to gather, covering the entire mountain. They surrounded the three of them, allowing them to devour them as they pleased. They had no intelligence and were willing to be devoured like moths to a flame. On the lightning platform, Shilongyang was sullen and helpless. His expression was cold and angry. However, he could only go straight to the 10th Forging Divine lightning platform without anyone fighting for it. Boom! As Shilongyang stepped onto the 10th Forging Divine lightning platform, the space around the platform trembled, and purple-gold electric arcs overflowed. The 10 Forging Divine lightning platforms were surrounded by purple-gold electric arcs. An ancient, boundless, domineering, and destructive aura spread out from the divine lightning cauldron's entrance. Below the lightning platform, on Du Xiaoman's shoulder, Du Xiaoyao retracted her gaze from the platform. She seemed to have sensed something. Her golden eyes immediately turned back to look at the invisible, purple-gold electric arcs that the evil spirits did not dare to approach. Woo! At this moment, an ear-piercing woo sound echoed in the surrounding space. The sound roared, causing one's soul to feel a chill. To the middle-aged man and woman who had just broken through, this sound was undoubtedly very familiar. They had fought their way out of the countless evil spirits. The sound of the evil spirits seemed a little strange. It was unusually neat, and it immediately attracted many people's attention. Oh my God, what's going on? When everyone turned back to look at each other, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they were dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them. Whoosh, whoosh. Feeling the shock on the faces of the people around them, the surrounding people were immediately attracted. Their gazes immediately turned back, and when they saw the scene in front of them, they were all shocked. Countless gazes turned back, and they saw that the originally densely packed demon spirits in front of them had actually become restless and neatly spread out to both sides. A straight and flat path appeared in the middle of the sky and the ground. In the middle of the path, hundreds of streaks of light and rainbows swept over. Countless demon spirits roared ferociously, but they did not really pounce on them. In the distant sky, the hundreds of figures were approaching from afar amidst the deafening howls of the demonic spirits. After a few flashes, the aura of the hundreds of figures fluctuated as they appeared not far away. The one in front was a young man wearing purple heavenly soft armor. His black hair fluttered behind his head, and he carried a square box on his back. He walked over from the countless demon spirits, causing the surrounding gazes to tremble. It's the artifact emperor, Qiao Feng. Why is he only here now? Someone immediately recognized the person who came. It was a tall and straight youth. At this moment, there were not many people who did not recognize him. Chapter 9:26. Woo woo! The hundreds of figures passed through the countless demonic spirit children. Wherever they passed, the space rippled and they instantly appeared in the air. They were all disciples of the 7-star hall. Seeing the disciples of the 7-star hall crossing the evil spirit dead beach in such a manner, the eyes of all the top young men and women in the central region trembled. The impact was too great. They had fought with their lives on the line, and only half of them managed to cross the evil spirit dead beach. However, the disciples of the 7-star hall actually crossed the evil spirit dead beach in such a manner. This was too shocking. It's him, that guy. The 10-body, forging divine, lightning platforms hovered in the air, and the 10 sky prides could see the sky in front of them. There were hundreds of figures crossing the evil spirit dead beach in an unbelievable manner. Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng. On the 10-body forging divine lightning platforms, there were some who were surprised, some who sneered, and some who were calm. 1 month later, this sealed ancient land will be your eternal grave. The 7-star hall won't exist for long. On the first body, forging divine lightning platform, Dongli Chihuang looked at the tall and straight figure in soft armor. There was a cold glint in his divine soul's eyes. You've just arrived? It seems to be too late now. Du Xiaoyao looked at the purple-armored youth. There were some fluctuations in his golden eyes. Crackle! Hundreds of figures entered the formless space of purple lightning arcs. Under Du Xiaofu's lead, they didn't stop and directly flew over the crowd. In the end, they landed below the lightning platforms in front of the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh! Many figures landed one after another. When they turned their heads to look at the densely packed figures in front of them, they were also a little stunned. Du Xiaofu's figure landed and looked back. He saw many familiar figures. Du Xiaoyao, big sister Du Xiaoman, second brother Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, little tiger, Chong Guyu, silver-winged demonic eagle, general, Yin Machin, Guoming Gu Xinyan, and the others. Du Xiaofu looked at those familiar figures. They were all safe. Although some of them seemed to be seriously injured, their auras were not affected. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly, and then he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then Du Xiaofu turned around and raised his head. He looked at the vast, ancient, domineering, and destructive qi in the sky. Up in the sky, a huge cauldron floated in the air and blotted out the sky. Ancient and boundless, a domineering and destructive aura rippled out in the air. Purplish gold lightning filled the air, making it seem mysterious and indescribable. Hiss, hiss! Little Xingxing raised his head on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. His golden eyes stared at the 3-legged cauldron with a puzzled look. He seemed to be thinking about something and didn't say anything. Is that the divine thunder cauldron that suppressed this sealed ancient land? Du Xiaofu looked at the 3-legged cauldron in the sky that was filled with an ancient and domineering aura of destruction. It was like the core that stood between the heavens and the earth. The more Du Xiaofu looked at it, the more his heart beat violently. That Qi was unfathomable and its level couldn't be seen. Divine Thunder Cauldron. That's the Divine Thunder Cauldron. Just as Du Xiaofu was looking at the Divine Thunder Cauldron in shock, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, Sun Wu, and the others exclaimed in shock. Although they had heard of the Divine Thunder Cauldron, it was their first time seeing it. The dust has already settled. We're too late. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly and looked up at the sky. His gaze swept over the Thunder Tower and the 10-body, tempering divine Thunder Towers. Those are the Thunder Towers, he said softly. Those are the Thunder Towers. It seems that those who ascend the Thunder Tower will have the opportunity to compete for the body, tempering divine thunder. 10-body, tempering divine Thunder Towers. 10 people can obtain the body tempering divine Thunder Tower. The higher the rank, the greater the benefits. 10 people can obtain the divine lightning body tempering. Du Xiaofu looked down from the divine thunder cauldron to the 10-body tempering divine thunder platforms in the air. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but frown when he saw the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix in first place. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept past Ninefold Spirit, and then he looked down. When he saw Chang Xingnan, the expression in his eyes did not deliberately fluctuate, but he felt a little surprised. Seeing that Du Xiaoqing, Sima Muhan, and Zhu Shui were among them, Du Xiaofu revealed a faint smile. However, he found it rather strange that Du Xiaoyao hadn't come up. Although there are regrets, I don't regret it, said Yi Futian. It's my fate, Du Xiaofu said to Jiang Qin. Although he had missed out on the heavens' chosen battle and couldn't obtain the final body tempering divine lightning, he had still gained a lot. Not to mention, Du Xiaoqing, Sima Muhan, and Zhu Shui were all there. This was enough to make up for his regrets. Rumble. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the sky trembled. The divine thunder cauldron fluctuated with purple-gold lightning arcs, and a terrifying aura began to spread out in all directions. Is the body tempering divine lightning about to begin? Everyone looked up at the sky. The heavens' chosen battle had ended, and the last 10 terrifying geniuses had returned to their positions on the divine thunder cauldron. The body tempering divine lightning was about to begin. This was a great opportunity to strengthen one's martial veins and spiritual roots. It was enough to make everyone's eyes red with envy, but they couldn't compete for it. Do you have the guts to compete for one last time? At that moment, Jiang Qin suddenly glanced sideways at Du Xiaofu. His jet-black eyes rippled as he said, seriously, I know one last way to let you compete, but if you fail, you will be reduced to ashes, and your soul will not exist. Ping said I would add more chapters today, but I only wrote this many words on the train today. Today, Xiaoyu traveled from Hefei to Yichang. Since it's a custom here, the son-in-law will drink wine tonight. Xiaoyu is the groomsman, and he's almost passed out from drinking. Just now, he was charging his computer. Xiaoyu owes everyone, so he can only make up for it tomorrow. Thank you. Please forgive me. I'm typing these words in a drunken state. Please forgive me for the mistakes. Chapter 9:27. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately looked at Jiang Qin. Beneath his mask, a golden light, suffused with a domineering aura, surged forth from his eyes. He'd already crossed arms with Jiang Qin, so there was nothing he could do. But now there was still a way to fight. To Du Xiaofu, this was different. His primary goal in coming to the sealed ancient lands was to find the Yin Spirit Crystal for his master, the venerable artifact. But in his heart, as a young man, how could Du Xiaofu not want to fight for the title of Chosen of Heaven? To a cultivator, how could Du Xiaofu be willing to miss out on the benefits of the divine lightning body tempering? What method? Du Xiaofu asked, looking at Jiang Qin. If there was a final method, he naturally wanted to try it. Is there a final method? When Lin Weiqi, Dongli Jiao, Sun Wu, and the others heard this, they all looked at Jiang Qin in surprise. They'd never heard of the Chosen of Heaven's battles having a final method after the dust settled. Jiangqin looked at Du Xiaofu, his deep, dark eyes smiling. This is a legend. I'm afraid very few humans know about it. In your so-called chosen of heaven's battles, 10 people will receive divine lightning body tempering to improve their martial veins and spiritual roots. The first body tempering stage is the most effective. Now, it seems like the dust has settled, but there is still a final method to fight for: the sovereign mode. Sovereign mode. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Sun Wu, and the others all looked at him suspiciously. Chosen of heaven's battles, said Jiangqin. If you want to challenge the final sovereign mode, you need to connect your primordial spirit and blood essence to the divine lightning cauldron. If you succeed, you'll become a chosen of heaven's battles. But if you fail, the divine lightning cauldron will destroy you and turn you into ashes. Even your soul will be destroyed. Challenge what? Stone asked Jiangqin curiously. Although he knew how terrifying Jiangqin was back then, after spending some time with him, he didn't fear him as much as before. He wasn't as scared as he used to be. 1 against 10, said Jiangqin. Connect your blood essence and nascent divinity to the divine lightning cauldron. Then activate Paragon mode. Challenge 10 chosen on the body tempering divine lightning dais, 1 by 1. Rumor has it that if you succeed, you'll reap enormous benefits. If you fail, you'll be reduced to ashes and your soul will vanish, said Jiangqin. 1 against 10, at Jiangqin's words, Stone sucked in a breath of cold air. Beside him, Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the 10 body-tempering divine lightning platforms. Every one of the 10 geniuses was a terrifying master. Even if he had the same strength as them and could even defeat one of them, this kind of 1 versus 10 mode would tire him to death. It was simply impossible to fight 1 against 10. Every single one of the 10 chosen was a dragon or phoenix among men. Every single one of them was a terrifying existence among the younger generation. When Du Xiaofu heard Jiangqin's words, his heart trembled violently. 1 against 10? This Paragon mode was definitely not ordinary. Every single one of the 10 chosen was incomparably terrifying. Based on Du Xiaofu's understanding, Sima Muhan and Du Xiaoqing were exceptionally powerful. Even if he faced Sima Muhan and Du Xiaoqing, who were beast emperors and martial emperors respectively, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat them. What's more, he was facing 10 chosen. It was basically a 1 versus 1 battle. Under such circumstances, even experts whose strength far surpassed the 10 of them would not dare to face them in a battle of attrition. Who knew what kind of trump cards they'd have up their sleeves in the end? Every single one of them was a genius who stood proudly above their peers in the Central Plains. Du Xiaofu looked at the 10 chosen on the 10-body, forging divine, lightning platforms. His eyes rippled beneath his mask. The ripples were extremely hot and surging. Paragon mode 1 against 10. Chosen Paragon, Paragon chosen. Xiao Jing is a natural-born Paragon. I wonder if she could activate this Paragon mode if she were here? Du Xiaofu's heart sank. His younger sister Xiao Jing was an innate Paragon, one of the strongest existences in this world. If his younger sister Xiao Jing was here right now, would she be able to suppress the other 10 heavens chosen? Whoosh! Arcs of lightning wreaked havoc on the divine lightning cauldron. Du Xiaofu looked at the mouth of the cauldron, which looked like the ferocious maw of a giant beast. There seemed to be something there that was invisibly connected to him, as if it was calling out to him. Even the lightning martial vein in his body began to ripple. Only Du Xiaofu could feel the ripples. The lightning martial vein in his body seemed to be eager to try and step onto the first body, forging divine, lightning platform. Subconsciously, Du Xiaofu felt that there was something extremely important to him there. That feeling came from the lightning martial vein. It was illusory, but it also affected the lightning martial vein. It was so real. Rumble! the aura of the divine lightning cauldron exploded. Arcs of lightning rippled, and the lightning platform rotated. On the body, forging divine lightning platform, purple gold arcs of lightning began to descend. The space there would be isolated by the purple gold lightning. The divine lightning body forging was about to begin. It would last for a month. After a month, the 10 chosen paragons would receive great benefits. Not only would their martial veins and spiritual roots be strengthened, but their strength would also increase greatly. Boom! The divine lightning platform rotated, and purple gold arcs of lightning overflowed from the divine lightning cauldron. Suddenly, the entire space trembled. A terrifying aura, like a charging army, suddenly stopped. What's going on? Hey, what else does he want to do? Suddenly, countless gazes on the divine lightning platform trembled. Under the gazes of the crowd, just as the divine lightning body tempering process was about to begin, a figure rose into the air from the divine lightning platform and left the divine lightning cauldron step by step. Crackle! Inside the divine lightning cauldron, a dazzling purple gold lightning suddenly awakened like a ferocious beast. It directly descended and blocked that figure. In the ancient heaven sect, far away from the space-time talisman array, outside the Tianwu Square, many figures stood on a towering mountain peak, causing the space here to freeze. The first miss is ranked 7th. She has won a spot for our ancient heaven sect. On the mountain peak, Protector Hal looked at the space-time talisman array on the Tianwu Square and muttered softly, "It's a pity that she's only ranked 7th. Chang Xingnan of the Divine Light Court is ranked 4th, and Du Xiaoqin from the World Society is ranked 5th. This is beyond my expectations." Sima Taxing looked at the space-time talisman array. There were some fluctuations in his deep, glass-like eyes. He muttered softly, "Qiao Feng, the weapon emperor of the 7-star hull, should have been able to compete. Unfortunately, he arrived last." Boom! As Sima Taxing's voice fell, the space-time talisman array on the Tianwu Square suddenly trembled violently. It was a terrifying aura surging out. A figure rose into the air, stepped on the void, and went straight to the divine lightning cauldron that occupied the firmament. That figure, at this moment, was being watched by millions of surprised eyes. That figure had golden hair and a red robe. His eyes were gorgeous, and his martial spirit was extraordinary. From the divine lightning cauldron, a terrifying arc of lightning descended. Through the space-time talisman array, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure under the purple gold arc of lightning. That pressure was like a huge boulder that weighed millions of pounds, pressing down on everyone's heart. It made their chi freeze, their meridians and souls tremble, and their souls tremble. Dongli Chi Huang, the reincarnated saint of the Great Will sect, what is he doing? On the mountain peak, Protector Hal suddenly exclaimed in shock. Many experts also moved their eyes one after another in surprise. Chi, a bright light flickered in Sima Taxing's glass-like eyes. He stared at the eastern mythical scarlet phoenix, flying through the space-time talisman formation, and frowned. Is the rumor true? Is there really such a rumor? Master, what other rumors are there in the ancient land? Protector Hao asked. Dongli Chi Huang's actions at this moment made countless people puzzled. Sima Taxing looked at the space-time talisman array and said softly, "I only heard about it from the old elders of the Manchu after I came back from the ancient land. Rumor has it that the greatest opportunity in the ancient land may not be the divine thunder body refinement, but an even greater opportunity. However, since ancient times, no one knows what that opportunity is. However, some people speculate that it may be related to the divine thunder cauldron. As long as you enter the divine thunder cauldron, you may know the result." On the first body-refining divine thunder platform, Dongli Chi Huang was now proudly climbing up the platform. Millions of eyes were watching him in surprise. It was a golden-haired, red-robed man with a pair of gorgeous eyes. He was climbing up step by step in the dazzling purple-gold lightning arcs, trying to climb into the divine thunder cauldron. Within the purple-gold lightning arcs, Dongli Chihuang was now divine and extraordinary. How eye-catching! On the fourth body-refining divine thunder platform, Cheng Xingnan looked at Dongli Chihuang's back with complicated and ethereal ripples in his eyes. At this moment, Zhu Chongling, Wu Ming, Jiang Wolin, Du Shaoqing, and Ling Jun, and the others all looked up at Dongli Chihuang with surprise in their eyes. Dongli Chihuang. Below the lightning, luring platform, Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask revealed a complicated gaze as he looked at the young man with extraordinary martial prowess. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Dongli Chihuang's body was wrapped in holy light, resisting the terrifying purple-gold lightning arcs. Within the lightning arcs, purple-gold lightning swept down, domineering and destructive, ancient and boundless. Boom! Finally, it was only 3 steps. The purple-gold lightning in the purple-gold lightning arcs swept down and directly tore apart the lightning arcs on Dongli Chihuang's body. Uffed! Dongli Chihuang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body immediately fell from the first body-refining, divine thunder platform. He had only taken 3 steps forward, but he was directly knocked down by the divine thunder cauldron. Dongli Chihuang fell. His hair was slightly disheveled, and his eyes were filled with doubt. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the sleeve of his red robe, but it still didn't affect his majesty. The way he walked in the air just now added to his charm, making people's hearts tremble. No, could it be that the rumors are false? There isn't the true greatest opportunity in the divine thunder cauldron. No one can resist such lightning power. Dongli Chihuang murmured softly. The lightning power was too strong, and he could only take 3 steps with all his strength. It was impossible for him to resist it. The rumors were definitely illusory. If there really was such a great opportunity in the divine thunder cauldron, who could get it? It seems that the rumors are not necessarily true, or that Dongli Chihuang is not qualified. On the mountain peak outside the ancient sky sect's Tianwu Square, Sima Taxing murmured softly, and his brows slightly relaxed. If the rumors were true, and the Great Will sect obtained the rumored great opportunity, it was definitely not a good thing for the ancient sky sect. Are the rumors false? In the Great Will sect, on a mountain peak far away from the space-time talisman array, there was a frozen space. Many figures with powerful auras that could distort the surrounding space stood there, looking at the space-time talisman array from afar. They all revealed a look of disappointment. At least he took first place. The effect of the divine thunder body tempering is enough. On the mountain peak, a rather handsome, middle-aged man sneered. Sima Taxing, you should have seen it too. You were lucky back then, but now your daughter is inferior to my son. The central continent has been peaceful for too long. There will be a day when we meet again. Boom! Dongli Chihuang's figure landed, and purple-gold lightning arcs spread across the lightning platform once again. The divine thunder body tempering. The divine thunder cauldron is about to seal the space. Jiang Qin glanced sideways at Du Xiaofu. Are you afraid? Afraid? Under the mask, a golden light spread across his eyes, and a domineering and sharp aura gradually rolled through his blood. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the 10 prodigies. If I'm afraid of even these 10 people, how can I compete with that clan? If my sister Xiao Jing was here, would she be afraid? Outside the divine Thunder Mountain range, in front of the space-time talisman array, the 10th mountain peak. Young Master, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Jiao, Sun Wu, and the others are all here. It's good that they're fine, it's good that they're fine. Elder Yun Ziqin's brows relaxed a lot, and she finally relaxed. It's a pity that they only came now. It's already too late. The dust of the prodigy battle has already settled, said Elder Cloud Leopard softly. He felt much more relieved, but also deeply regretful. Look, what's the young master doing? Suddenly, Elder Yaoxing, who was staring at the space-time array, shouted loudly. His eyes, which were staring at the space-time array, suddenly trembled violently, and his expression changed greatly. First of all, I apologize to all my readers. Yesterday, a good friend of mine got married. As the best man, Xiao Yu, who can't hold his liquor, got knocked out and vomited several times. He didn't get up until 6 in the morning, which affected yesterday's update. This is a long chapter, and Xiao Yu is rushing to finish it. I hope he didn't make you wait for too long. Once again, I apologize to all my brothers and sisters who were affected. Chapter 928. Inside the space-time array, countless eyes were watching. Just as the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix was knocked off the divine lightning platform in 3 steps, below the lightning platform, a tall and straight figure flew into the air. It was a tall and straight young man wearing a purple soft armor. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he carried a mysterious rune box on his back. He leaped into the air and stepped onto the lightning platform. What's that kid trying to do? On the 6th peak of the divine lightning mountain range, Elder Gu Qingyang's white robe fluttered in the wind. He was confused. On the peak of the ancient heaven sect, Sima Taxing's glass-like eyes also flickered with surprise. Under the lightning platform, the pressure was overwhelming. There were only a few dozen people who could step onto the lightning platform. What is that weapon Emperor Qiao Feng trying to do? The dust has settled, and the prodigy competition has been decided. Does he still want to fight? Below the lightning platform, everyone's eyes changed. Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng rose into the air and stepped onto the lightning platform. A faint light surrounded his body as he crossed through space. Young Palace Master is going to activate Sovereign Mode. Dongli Diao, Stone, Lin Weiqi, Sun Tian, Wu Masheng, and Tao Yu looked at each other. They wanted to persuade the young Palace Master, but before they could say anything, Du Xiaofu had already stepped onto the lightning platform. Hiss! Little Xingxing landed on Lin Weiqi's shoulder and looked at the divine lightning cauldron with its golden eyes. Du Xiaofu was the one who put down. What is this guy trying to do? Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaoman's shoulder, and her faint golden eyes flickered. Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng seems to be trying to do something. The general, Gu Xinyan, Liu Xiao, Yi Piaoling, Qin Guyu, Du Xiaoman, and Du Yunlong all looked up and their eyes flickered. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, and a huge pressure descended. However, this enormous pressure was within the range that Du Xiaofu could endure. Step by step, Du Xiaofu stepped onto the lightning luring platform. Below the thunder-attracting platform, countless people looked at each other in shock. The purple-armored youth walked up the lightning-luring platform step by step. It was as if he was in an unstoppable state. Boom! Within a couple of breaths, the young man in purple soft armor directly appeared outside of the purple-gold lightning arc, outside of the lightning attraction platform under many astonished gazes. That kind of speed was astonishing. If the weapon emperor, Qiao Feng, had been here from the beginning, he would have been the first to step onto the lightning luring platform. The dust has settled. The lightning luring platform can no longer be entered. What else does weapon emperor Qiao Feng want to do? Below the thunder guiding platform, countless people of the same generation as Central State looked up at each other. The battle of geniuses had ended, and the 10 geniuses had already taken their respective positions. At this moment, even if the weapon emperor Qiao Feng had the strength to fight back, he was already unable to do so. Hey, you can't go in. The purple-gold lightning arc on the lightning attraction platform is very scary. Once you touch it, you will be severely injured at best, and even turn into ashes at worst. Ming Rongyin, who had been floating in the air hatefully, looked at Du Xiaofu, who was outside the lightning attraction platform at this moment. His eyes moved slightly, and he said indifferently, "Don't joke with your life. Without the divine lightning to refine your body, you might not lose to them in the future. A momentary success or failure is not enough to determine a hero. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air. Hearing this, his eyes under the mask smiled at Ming Rongyin, and he said, "A momentary success or failure is indeed not enough to determine a hero. However, if you don't fight, there is no such thing as success or failure. If you obey, you will be ordinary, and if you resist, you will fight. Thank you for the reminder." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's hand seals formed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, a wisp of primordial spirit energy shot out from Du Xiaofu's forehead and merged with his blood essence. Under the change of the hand seals, it suddenly turned into a dazzling light. Qi. Under countless gazes, Du Xiaofu waved his hand. The dazzling light condensed in his hand seals was like a solid waterfall, and it landed on the purple-gold lightning arc outside the lightning attraction platform. Rumble. Space trembled. As the light from Du Xiaofu's hand landed, the purple-gold lightning arc outside the lightning attraction platform suddenly stagnated, and an entire lightning attraction platform rumbled. High up in the sky, the divine lightning cauldron also trembled for no reason, and an aura like that of a giant stone beast awakened. A great pressure seeped out from the space, causing people's hearts to tremble. Those who were weaker began to feel their legs go soft. Whoosh! The purple-gold lightning arc in front of Du Xiaofu, which had become more and more dazzling, began to tremble. How can this be? Then, under countless astonished gazes, the purple-gold lightning arc split open to form a lightning arc door. Du Xiaofu looked at the lightning arc door in front of him that was overflowing with purple-gold lightning arcs. As his blood essence and primordial spirit energy landed, it seemed to have an inexplicable connection with the space. With a step, he directly entered the purple-gold lightning arc door. Qi. Under countless gazes, Du Xiaofu's figure went straight to the lightning attraction platform and entered the lightning attraction platform that only prodigies could enter. Oh my God! Below the lightning luring platform, countless outstanding talents of the same generation turned pale with shock at this scene. They were all dumbstruck. No one knew what was going on. How did that weapon emperor Qiao Feng get onto the lightning attraction platform? It seems like something has happened. In the divine lightning mountain range, outside all the space-time talisman arrays of the Nine Forces, everyone thought that the dust had settled. However, the sudden change at this moment caused everyone to be surprised and shocked. The young Hall Master has gone in. There must be something going on inside. Maybe our 7-star hall still has a chance. Elder Yao Xing was shocked. Then he came to his senses, and his body trembled with excitement. Interesting, this is interesting. In the ancient heaven sect, on the mountain peak outside the Tianwu Square, Sima Taxing's glass-like eyes looked at the young man in purple soft armor in the space-time talisman array. He murmured with a smile, "Supreme mode, either succeed or die trying." So there really is a supreme mode. It seems that the biggest dark horse this time is not Cheng Xingnan or Du Xiaoqing, but the weapon emperor Qiao Feng. On the 10 body-forging divine lightning platforms, Dongli Qihuang, Jiu Chongling, Wu Ming, Cheng Xingnan, Du Xiaoqing, Jiang Rolan, Sima Muhan, Zhu Shui, and Ling Jun and Shi Longyang's expressions changed. All of this was beyond their expectations. He went up. The young hall master went up. Sima Sheng's body trembled. He thought that the 7-star hall had no chance. But now, seeing that the young hall master had already stepped onto the platform, he was very excited. Supreme mode, he is taking a risk, a big risk. Lin Weiqi frowned. Under her fiery red clothes, her curvy body slightly raised. Her eyes were serious as she said, "We can only win, not lose. We can't afford to lose." Dong Lidiao looked at Lin Weiqi, then raised his head to look at the tall figure on the thunder luring platform. He said softly, "Young master is taking a big risk. but it's not like we don't have a chance. We can't use any external force here. With young master's current cultivation and physical body, this is his greatest reliance. Only Stone's eyes were the most determined. Although he looked serious, he said, "I believe in the third young master." Under the platform, countless eyes were fixed on the mysterious young man in purple soft armor. This was enough to prove that he was a genius. The Weapon Emperor, Qiao Feng, was as the rumors said. He was indeed a terrifying person. On the platform, Du Xiaofu looked up at the sky in front of him. On the huge purple gold boulder, a young man in white stood. "Fight!" Under the mask, Du Xiaofu's eyes surged with a golden light. At the same time, profound qi surged from the soles of his feet, and his body rose into the air. Under countless shocked and incredulous gazes, Du Xiaofu's figure seemed to be nothing as he directly stepped onto the 10th Forging Divine Thunder Platform. On the 10th Forging Divine Thunder Platform, Shi Longyang's handsome face was sickly pale. Because of the joint attack of Jijiling and Dongli Chihuang, Shi Longyang was seriously injured. His face looked even paler. Looking at the Weapon Emperor, Qiao Feng, who had directly jumped in front of him, Shi Longyang's extremely gentle and clear eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. Because of the invisible connection between his blood and the power of his primordial spirit, he could feel that if he wanted to step onto the body forging divine thunder platform, he had to defeat the young man in white in front of him, the Sky Snake sect. Looking at the young man in white in front of him, although his handsome face was pale, there was a clear coldness to it. There was a snake-shaped badge on his shoulder. That was the badge of the Sky Snake sect. This young man was a disciple of the Sky Snake sect. How could Du Xiaofu be unfamiliar with the Sky Snake sect? When he was in the Savage Beast Mountain Range in Stone City, he had interacted with the Sky Snake sect. Later on, in the Stone Dragon Empire, he even killed Lu Kuan. It could be said that he had completely formed a grudge with the Sky Snake sect. Therefore, when Du Xiaofu saw the young man in front of him, his gaze immediately turned gloomy. Du Xiaofu naturally did not have a good impression of the Sky Snake sect. "Make your move," Du Xiaofu said softly to Shi Longyang. These 3 simple words were enough to explain everything. Hearing this, Shi Longyang's gaze trembled. In the beginning, he had been injured by Jiu Chongling and Dongli Chihuang. Later on, he had suffered a small loss at the hands of An Lingjun. At this moment, the Weapon Emperor, Qiao Feng, had come up with such a domineering look. It was as if he did not take Shi Longyang seriously at all. He was Shi Longyang, the #1 person among the younger generation of the Sky Snake sect. He was already famous in the entire Middle Ground. At this moment, even Qiao Feng of the 7-Star Hall did not take him seriously. To him, this was not only a kind of contempt, but also an absolute humiliation. "Haha," Shi Longyang sneered, but he maintained an excellent demeanor. As expected of the #1 person among the younger generation of the Sky Snake sect, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Qiao Feng, remember my name. Shi Longyang of the Sky Snake sect. This name will be your nightmare for the rest of your life." Du Xiaofu shook his head and looked at Shi Longyang. "If you want to make your move, then make it quick. I'm not interested in your name, and I don't dare to be interested in your Sky Snake sect. The Weapon Emperor, Qiao Feng, is really domineering. Shi Longyang is the #1 person in the Sky Snake sect. Qiao Feng is very strong, but can he really defeat Shi Longyang?" Below the lightning-attracting platform, countless people looked up and stared at each other. "You!" Shi Longyang was stunned, and the expression on his pale face immediately became gloomy. Suddenly, a cold light swept out from his body, and the dazzling talisman patterns in his eyes flickered. Suddenly, an evil Xian Qi surged out from Shi Longyang's body like black ink, forming a terrifying Xian Qi storm. Suddenly, the aura on Shi Longyang's body swept out, and the aura of the peak of the mysterious level of the martial royal realm was released without reservation. This aura of the peak of the mysterious level of the martial royal realm was not something that an ordinary martial royal realm cultivator could compare with. This aura was so strong that even an ordinary martial royal realm, nirvana realm cultivator could not compare with it. The number one person among the younger generation of the Sky Snake sect, Shilong Yang, was definitely not just famous. What a powerful Shilong Yang! Feeling the aura that was spreading out from Shilong Yang's body, many outstanding people of the same generation below the lightning attracting platform could not help but exclaim in shock. This made many outstanding people of the same generation secretly feel inferior. Du Xiaofu looked at Shilong Yang, and the eyes under the mask did not fluctuate much. Shilong Yang stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. Today he had failed repeatedly. At this moment, even Xiao Feng of the 7-star Hall did not take him seriously and looked down on him. The anger in his heart suddenly exploded. Xiao Feng, you have to pay the price for your actions. Cold words came out from Shilong Yang's mouth, and a gloomy sneer appeared on his sickly face. A formless, cold, evil qi spread out. Under this evil qi, even the air in the surroundings seemed to have frozen. Shilong Yang raised his head and looked coldly at Du Xiaofu, who was in front of him. He formed a hand seal in his hand, and strange, mysterious runes surged in front of him. In the end, they turned into a dazzling white python. This white python was very strange. It looked like a dragon, but it was not a dragon. It looked like a python, but it was not a python. It was extremely ferocious, and it coiled up high in the sky. At this moment, a terrifying pressure descended. It was an ancient, cold aura that swept through the sky. At this moment, the cold, evil qi on Shilong Yang's body was released and rose to the peak. Even the countless young men and women of the same generation below the lightning attracting platform could not help but feel their bodies sink under the cold, evil qi released by Shilong Yang. Everyone could clearly feel a bone-chilling cold seeping out from Shilong Yang's body. That formless, cold, evil qi spread out like a tide, causing everyone to shiver. It was obvious that Shilong Yang was not only truly angry at this moment, but he also had murderous intent. The nether snake, nether dragon kill, the great technique of the Sky Snake sect. Shilong Yang used the strongest strength below the martial veins and meridian spirit. On the body, forging divine, lightning platform above, and Lingjuan's eyes moved slightly. If Shilong Yang used this move at the beginning of the competition for the 9th body, forging divine, lightning platform, he would probably have to compete for the 9th position. The nether snake, nether dragon kill. Shilong Yang shouted. He waved his hand, and the incomparably white nether snake shadow that looked like a dragon, but was not a dragon, and looked like a python, but was not a python. It rushed out like lightning and violently collided with Du Xiaofu. Above the giant python shadow, the terrifying aura and pressure spread out, causing the martial emperors below the lightning attracting platform to tremble in fear. When the terrifying pressure climbed, even ordinary martial emperors at the Nirvana realm would definitely retreat and not dare to touch it. Large chapter, continuing to write. Chapter 929. Du Xiaofu moved. Just as the frightening white python was about to reach him, he waved his hand and a frightening bolt of lightning spread out from his palm. Palpitating electric arcs spread all over his body, and there were faint snake-like lightning bolts swimming around. The lightning was deep and contained an extremely frightening and violent power. Just as the lightning white python was about to reach him, Du Xiaofu pressed down with his hand. Under countless gazes, the handprint collided with the illusory white python dragon. At this moment, the two frightening energies collided violently like meteorites. Boom! The ferocious white python's shadow and the lightning handprint collided with each other. Lightning raged, runes flickered, and the energies were annihilated. However, what surprised everyone was that the collision of the two energies did not immediately cause any muffled sound. Under everyone's gaze, the two energies collided and began to corrode each other. Small cracks appeared in the surrounding space, emitting a deep light. It was as if the void was about to be torn apart. In the next second, under everyone's shocked gazes, the lightning handprint in the sky destroyed the ferocious white python dragon's shadow as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Walala! The runes shattered and profound energy surged. The dazzling light spread out like gorgeous fireworks. In the dazzling light, just as the white python's shadow was shattered, Du Xiaofu's figure was like a ghost. A thunderous handprint suddenly landed on Shi Longyang's chest, who had yet to react. This handprint landed like a bomb. A frightening power exploded on Shi Longyang's chest. The cold, profound energy protecting the halo on the surface of his body cracked and shattered. Shi Longyang suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Rumble. Lightning raged within the palm. The violent and destructive energy contained within it caused the surrounding space to be on the verge of cracking open. The entire body, tempering divine lightning platform, was on the verge of collapse. A storm of lightning swept out like a calamity. Uft! Shi Longyang spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a stone that was thrown out and instantly flew far away. After which, his body fell straight down from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Bang, bang! Shi Longyang's body fell onto the lightning-luring platform below, causing it to tremble. However, he was unable to destroy the lightning-luring platform at all. Large mouthfuls of blood flowed out of his mouth. Shi Longyang's body smashed into the lightning-luring platform. Inside and outside the lightning-luring platform, inside and outside the space-time seal array, the hearts of countless people violently trembled at this moment. Below the lightning summoning platform, the Sky Snake sect disciples all felt as if their souls had been hammered. Their eyes were dull and dull, as if they had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell. Originally, most people thought that it would be difficult for the weapon's sovereign Qiaofeng to defeat Shi Longyang. After all, Shi Longyang was the strongest person among the younger generation of the Sky Snake sect. However, who would have thought that Shi Longyang, the strongest person of the Sky Snake sect's younger generation, would be defeated so miserably in just one move? Everyone was dumbfounded. Both those present and those outside the space-time rune array were stunned. On the body, tempering divine, lightning platform, the remaining 9 people were all secretly trembling at this moment. Their gazes were complicated. Shi Longyang is too weak. Below, Dong Li's eyes were smiling. Shi Longyang was only at the mysterious level of the martial emperor realm. The young master's true cultivation had already broken through to the nirvana level of the martial emperor realm. How could Shi Longyang be a match for him? This fellow doesn't seem to have wasted any time. On Du Xiaoman's shoulder, Du Xiaoyao raised her head. Her golden eyes were filled with fluctuations. However, at this moment, Du Xiaoyao's colorful hair on top of her head was still messy and black after being struck by lightning. What a familiar aura. This thunderbolt power is so familiar. They are connected. The weapon's sovereign Qiaofeng is related to my Du family. Beside Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong's gaze trembled. He could feel that the thunderbolt power that the weapon's sovereign Qiaofeng had activated had caused his martial vein to tremble. This feeling told Du Yunlong that the weapon's sovereign Qiaofeng was definitely related to his Du family's thunderbolt martial vein. Moreover, the other party's thunderbolt power was even above his by quite a bit. On the 10th Forging Divine Thunder platform, Du Xiaofu's purple soft armor had faint runes flickering. His eyes were surging with passion. He ignored Shi Longyang, who had fallen onto the lightning-luring platform, and raised his head slightly to look at the 9th Forging Divine Thunder platform. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Shi Longyang's body fell. After a long time, he was still unable to get up. He kept vomiting blood from his mouth. With just one move, he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Looking up at the purple-armored figure, Shi Longyang's pale face was filled with shock, confusion, and dullness. There was also fear in his eyes. His expression was very complicated. "Fight!" After uttering a word, Du Xiaofu's figure rose into the sky again. He immediately landed on the 9th forging, divine, thunder platform. He looked at Lingjun and said, "The second one, it's your turn!" And Lingjun did not say much. He did not know what had happened. How could this Qiao Feng step onto the divine thunder platform? However, looking at Shi Longyang's outcome, and Lingjun knew that if he could not defeat this Qiao Feng in front of him, then he would end up like Shi Longyang. Boom! Similarly, the aura of the martial emperor realm at the peak of Mysterious Peak erupted, and Lingjuan's hand seals condensed, and the mysterious runes on the surface of his body surged. A terrifying aura burst out, and a strange pressure suddenly spread out from his body. In a short moment, the surface of Lingjuan's body was suddenly covered with layers of strange things. They were like rocks covered with dazzling runes. His entire body seemed to have turned into a rock giant, petrified martial vein, the aptitude of a human king. As Lingjun used his martial vein, there were many exclamations from the surroundings. Petrified martial vein was a terrifying martial vein. It was rumored that when this martial vein reached its peak, it could turn into a mountain giant. Its strength could reach the heavens and break all techniques. Roar! At the same time, the mysterious runes burst out in front of Lingjun again, and it turned into a tiger-like Baiyan shadow. And was one of the most terrifying demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list. It was rumored that its bloodline was the closest to a real dragon. That's Lingjuan's vain soul, Baiyan. The crowd exclaimed again. They did not expect Lingjun to not only use his petrified martial vein, but also his vain soul. It was enough to show how much importance he attached to weapon Emperor Qiaofeng. Roar! The terrifying Baiyan shadow roared like thunder. It was ferocious and mighty, and the runes flashed. It charged towards Du Xiaofu. The terrifying power seemed to be tearing the void apart. Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask still did not move much. He waved his hand, and a terrifying purple flame swept out from his body. It was as if it had turned into a huge purple flame, demonic phoenix shadow that spread its wings. Ku! The purple flame, demonic phoenix roared, and an astonishing blazing aura suddenly spread out, as if it could destroy everything. The blazing purple flame aura turned into a purple flame wave that swept in front of the Baiyan and directly wrapped the Baiyan. In front of everyone's eyes, the terrifying Swanee Meridian soul that Lingjun had activated was instantly destroyed by the purple flame, demonic phoenix's wings. Chi! The purple soft-armored figure was like a ghost, drifting like a god, and instantly appeared in front of Lingjun. At the moment when the former's Meridian soul was destroyed, a fist wrapped in thunder directly fell on Lingjuan's rock giant body. Suddenly, a muffled thunder sounded from the former's body. The muffled thunder exploded, and the energy exploded. Electric arcs raged like a thunderball. Crack, crack! And Lingjuan's rock giant body cracked, and like a cracked rock, it shattered inch by inch and fell down. Dark red blood kept spitting out of his mouth, and his body flew away from the divine thunder platform and fell down. Puchi, accompanied by the sprinkling of blood, and Lingjuan's body fell from the 9th forging divine thunder platform to the 10th forging divine thunder platform. Boom! The space wherein Lingjuan's body fell trembled, as if the entire divine thunder platform was trembling. Huff, huff! Countless eyes trembled in the air, and the surroundings were silent. After a while, there were gasps one after another, and Lingjun struggled to get up. He was seriously injured, dripping with blood, and his expression was shocked. And Lingjuan's situation was much better than Shi Longyang's. Although he was seriously injured, he still had the strength to fight. Chi! And Lingjun rose into the air, and wanted to jump onto the 9th forging divine thunder platform again. But then Enlingjun noticed that his body was instantly restrained by an invisible and enormous force, and he was unable to climb any further. Poochie! Under the suppression of the huge force, Enlingjun spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. 2 moves were equivalent to 1 move. Enlingjun, the number 1 person in the younger generation of Spirit Sky Valley, was defeated again. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Too strong. Outside the divine Thunder Mountain range, in front of the space-time array, countless eyes trembled in shock. My 7-star hull is going to prosper. Elder Yao Xing's body trembled with excitement, and his eyes were fixed on the space-time array. Serves him right, retribution, the heavens have opened their eyes. Outside the lightning platform, Ming Rongyin was in a good mood, and Enlingjun was seriously injured, and no one was happier than him. Enlingjun should be stronger than Shi Longyang. He shouldn't be defeated in 1 strike. In the ancient heaven sect on the mountain peak, Sima Taxing Star's heroic face smiled slightly. Chapter 930. Sect Master, what do you mean? An elder of the ancient heavens sect looked at Sima Taking curiously and asked. Sima Taking Xing looked at the purple-armored youth in the space-time array and smiled. Xiao Feng's physical body is too strong, and Enlingjun didn't underestimate him and used his full strength from the start. However, he miscalculated and shouldn't have taken Xiao Feng head-on. His voice paused for a moment, and Sima Taking Xing's glassy eyes moved slightly. He continued, as far as I know, Enlingjun of the Spirit Sky Valley isn't his petrified martial vein, but his spirit root. That's his strongest trump card. Unfortunately, he miscalculated and it's too late. On the 9th forging body divine thunder platform, Du Xiaofu didn't pay attention to Enlingjun below. He stepped into the air again and landed on the 8th forging body divine thunder platform. Looking at the peerlessly beautiful woman on the 8th forging divine thunder platform, Du Xiaofu's eyes began to ripple under his mask. It had been a few years since they parted in the savage Beast Mountain Range. For Du Xiaofu, too many things had happened to him in these few years. The woman in front of him had also undergone a lot of changes in the past few years. Not only had she become more beautiful, but most importantly, her talent and strength had also undergone a shocking change. The fact that Zhu Xue could stand on the divine thunder platform was the best proof. Zhu Xue looked at the young man in front of her. The eyes under the mask were clear and bright, as if they had met before. That feeling of familiarity was not ordinary familiarity. Have I seen you before? Zhu Xue asked Du Xiaofu. Her pearly white teeth and red lips parted slightly. Looking at the woman in front of him, Du Xiaofu had heard that the woman in front of him had come from the profound talisman sect to see him before she came back to life and left the Stone City. Back then, in the savage Beast Mountain Range, they had only met for a short period of time. Yes, Du Xiaofu said softly with a smile in his eyes under the mask. Who are you? Zhu Xue's body trembled slightly. That familiar feeling, especially the smile in his eyes, made her feel even more familiar. She could vaguely feel that he was within reach. Du Xiaofu still smiled and said, Who I am is not important right now. Hearing this, Zhu Xue's bright eyes trembled slightly and rippled slightly. Her delicate and pretty lips parted slightly as she softly said, You resemble a friend of mine. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he gazed at the slender figure before him. She had a pair of curved eyebrows, and her entire body was filled with elegance. He said, Friend of the profound talisman sex, Zhu Xue, you should be extraordinary. I'm deeply honored to be able to look like you. Regardless of whether he was extraordinary or ordinary, he was still my friend. Unfortunately, he is already dead. Zhu Xue's face was as white as jade, dimples appearing on her cheeks. Her bright eyes slowly turned cold as she softly said, I don't know why he left, but I believe that things are not so simple. If I find out that there is more to his death than meets the eye, I will not let him off. I will let those people know that even if he is dead, he still has me as his friend." Du Xiaofu's eyes involuntarily rippled when he heard this. His gaze trembled, and he could not help but have the impulse to take off the mask on his face. Wearing a mask in front of his friends was not a good feeling for Du Xiaofu. "Perhaps if I fail, my spirit will be destroyed and I will have to leave in front of my friends and family again. It would be better for me to leave like this and pretend that I have already left." Du Xiaofu muttered softly, looking at the surrounding purple lightning arcs that illuminated her jade-white face. She appeared even more gentle and beautiful. He softly said, "If your friends knew that they had a friend like you, they would definitely be very happy. Actually, I still don't know if I am his friend or not. He is a little strange. Perhaps that fellow has already forgotten about me." Zhu Shui faintly smiled as she thought of that determined young man. He was ferocious and terrifying, as ferocious as a beast. It had already been several years since they parted in the barbaric beast mountain range. "I believe that in his heart, you are definitely his friend." Du Xiaofu looked at the girl before him. His voice paused for a moment before he softly continued, "He definitely has never forgotten about you. In his heart, you are definitely a very important friend." "Thank you." Zhu Shui looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "If I defeat you, I should be able to find out who you are, right?" "It won't be easy to defeat me," Du Xiaofu said, although he didn't want to fight with the girl before him. He had no other choice but to use the sovereign mode. "Actually, you are not as loathsome as you appear to be." Zhu Shui softly smiled and said to Du Xiaofu, "I know that you are very strong, and your physical body is even stronger. However, my forte is soul attacks. You should be careful." "I will be careful. You don't have to hold back." Du Xiaofu said, "Then you should be careful. Once I make a move, I won't hold back." Zhu Shui faintly smiled. Her delicate and beautiful temperament made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. In these years, this girl has really become more and more breathtaking. "No, this is not normal." Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit in his Naiwen palace trembled. Within the primordial spirit's shadow in his mind, an ancient aura fluctuated. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's spiritual altar trembled. At the same time, he also quivered. With the profound of the dark insight herb, he could purify the spiritual altar and suppress all evil. Back in the 7-star light pool, the starlight purified the spiritual altar and cleansed his body. At this moment, the power of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was already extraordinary, especially when he cultivated the ancient and mysterious cultivation technique. His spiritual soul power had always been abnormally vigorous and filled with all kinds of mysteries. Even Du Xiaofu had been unable to comprehend those mysteries and didn't know how to understand them. At this moment, Du Xiaofu looked at Zhu Shui's charming smile and immediately felt that something was wrong. Psychedelic primordial spirit. This girl is activating an illusion array. Along with a tremble in his heart, Du Xiaofu immediately recovered from his shock. At the same time, he was greatly shocked. At this moment, Zhu Shui was setting up an illusion array. He had actually been trapped in it just now. If not for his primordial spirit being extraordinary, he would have been unable to recover from it. He didn't expect Zhu Shui's illusion array to be so natural that it could be activated without leaving any trace. This made Du Xiaofu shocked in his heart. Zhu Shui's bright eyes began to emit a rune light. There were no signs of hand seals at all, but there were waves of dazzling, mysterious runes on the surface of her body. A terrifying pressure suddenly fell on this space. Spiritual soul root. Senior sister Zhu Shui has activated her spiritual soul root. That weapon emperor Qiao Feng will definitely lose. No matter how strong his physical body is, it will be useless under senior sister Zhu Shui's illusion array. Below the thunder-attracting platform, many disciples of the profound talisman sect were definitely unhappy with weapon emperor Qiao Feng. At this moment, When they saw Zhu Shui activating her spiritual root, many of them immediately revealed looks of joy. Spiritual soul root. It should only be a spiritual root at the human sovereign level. It is said that people with spiritual soul roots have incomparably vigorous and powerful primordial spirit power. If one can cultivate to the spiritual soul level, they will be able to channel the heaven and earth and mobilize the heaven and earth energy. It is one of the most terrifying spiritual roots in the world. That guy from the profound talisman sect has taken in a good foster daughter. On the ancient heaven sect's mountain peak, Sima Taxing Star looked at the space-time talisman array and said softly, Qiao Feng's physical body is extremely strong. Although he is also a spiritual talisman master, I wonder how strong his primordial spirit power is. It is a little dangerous for him to compete with Zhu Shui in terms of primordial spirit power. On the divine thunder attracting platform, Du Xiaofu looked at the changes in the space before him. Various scenes flashed before his eyes. Among the changes, Du Xiaofu saw the Du family. At night, in the courtyard, his drunkard father, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, had disheveled hair. He hugged a wine jug and looked at the bright moon with a dazed gaze. Then the scene changed. Du Xiaofu saw the dark nether sect destroying Tianwu Academy in the dark forest. Countless students were killed, and blood flowed like a river. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and killing intent soared to the sky. Everything was immersive and incomparably real. On the divine thunder platform, Du Xiaofu stood quietly in the eyes of the surrounding people. His eyes started to turn blood red for no reason, and the aura on his body was constantly changing. Then the scene changed again. Du Xiaofu went to that clan and bullied them. In the end, he broke his own bones and dug out his own heart. In the end, he was unable to see his family. Du Xiaofu's eyes turned increasingly blood red. The aura on his body fluctuated violently, and it started to become chaotic. His body started to tremble. Xiaofu, why are you here? Why aren't you looking for your mother and sister? Why aren't you taking revenge for Tianwu Academy? What are you still doing here? An indifferent voice sounded, and Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. Du Xiaofu looked over. The space in front of him turned hazy, and a tall figure slowly walked out. Although it seemed slow, it arrived before him in an instant. The person who came reeked of alcohol, and he looked drunk. His clothes were disheveled, and his hair covered half of his face and forehead. Father! Du Xiaofu was taken aback. Then a look of joy flashed across his face. Child, why are you here? Du Tingxian raised his head. His long hair covered his forehead, and a smile appeared on his face. His lips were thin, and his face was handsome. His eyes were kind, and he raised his hand slightly as though he was going to touch Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's blood-red eyes disappeared, and a smile appeared in his clear eyes. He said softly, My drunkard father isn't so sloppy anymore. He's very handsome. With that said, Du Xiaofu shook his arm, and a lightning hand pressed down on the Du Tingxian in front of him. The Du Tingxian immediately dissipated into an image. Then the picture blurred and gradually disappeared in midair. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled as a special rune light appeared within his eyes. This rune light seemed to be quite similar to the mysterious spirit eyes. It seemed as though they originated from the same source and originated from the same source. Pucci! At the same time, a small trace of blood overflowed from the corner of Zhu Shui's mouth, and a faint red color appeared in her rune eyes. Zhu Shui's eyes trembled, and the red light slowly disappeared. Then she looked at the young man in front of her with shock. Thank you for being merciful. Zhu Shui took a deep breath and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Then a bitter smile appeared on her red lips. Zhu Shui knew that she was defeated and thoroughly defeated. If the other party had not been merciful, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Your illusory array is very strong, and your spiritual root is even more extraordinary. Du Xiaofu smiled and said softly, "It's just that I happen to dabble in illusory arrays, so I can barely beat you. I cast an illusory array on you, and I thought you were trapped in it. Who knew that in the end I had already been trapped in your illusory array, but I thought you were trapped in my illusory array. In fact, I am the one trapped in the illusory array. I am far inferior to this level of illusory array attainment. If you had not been merciful, I am afraid I would have at least been seriously injured. I lost." Zhu Shui smiled bitterly. She had used her spiritual root to enhance the illusory array, but she did not expect that in the end she had been trapped in the illusory array by the other party. That illusory array was really terrible. There was no trace, and she was trapped in it unknowingly. Zhu Shui had always thought that she had been controlling the illusory array and had trapped the other party in her talisman array. In the end, if the other party had not been merciful, her primordial spirit would have been seriously injured, and her primordial spirit would have been destroyed. Du Xiaofu smiled. Fortunately, he had not let go of his understanding of talisman arrays. Especially after surviving the disaster, his big brother Jin Qingchen had taught him a great trick, which was of the same origin as the profound soul eyes. It was also a terrifying illusory array. That illusory array was equivalent to the upgraded version of the profound soul eyes, and it was many times stronger than the profound soul eyes. It was even the trump card of his big brother Jin Qingchen. Therefore, whenever he had time, Du Xiaofu would study it. That illusory array was called Sumeru illusion. When used to the extreme, it could make people fall into it unknowingly. However, it would always be normal in real life, and the person who fell into it would never know that they had fallen into an illusion. I lost. According to the rules here, I should go down one level. Zhu Shui smiled bitterly. She did not expect the other party's attainment in talisman arrays and the strength of his primordial spirit to be so terrifying. Chi. As her voice fell, Zhu Shui's beautiful figure pointed and immediately jumped down from the 8th forging divine thunder platform. Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. The pressure of Zhu Shui's spiritual root was not simple, and he was obviously affected. Fortunately, he happened to be in the illusory array. Coupled with the profound power of his primordial spirit, the star energy in the 7-star light pool, purifying the spiritual platform, and the protection of the dark insight grass, he was able to take advantage of many coincidences and take advantage of the opportunity to control Zhu Shui in the illusory array. If Zhu Shui had used the power of her spiritual root or other methods, Du Xiaofu felt that he would have had to put in a lot of effort. How did Zhu Shui lose? The surrounding people, as well as the billions of eyes outside the space-time talisman array, were all puzzled. Not many people saw clearly how Zhu Shui lost. The two of them did not even fight from the beginning to the end. Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng is too strong. However, those who knew how Zhu Shui was defeated were even more shocked. Continue. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly with a bitter smile on his face. Profound qi surged under his feet, and he went straight to the 7th forging divine thunder platform. At this moment, under the lightning platform, the ancient heaven sects Shui Ruhan, Xiangling, Yin Machin, Guzong, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, the World Society's silver-winged demonic condor, Yi Piaoling, and Changguyu were all watching intently. Outside the divine Thunder Mountain Range, in front of the space-time talisman array, Elder Gu Qingyang, Elder Changmingze, and the other elders of the ancient heaven sect were all staring at the talisman array. Sect Master, look at Muhan and Qiaofeng. Who won and who lost? In the ancient heaven sect, Protector Hao looked at the space-time talisman array and then asked Sima, taking beside him. Sima, taking Xing, smiled bitterly. There was some light in his glazed eyes as he said softly, Qiao Feng is unfathomable. Moreover, he can only win and not lose. For updates. Today, 3 of the 4 updates are large chapters, enough to exceed 5 words. I woke up at 6 in the morning and haven't stopped writing for 14 hours. I still have a hangover. I believe that the book friends who have had a hangover know what a hangover is like. Therefore, for those trolls, little you can only tell them to keep their mouths shut. I did an update yesterday and sent several notices to tell everyone not to wait too long. I was afraid that if everyone waited for the update, I would feel guilty. Every time something happened, I would use all kinds of methods to send a notice. I believe that as long as the readers read the original version, they would be able to see it immediately. I don't object to reading the pirated version, nor do I want to care. In addition, the so-called clicks, traffic, and popularity are really useless to any online writer. It wasn't like those trolls always thought that if they clicked on it, read it, and increased their popularity, they would increase the popularity of their writers and allow them to earn more money. Therefore, they would be their boss and the person who provided for them. The popularity of online writers has always been counted in the number of original subscriptions. It has nothing to do with pirated versions. Moreover, the advertisements on pirated websites will not give a single cent to the writer. Generally, no one will pay attention to those boring words. Also, Little You really doesn't rely on asking for flowers to make money. There's no need to scold him with flowers. Every time Little You asks for flowers, it's just a motivation. Moreover, every time he feels that he is not working hard, he will definitely not have the face to ask for flowers. During the New Year, the most messages Little You received were, "It's the New Year, let's explode." On Saturday, Sunday, May Day, National Day, and so on, he received all kinds of messages that were about to explode. In this way, which day was suitable for him to rest? Usually, even if he asked for leave, which time didn't they make up the chapters afterwards? Every time he exploded, the whole world would be filled with "Little You, I love you." Every time he updated a day less, all kinds of trolls would scold him. Did Little You really update too little? Those who know how to count should be able to see it clearly. So there's no need to explain. I just want to say, please understand, support, and forgive me. Xiao Yu had always paid attention to and noted down the general opinions and suggestions of his book friends. Of course, trolls are only a minority, and Little You had not bothered about them for a long time. It's just that he was still drunk today and was a little annoyed by them. He could only ask for your forgiveness again if it affected your reading. As for yesterday's stop, Little You had wanted to work harder to update more. Although there were some special circumstances, he still sent a notice. But no matter what the reason was, Little You was at fault. Little You would like to sincerely apologize to his readers again. Little You will try his best to not let everyone wait for him in the future. He will try his best to update on time. Chapter 931. As Du Xiaofu's figure landed, Sima Muhan raised her head slightly. There was a slight fluctuation in her purple eyes. Looking at the girl in front of him, Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask were filled with helplessness. However, he could feel that this girl's cultivation had improved extremely quickly in the past few years, especially the martial vein aura on her body. It seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. It made people feel a great sense of danger. That Qiao Feng is very fierce. I wonder if Muhan can resist him. Below the lightning attraction stage, Cheng Ling looked up. His wild and unruly aura was also extremely serious. Xue Ruhan said softly that Qiao Feng is unfathomable, so there's no way to judge. Yin Machin, Si Ruofeng, Gezong, Qiao Ingmeng, Hao Guan, and the other young elites of the ancient heaven sect were also watching closely. You've already dealt with 3 people. I'll let you have 3 moves. You can make the first move. On the divine lightning stage, Sima Muhan looked at the weapon emperor Qiao Feng in front of her. She pouted slightly. Her red lips were tender and tender, making people want to kiss her. You little girl, you should make the first move. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. This girl's temper was still the same as before. It was said that after he died, she even shed tears at his grave. If it weren't for her grass of immortality ultimacy and a piece of grass of immortality that gave birth to his vitality, he would have been dead by now. You think you can call me little girl? Humph. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Sima Muhan immediately let out a tender shout, and the graceful figure immediately moved. The accessories on her wrist jingled, and a dazzling light gushed out from her delicate hands. The light was dazzling, and a dazzling sword appeared. The mysterious runes on the sword flickered as if it was alive. It attracted the energy of heaven and earth, and a vast pressure enveloped the entire plaza. Boom! At the same time, runes flashed in Sima Muhan's light purple eyes on her beautiful face. A majestic aura that was not inferior to Shi Longyang and in Lingjun spread out like a wave, causing people's hearts to tremble. Swish! Swish! The shadow of the long sword swept through the air and arrived in the blink of an eye. That was Sword Will. Sima Muhan's graceful, charming, and seductive figure flashed out. The illusory image of the long sword, with an extremely mysterious arc and lightning speed, flew straight towards Du Xiaofu. This sword phantom brought with it a terrifying storm of energy. It was accompanied by the energy fluctuations of heaven and earth. It was like a hurricane, so magnificent that it made one shiver. 7-layered sky shadow sword. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. This girl, Sima Muhan, had 3 absolute skills, and the 7 heavenly shadow sword was one of them. He had already fought with her before, but with this girl's current strength, the power was no longer the same as before. However, Du Xiaofu was no longer the same as before. He looked at the illusory sword light flashing towards him. His feet floated, and his figure took a step to the left. Whether it was intentional or not, he directly avoided the sword light in front of him. Sima Muhan's eyes focused slightly. The shadow of her sword changed, and her graceful body drew an alluring arc. Her hair fluttered in the wind, adding to her charm. A sword light circled around and entangled Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's figure was as swift as a deity, and his movements were unpredictable. A series of afterimages swept out and once again dodged the sword light skillfully. Third young master's movement technique is much stronger than mine. Below the lightning platform, Shi Tu's eyes were fixed on the platform. He took the opportunity to comprehend the mysterious movement technique. The 2 swords did not even touch each other's corners. Sima Muhan's palm emitted a dazzling talisman pattern and condensed into the 3rd sword. Accompanied by a vast and mighty pressure, the shadow of the sword was like a tide, spreading towards Du Xiaofu at lightning speed. Du Xiaofu looked over and smiled faintly. His figure changed again, and he dodged again. Sima Muhan's delicate face finally changed. She realized that her opponent seemed to understand her 7-layered sky shadow sword. He knew where the shadow of the sword was as soon as the sword moved. Swoosh, swoosh! In the next moment, the long sword in Sima Muhan's hand changed. The sword move suddenly changed. A dazzling talisman pattern erupted, and the tip of the sword drew a strange arc in the void. The sword tip changed directly. The tip of the sword moved 3 times in a row, and each point was directed towards Du Xiaofu. Every time the tip of the sword tapped lightly, gorgeous talisman patterns would erupt. Bright Saint Sword Manual. 3 stacks of Yongpass. Du Xiaofu smiled. This girl seemed to have seen through his understanding of the 7-layered sky shadow sword. She actually turned it into the Bright Saint Sword Manual. This move was the 3 stacks of Yongpass in the Bright Saint Sword Manual. Once mastered, one could point at heaven, earth, and man. Swish! His figure changed again. Du Xiaofu's figure flashed 3 times in a row, and his figure actually dodged once again. That Xiao Feng is too strong. The entire arena was stunned. Sima Muhan's consecutive attacks were extremely terrifying, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Xiao Feng's clothes. The way of the sword is not weak, but that Xiao Feng should be even stronger in the way of the sword. I'm really looking forward to it. On the divine thunder platform, the nameless robe fluttered slightly, and a blazing light appeared in his eyes. That Xiao Feng's attainments in the way of the sword seemed to be far above that of Muhan's. On the sixth peak of the divine Thunder Mountain range, Elder Gu Qingyang frowned slightly as he looked at the array. For Elder Gu Qingyang, although he had a good impression of Qiao Feng, when he saw that his grandniece couldn't even occupy the corner of Qiao Feng's clothes, his mood wasn't too good. Ancient Heaven Sect, on the mountain peak outside the Sky Marshal Square. At this moment, the expressions of many elders and protectors in the Ancient Heaven Sect changed. They looked at the scene in the space-time array and seemed to be in a bad mood. Sima Ta-Xing stood quietly, his glass-like eyes rippling as he stared intently at the space-time array. He said softly, "It seems that he has some understanding of the 7-layered Sky Shadow Sword and the Bright Saint Sword Manual. Could it be that guy is really him, the 7th Sword, Heavenly Sword Phoenix Shadow?" After failing to make a series of sword moves, Sima Muhan's eyes turned completely serious. The illusory sword shadows in his hand changed, and layers of sword shadows swept out along with dazzling runes. In the end, they condensed into a sword tide that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Amidst the torrent of sword shadows that filled the sky, there was a faint illusion of a huge phoenix. A terrifying pressure accompanied by the pressure of the Phoenix clan descended from the sky. "Gee!" The cry of the phoenix resounded, and the sword shadow tide was like a real phoenix that was about to spread its wings. Then, the terrifying sword intent, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of sword radiance, swept towards Du Xiaofu like lightning. What a powerful sword! Can that Qiao Feng easily dodge it? Under that terrifying sword move, countless gazes trembled, and many exclamations of shock rang out. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes, and the terrifying sword tide arrived in front of him in an instant. However, at the same time when millions of eyes were nervously watching, Du Xiaofu finally made his move. At the same time, a sword light condensed in his hand. With an extremely mysterious arc and lightning-like speed, the sword light directly swept towards the terrifying phoenix sword tide. This sword seemed to contain a great mystery as it gently swept out. Apart from being mysterious and unfathomable, this sword did not even bring about much energy fluctuation. However, it was precisely this sword glow that caused the frightening wave of phoenix sword shadows to be completely destroyed. It turned into countless sword glows that dissipated in the air. Then, all the sword lights disappeared, causing countless people to exclaim in surprise. Sima Muhan's beautiful figure was forced back, and her light purple eyes revealed a shocked expression. She looked at Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng and asked in surprise, "How do you know, pointing to the sky?" "That's the sword move of the 7-fold Sky Shadow Sword. Where did you secretly learn it?" At this moment, Sima Muhan was truly shocked. Just now, the Equipment Emperor Qiao Feng in front of him had used the first move of the 7 Heavens Shadow Sword, pointing straight at the sky. However, it had dispelled the most powerful move of her 7 Heavens Shadow Sword, Heavenly Sword Phoenix Shadow. The 7-fold Sky Shadow Sword was a sword move of her grandmother's family, and it was impossible for anyone in the outside world to learn it. However, Sima Muhan was also able to feel that the move, pointing to the sky, that Qiao Feng had used just now seemed to be slightly different from the one she had learned, but its power and sword intent were stronger. Du Xiaofu looked at the woman before him and smiled lightly. "I didn't secretly learn it, and I learned it from you. I modified, pointing to the sky, while I was at it. Perhaps if you comprehend it in the future, it will be beneficial to your 7-fold Sky Shadow Sword." "Humph. Stop pretending." Sima Muhan grunted delicately as profound energy flashed out from the soles of her feet, and her beautiful figure suddenly stepped into midair. Her figure beneath her brocade dress was wrapped in a moving and charming manner as talisman markings erupted, and then an enormous grass-shaped object condensed into form before her. The grass was shaped like a mushroom and seemed material, and strands of terrifying pressure descended. Undying grass-veined soul. Along with the appearance of this object, The gazes of everyone in the surroundings were suffused with intense fluctuations, and the young men and women below the lightning draw platform that were slightly weaker even felt their vitality being drawn out. Undying grass-veined soul. It's a king amongst vain souls. What a formidable vain soul! On the body-forging divine thunder platform, ninefold spirits' gaze also fluctuated. Sima Muhan stood in the air, and her figure beneath her brocade dress was alluring. A terrifying pressure spread out from the undying grass-veined soul in front of her. Qiao Feng in front of her was stronger than she had imagined, and she had to give it her all. Whoosh! In a short moment, as the undying grass-veined soul condensed, it immediately turned into a dazzling arc of light that swept directly towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! Circles of dazzling talisman markings spread out from the undying grass-veined soul, like divine light lingering around it, and the pressure was rolling, devouring vitality and suppressing Du Xiaofu. That terrifying, undying grass-veined soul had the power to destroy everything, and it was so terrifying that it made people tremble with fear. Under countless gazes, just as the terrifying, undying grass-veined soul was about to suppress him, Du Xiaofu moved in Du Xiaofu's palm. A dazzling talisman markings also flashed out, and under countless shocked gazes, it turned into the same undying grass shadow that swept out. What Du Xiaofu activated was not the undying grass-veined soul, but the undying grass profound. Sima Muhan's lilac eyes suddenly fluctuated at this moment. The two undying grasses collided, and the pressure was endless, blooming in the air. Qiao Feng also knows the undying grass profound. In the ancient heaven sect, on the mountain peak outside the Sky Marshal Square, many elders and protectors looked up one after another, their eyes trembling. Young Hall Master is so strong. Below the thunder platform, the 7-star Hall disciples' eyes trembled, and they were boiling with excitement. How can you also know the undying grass profound? Sima Muhan exclaimed. She could feel that Qiao Feng's comprehension of the undying grass profound had reached a level that was not inferior to hers. A little girl gave it to me. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly and activated the undying grass profound to resist Sima Muhan's undying grass-veined soul. The two confronted each other, and the talisman markings all over the sky flashed and shuttled back and forth. At this moment, in the confrontation between the undead grass-veined soul and the profound mysteries of the undead grass, Sima Muhan was obviously stronger, but with the support of his cultivation, Du Xiaofu was able to withstand it head-on. I hope she can also give you the green with martial vein. Sima Muhan's crisp words came out of her mouth, and as the last word fell, her eyes instantly surged with a strange, crystal-clear purple color. The talisman markings on her seductive body once again swept out, connecting with the undying grass, and dazzling light poured into the sky. In a short moment, Sima Muhan's undying grass-veined soul changed, turning into a crystal-clear greenwood tree with a diameter of 3 meters, and the leaves of the undying grass covered the tree crown. Boom! At this moment, the sky trembled for no reason, and Sima Muhan's aura suddenly rose to the peak within the graceful, martial vein. A terrifying, invisible pressure spread over this part of the world, and it was full of vitality, sweeping across vast and mighty. The talisman markings were monstrous, and the supreme pressure descended upon the world. What a terrifying pressure! Below the divine thunder platform, the young men and women with lower cultivation were trembling, and their legs went soft. Their faces were pale, and it was as if the vitality in their bodies was being drawn out continuously. The pressure was irresistible. Green wood martial vein, human sovereign talent, and the undying grass-veined soul. Sima Muhan of the ancient heaven sect is indeed stronger than in Lingjun, Shilongyang, and Zhu Shui. On the second forging divine thunder platform, Zhu Ling whispered softly, "That green wood martial vein is not simple. It seems to be close to the human sovereign." Jiang Ruolin murmured softly, her eyes glowing. Little Muhan's greenwood martial spirit is getting stronger and stronger. The last time she went back to her grandmother's clan, she actually evolved her martial vein and vein soul to another level. Using the greenwood martial vein and undying grass vein soul to condense the undying wood, it is definitely comparable to a human sovereign. On the sixth peak of the divine Thunder Mountain range, Elder Gu Qingyang's ruddy face and his clear eyes were filled with shock. Muhan is already doing her best. Can Xiao Feng still resist? Below the lightning platform, Shui Ruhan, Chengling, Yin Machen, the Du family, and the World Society were all looking at the sky, and their eyes were filled with brilliance. Boom! On the top of the greenwood tree, Sima Muhan stepped on it. Her body was brimming with vitality, and she was covered in divine radiance, like an immortal. At this moment, under the double suppression of the undying grass vein soul shadow and Sima Muhan's greenwood martial vein, Du Xiaofu's undying grass could no longer resist the suppression of the greenwood martial vein. Cracks appeared on it, and it exploded. What a strong suppression! Du Xiaofu was stunned. It seemed that Sima Muhan had improved quite a bit in the past few years, especially with the fusion of the vein spirit and the martial vein. Its power was incomparably tyrannical, and being able to step onto the seventh divine thunder platform was definitely not due to luck. Walala! Under the suppression of the undying wood, a vast and ancient aura spread out, as if it was going to devour all the vitality in Du Xiaofu's body. Show me your true strength, or you'll lose. Sima Muhan stepped on the top of the undying wood tree, and the mysterious runes on her body bloomed, surging with vitality, like an immortal suppressing a demon. Sigh. Du Xiaofu sighed helplessly, and then a smile appeared in his eyes under the mask. On the surface of his body, there was a surge of thunder and lightning aura. Boom! Suddenly, there was thunder and lightning flashing in the sky, and a horrible killing power spread out. This kind of thunder and lightning aura fluctuation was the thunder and lightning ultimacy that Du Xiaofu had comprehended from the thunder martial vein. He had never used his real thunder martial vein. Under the thunder and lightning ultimacy, electric arcs flashed, bolts of lightning gathered, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Then they blocked the undying tree. This aura! At this moment, on the undying wood, Sima Muhan's purple eyes were filled with doubts. She stared at Du Xiaofu, and her eyes became more and more shocked. Stop it! Suddenly, Sima Muhan shouted loudly, and the handprint in her hand suddenly stopped. The undying wood in front of Sima Muhan immediately disappeared, and the greenwood martial vein and the immortal grass martial vein calmed down. The graceful figure directly floated in the air, and there was no aura fluctuation on her body. Du Xiaofu's eyes also changed. Suddenly, the thunder and lightning converged, and a surge of purple thunder and lightning surged around his body. His eyes were full of surprise. Stop what you're doing! Sima Muhan stared at Du Xiaofu's eyes and stared at Du Xiaofu. Her graceful body directly stepped into the air and walked toward Du Xiaofu. Facing the terrifying purple thunder and lightning gathered in front of Du Xiaofu, Sima Muhan clenched her fists and stepped forward. She shouted at Du Xiaofu, "If you have the ability, try to touch me!" The beautiful figure walked forward. Sima Muhan's light purple eyes were filled with anger. She directly touched the purple thunder and lightning in front of Du Xiaofu without any resistance. What's going on? What's wrong with Sima Muhan? This sudden change caused everyone to be shocked and puzzled. No one knew what had happened, and they were all so shocked that they couldn't come back to their senses. Qiao Feng, who is he? Du Yunlong looked at the sky. Under the purple thunder and lightning, the thunder martial vein in his body was fluctuating. Senior Sister Muhan, what's going on? Senior Sister Muhan, be careful! On the ancient sky sect's Tianwu Square, outside the space-time array, many disciples of the ancient sky sect saw Sima Muhan walking toward the terrifying thunder and lightning energy without any resistance. They were afraid that even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. At this moment on the mountain peak, Sima Tada's glazed eyes suddenly trembled, and a bright light shot out, staring at the space-time array. A super chapter of more than 5,000 words. Seeing the rumors in the book review section, Xiao Yu only wanted to say 6 words. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Chapter 932. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Sima Muhan directly touched the purple lightning. At the moment of contact, the purple lightning in front of Du Xiaofu immediately retracted and dissipated into his body. Under the mask, there was a helpless smile in his eyes. You bastard, didn't you want to fight with me? I'm standing in front of you now. Touch me and you'll see. Sima Muhan angrily rushed in front of Du Xiaofu. Just as the purple lightning disappeared, the look in her eyes became even more determined. Looking at the angry girl in front of him, Du Xiaofu was also stunned. He didn't know what to do. This situation caught Du Xiaofu off guard. He wasn't prepared at all. You bastard, do you think I don't know who you are just because you're wearing a mask? Do you still think you can do it? As soon as she finished speaking, Sima Muhan was furious. Her pink fist directly smashed into Du Xiaofu's chest. With this punch, although she did not use profound qi, it still caused Du Xiaofu's body to retreat a step. You still have the 7 Sky Shadow Sword. The pink fist landed again. Du Xiaofu took another step back in the air. You still have the Grass of Immortality. The pink fist landed again. Du Xiaofu took a 3rd step back. You bastard! Why didn't you appear when you didn't die? You're still Qiao Feng? I'll make you Qiao Feng. You made everyone sad. You're really a bastard. Do you know how sad Marshall Granduncle and I are? Do you know that everyone is worried about you? Have you ever thought about everyone's feelings? I hate you. You bastard, you're a big bastard. Sima Muha shouted as both of her hands landed on her white, jade-like wrists. The bracelets that were shining with white light collided with each other, constantly emitting pleasant sounds. The anger in her angry purple eyes dissipated a little with every time her fists landed. Then her eyes became moist, and her eyes were filled with tears. After the last punch landed, her delicate body stood in front of Du Xiaofu. 2 lines of sparkling tears flowed down her cheeks. Her eyes were filled with tears. This scene caused countless gazes to be filled with astonishment. Sima Muhan, the eldest miss of the Ancient Heaven sect, one of the top geniuses of the Central Continent, was actually crying in front of Qiao Feng. Senior Sister Muhan, what's wrong? Could it be that Qiao Feng is Senior Sister Muhan's lover? I've never heard of Senior Sister Muhan having a lover. On the Ancient Heaven sect square, all disciples were stunned. Muhan seems to know Qiao Feng. On a mountain peak not far away, many of the Ancient Heaven sect's experts looked on in shock, and they were confused by what was happening. Could it really be? The light in Sima Ta Xing's glass-like eyes became more and more dazzling. Qi! Under the mask, Du Xiaofu's eyes were also a little moist. He extended his hand to catch the 2 drops of tears that were dripping down her beautiful face and held them in his fist. Then he extended his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said, I'm really a bastard. I made my master sad for me, made you sad, and made everyone who cares about me sad. I really am a bastard. As his voice fell, mysterious runes flashed on Du Xiaofu's purple soft armor. The purple soft armor turned into runes and disappeared, revealing a purple robe. Du Xiaofu raised his hand and took off the purple mask that had been on his face at this moment below the lightning guiding platform. Outside the space-time array, countless eyes were fixed on it. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, the silver-winged demon condor, Yi Piaoling, Qinggu Yu, and the disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect were all holding their breaths and trembling. Stone, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Jiao, Sun Wu, and the other disciples of the 7-Star Hall were all nervous and expectant. They had never seen the true face of the young hall master. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaoman's shoulder. Her golden eyes revealed a slight smile as she said softly, "This guy is really a bastard." On the divine thunder platform, Dongli Qi Huang, Ninefold Spirit, Nameless, Cheng Xingnan, Jiang Rolin, and Du Xiaoqing were all looking at each other. They were all curious about the true face under the mask. The mask was slowly taken off. Under the slightly scattered black hair, a young face of about 20 years old appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That face was young, but it looked more resolute and determined than his peers. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were clear. Boom! At this moment, under the lightning platform, countless pairs of eyes looked at the purple-robed youth and suddenly froze. Countless people's bodies were trembling. Outside the space-time array in the divine Thunder Mountain range, on the 6th peak, pairs of eyes trembled as if they had been electrocuted. Elder Gu Qingyang's face was lifeless. In his clear eyes, it was as if he had lost his mind. The determined face in the space-time array made him completely stunned. Martial Uncle Du. That's Martial Uncle Du. The 7-star Hall's Weapon Emperor, Qiao Feng, is Martial Uncle Du. That Qiao Feng isn't Senior Sister Muhan's lover. He's Martial Uncle Du. On the Ancient Sky Sect's Tianwu Square, the eyes of the Ancient Sky Sect's disciples trembled. At this moment, the purple-robed youth in the space-time array, who else could it be but Martial Uncle Du? There was no one in the Ancient Heaven sect who did not recognize the purple-robed man who had stepped onto the divine thunder platform. Back then, it was Martial Uncle Du who had left behind a series of legends in the Ancient Heaven sect. They had all personally witnessed just how domineering he was. On a mountain peak not far from the Tianwu Square, the space froze and the eyes of the powerhouses trembled endlessly. "Sect Master, it's him, it's Du." After Protector Hao recovered from his shock, his gaze suddenly trembled as he looked at Sima taxing beside him. As he spoke, his voice trembled and stuttered. Sima Taxing's gaze froze inside the space-time array. His body trembled, and then a smile gradually appeared on his handsome face. Ha 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 ha. That smile became more and more intense. In the end, a bright light shot out from his eyes and into the sky, shaking the entire Ancient Sky sect. His laughter was like thunder that resounded through the sky. On the divine lightning platform, when that determined and resolute young face was revealed to the world at this moment, on the divine thunder platform, Cheng Xingnan's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. His bright eyes shrank and his entire body became sluggish on the divine thunder platform. Dongli Qi Huang's gaze fiercely trembled and trembled. After a long time, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, he looked at the 4th divine thunder platform. "Brother, my brother is still alive, my brother is still alive." On the 5th divine thunder platform, Du Xiaoqing's body trembled as green and red flames danced in her ethereal eyes. On the 9th divine thunder platform, Zhu Xue's eyes rippled as she looked at the face above. Her eyes were a little moist, but they soon disappeared. Then, a smile appeared on that delicate and beautiful face. It was a moving smile. "Third brother, it's third brother. The Du family is very fortunate. It will prosper in the world." Du Yunlong shouted. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and he looked ecstatic. "Third brother is really not dead. The Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng is third brother." Du Xiaoman smiled. Her smile was beautiful, but at this moment her bright eyes were moist. "It's third brother. Our third brother is still alive." The Du family disciples raised their heads, and lightning flashed in their eyes. "President, the Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng is the president. It's eldest brother. It's Martial Uncle Du." Mo Wen, Ben Niu, Qiao Yingmeng, Guzong, Haobian, Feng Xiangyu, and the other Ancient Heaven sect disciples all burst out in cheers after recovering from their shock. Their faces were filled with excitement as if they had won the lottery. "That kid is Du Xiaofu. Zhanling's eyes moved, and a smile appeared on her face. She said softly, "He is indeed strong. It's good that I didn't fight with him. Brother Xiaofu, that's my brother Xiaofu." In the profound talisman sect, Guoming was shocked. Then he cheered loudly. "Brother Xiaofu is not dead. Great, I'm here. Brother Xiaofu, do you see me?" Below the lightning attraction stage, Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, Little Tiger, and the silver-winged demonic condor stared at the purple-robed young man. Their eyes were trembling. Countless pairs of eyes looked at each other. Du Xiaofu looked around the thunder-attracting platform, looking at the familiar and surprised gazes. He bowed slightly, and his purple robe fluttered. He said softly, "I am still alive, and I will not announce it to the world. I have no other choice. In the future, I will not let everyone worry." As his voice fell, it echoed in the air. His voice was no longer hoarse. As the familiar voice echoed in the ears, many people's eyes trembled with joy. That young man had come back from the dead. They had regained what they had lost. Some people couldn't help but cry tears of joy. The Heavenly General Guard of the World Society greets the President. The Heavenly Pivot Halls, Silver Condor greets the Hall Master. Third Young Master. Below the lightning attraction stage, many figures flew into the air. Powerful auras soared into the sky. They saluted and knelt down on one knee. At this moment, all the eyes outside the space-time array in the central continent fell on the purple-robed man. Slap, on the sixth peak of the divine Thunder Mountain Range, Elder Husankoin's shoulder was slapped hard by someone. The crisp sound almost made him fall off the mountain. "Elder Qingyang, why did you hit me?" Elder Husankoin, who was in shock, immediately came back to his senses. He turned his head and stared at the person who had slapped him. It was Elder Gu Qingyang. "I'm not dreaming. It's not a dream. That's my disciple. My disciple didn't die. Ha!" Elder Gu Qingyang laughed heartily, revealing his two front teeth. He excitedly hugged Elder Husankoin and gave him a fierce bite on his old face. He laughed heartily and said, "Did you see that? My disciple didn't die. The heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes. I was wondering how that brat could be so strong. He even hit it off with me. He is my disciple, Xiaofu." Chapter 933. He's the President. Yin Hu Anya Ing, Duo Sha, Yin Tianjue, and the others all looked up at the purple-robed young man in the sky above the divine thunder platform with astonishment in their eyes. When they saw Yi Piaoling and Qingguyu bowing, they followed suit. "It's him, it's really him." Gu Xinyan, General Liu Xiao, Wu Kei, Ghost Child, and the others were stunned. The face under the mask was just as they had imagined. It was a familiar face. So the young master is still so young. Lin Weiqi looked at the purple-robed young man in the sky. His young and resolute face surprised her. Compared to what she had imagined, the young man's face was much younger and had a resolute aura. It made her heart tremble. It seems like the young master has an extraordinary relationship with the ancient heaven sect, the Du family, and the world society. No wonder he helped them back then. Dong, Li Jiao thought to himself. He finally understood why the young master helped the world society and the others back then. On the divine thunder platform, Du Xiaofu looked at the woman in front of him and wiped the tears off her beautiful face. He said softly, "I won't make you sad in the future. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I'll remember it in my heart. You bastard, you're a big bastard." His light purple eyes looked at the familiar face in front of him, and Sima Muha's pink fist once again fiercely hammered his broad and sturdy chest twice. After that, he could no longer hold it in and threw himself into his sturdy embrace. The tears in his eyes were like water flowing out of a dam as he sobbed, "You think you're really dead? Do you know how sad Marshall Uncle is? My father is sad too. I'm sad too. You didn't die, but you didn't tell us. How can you be so cruel? You bastard, you bastard." The sobbing became softer and softer. Her tears soaked Du Xiaofu's chest. smelling the faint fragrance of her hair, listening to her sobbing, and feeling the warmth of her tears staining his chest. Du Xiaofu didn't know what he should say at this moment. He could only gently place his hands on the shoulders of the woman in his arms and hug her gently. Du Xiaofu's heart ached. He was indeed a bastard. He made the people who cared about him sad. He made the people closest to him worry. If he had exposed himself earlier, he would have attracted a lot of trouble. And that clan... Strength. Everything is about strength. If I had enough strength, I wouldn't have to do this. I'm still not strong enough. Gently patting the shoulder of the woman in his arms, Du Xiaofu's clear eyes glowed with a golden light. All right, don't cry. Many people are watching. You're the grand young miss of the ancient heaven sect. Du Xiaofu softly said to the woman in his arms. It's good that you're not dead. Sima Muhan raised her head. She seemed to have just realized that she was in his arms. Her face blushed, and she immediately withdrew. She pouted and said, It's all because you made me cry. I'll settle this debt with you in the future. I'm not done with a bastard like you. I'm still your martial uncle. Give me some face. Du Xiaofu clicked his tongue. He really was a bit afraid of this girl. Once she did something, it would definitely not be a joke. Du Xiaofu, you bastard. Die for me. Just at this moment, below the divine thunder platform, a delicate shout resounded like thunder. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. They all looked over. Then, many people were stunned. The woman who shouted had a peerless appearance, a graceful figure and big eyes. But at this moment, the peerless woman had her hands on her hips. She didn't care about her image at all. Her eyes were filled with anger. She seemed to know that she couldn't go up the divine thunder platform. She could only shout from below, Du Xiaofu, you bastard! Die for me! See how I'll deal with you! Ouyang Shuang shouted loudly. Her graceful body was trembling. Her big eyes were faintly moist. Tears quietly slid down her cheeks as she cursed. Shuang, you can deal with him in the future. This time, I'll help you deal with him. Du Xiaoman pulled Ouyang Shuang back. Her eyes were also red. This time, she really wanted to give that guy a good beating. Du Xiaofu looked down and saw the peerless face filled with anger. He couldn't help but tremble. That tomboy was even more terrifying than Sima Muhan, this little girl. It seems that you've provoked quite a few women. Sima Muhan glanced at Du Xiaofu from the corner of her eyes. Du Xiaofu was helpless. All right, you should continue to challenge the people above. Be careful. Jiang Rolin is from the Shindu Gate. She's also a human emperor. I suspect that she might have reached the martial emperor realm. As soon as Sima Muhan finished speaking, she tapped the air with the tip of her foot. Her graceful figure slowly descended from the sky and landed on the 8th Forging Divine Thunder platform. Boom! As Sima Muhan landed, Du Xiaofu could feel that the invisible restriction above had been opened. He could now ascend to the 6th Forging Divine Thunder platform. Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at the peerless face below the lightning platform that was still filled with anger. He secretly clicked his tongue. Then he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his figure rose into the air again. He then stepped onto the 6th Forging Divine Thunder platform. That bastard, he actually ignored me. Below the Divine Thunder platform, Ouyang Shuang stomped her feet angrily. However, at this moment, there was a smile in her large, moist eyes. The gloominess that had been on her body for the past few years was quietly swept away with the appearance of that sharp and resolute face. We'll deal with him later. Du Xiaoman said to Ouyang Shuang, comforting her. On the 6th Forging Divine Thunder platform, there was a fairy-like woman. She wore a light yellow dress that outlined a moving and graceful curve. Her ink-black hair rippled with a soft luster. Her ethereal eyes were clear and ethereal. Her eyelashes were deeply arched, and the outline of her face revealed an otherworldly elegance. Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng, so you're Du Xiaofu from the ancient Sky Sect. I've heard of you. Jiang Rolin looked at the purple-robed youth who landed in front of her and smiled. That smile was as pure as a pear blossom and as brilliant as a cherry blossom. It was enough to make any man's heart surge and lose his soul. Xiandu Gate, Jiang Rolin. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled. There was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. This Jiang Rolin's aura was difficult to pry into, as if it was unfathomable. You seem to want to challenge everyone. Jiang Rolin looked at Du Xiaofu with a faint elegance that was pure and untainted by dust. Including you. Du Xiaofu nodded. He looked at the charming woman in front of him and faintly smiled. You're very strong, but I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to go up from here. As Jiang Rolin's voice fell, her eyes began to clear. Her graceful body began to release a faint flame. This flame was very warm, but this warmth made one's heart palpitate, causing the surrounding space to tremble. It seems to be extraordinary. That kind of flame caused Du Xiaofu to tremble. In a short instant, the warm flame that lingered on Jiang Rolin's beautiful figure spread to the mysterious symbols on her body. Soon after, it condensed into a set of armor that was burning with divine flames. It emitted a resplendent glow, causing her originally beautiful figure to become even more alluring. Today's update is complete. There will only be an update tomorrow. Chapter 934. Within the tight armor that was burning with divine flames, the figure was extremely alluring. Tisk! Jiang Rolin made her move. Her movements were light and graceful, graceful and graceful. She looked very beautiful. As for that lithe figure, she instantly appeared before Du Xiaofu. Her jade-like hand lightly slammed down with a palm imprint that was wrapped in warm flames. However, it was as fast as lightning, bringing with it an extremely dangerous aura that caused the hearts of those who saw it to palpitate. Tisk! Du Xiaofu also moved at this moment. A palm print was pushed out like lightning. In the next moment, it fiercely collided with the former's palm print. Bang bang! When the two collided, a huge sonic boom reverberated. The force raged, and the dazzling runes and flames disappeared without a trace. Thump thump! Jiang Rolin's body was slightly pushed back. Her eyes were filled with astonishment, but she wasn't surprised. Very strong. Du Xiaofu's body didn't move, but his heart was filled with shock. Jiang Rolin's strength was absolutely tyrannical. That graceful and alluring body of hers contained a frightening and vigorous power. Very strong indeed. I can only go all out. At the same time, as Jiang Rolin's voice fell, she did not hesitate at all. Her hand seal changed and condensed, and a huge aura spread out, causing the entire space to tremble. The aura of the Nirvana realm of the Martial Emperor realm gushed out without any reservation. She is indeed at the Nirvana realm of the Martial Royal realm. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Sima Muhan's guess was right. Jiang Rolin of the Xiandu Gate had indeed reached the Nirvana realm of the Martial Royal realm. With Jiang Rolin's age, she had already reached the Nirvana realm of the Martial Royal realm. This was really terrifying. At this moment, a strange light started to spread out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. A soundless aura was undetectable. Then it merged into the space and disappeared. At this moment, as the strange aura merged into the space and disappeared, the space trembled inexplicably. Boom! At the same time, mysterious runes flickered on Jiang Rolin's delicate body. She channeled her artery soul, and a flaming bird that was not huge but had an incomparably terrifying aura flapped its wings and flew out. That terrifying aura fluctuation caused the surrounding void to ripple and reveal faint black marks. Sky-burning ancient swallow. That's Jiang Rolin's pulse soul. It's ranked at the top of the heavenly beast list. Below the lightning attraction stage, a young man couldn't help but exclaim, Nirvana realm of the Martial Emperor realm. Burning sky ancient yen vein spirit. Jiang Rolin cannot be underestimated. on the divine thunder platform of the second forging body, the ninefold spiritual light Tao. She is indeed at the nirvana realm of the martial emperor realm. She has the spirit of the sky-burning ancient yin veins. However, her martial veins are even stronger. She is almost at the level of the human venerable. Sima Muhan pouted slightly. She lifted her head and looked at the purple-robed youth. She muttered to herself, "Bastard, you better be careful." In a short moment, as the pulse soul was formed, Jiang Roland did not delay. She activated her pulse soul, the sky-burning ancient swallow, and a terrifying gust of wind swept out. Warm flames spread out and bright runes flickered. The sky-burning ancient swallow flapped its wings and soared high into the sky. It then swooped down towards Du Xiaofu. Gee! The sky-burning ancient swallow opened its mouth and let out a long cry. It spat out warm flames that swept across the void in front of it like a wave. It wanted to burn the void clean. The warm flames came one after another. The warmth brought along a terrifying destructive aura. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of Du Xiaofu. The flames were like a swaying sea of fire. Vaguely, there was an illusory vision of stars being burned and falling. Jiang Roland is so powerful. Everyone looked at the space above them. Under the warm flames, their souls instantly shriveled and their hair stood on end. The majestic warm aura enveloped the surroundings, and the terrifying warm destructive pressure directly affected even the martial royal realm cultivators at this moment. The influence was pervasive. However, the one who was affected the most was Du Xiaofu. As the warm flames swept over, Du Xiaofu felt as if he had merged into a terrifying sea of fire. The terrifying aura seemed to want to imprison his profound qi and primordial spirit. The primordial spirit in the Niwen Palace in his mind started to feel dizzy and uncomfortable. The primordial spirit seemed to wither in the warmth and was about to be destroyed. She is more powerful than I imagined. However, let's end this quickly. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The strange light that had flashed in his eyes surged again. The mysterious runes in his eyes flickered, and the surrounding void suddenly trembled. Suddenly, Jiang Roland's gaze froze. She was shocked, and her eyes froze. At that moment, the terrifying, sky-burning ancient swallow's aura suddenly weakened. Skyshaker wings. A low shout came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. Suddenly, golden light erupted from his body. Strands of golden talisman runes gushed out from his hand like lightning and thunder, transforming into a golden, brilliant wave. His aura was terrifying and monstrous, and golden light gushed out like a dazzling sun. The sky-burning ancient swallow was terrifying because it had an ancient bloodline. However, the skyshaker wings came from the golden-winged great rock. The golden-winged great rock was the supreme beast. The sky-burning ancient swallow could not be compared to it. Crash! Layers of golden runes burst forth. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and the terrifying sky-burning ancient swallow spirit vein in front of him was shattered into pieces. Uft! Jiang Roland spat out a mouthful of blood. She suddenly recovered from the shock. Uft! However, at that moment, a purple-robed figure wrapped in golden light appeared in front of her. An overbearing and ferocious aura swept over. The golden light rippled with terrifying sharpness. A handprint landed on her shoulder. Bang, bang! An overbearing force suddenly poured down from Jiang Roland's shoulder, causing the surrounding space to distort. Uft! The divine flame armor shattered and the runes scattered. Jiang Roland spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body heavily smashed onto the divine lightning stage. Boom! A huge force poured out, overbearing and ferocious, causing the divine lightning platform, which Jiang Roland's delicate body was charging towards, to tremble. Du Xiaofu didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. Defeating Jiang Roland was only one of his battles. Later on, Jiu Zhuling and the others would only be stronger. He could only win, not lose. Showing mercy in front of his opponent was cruel to himself. There would be stronger opponents later on. He could only end the battle as soon as possible. If he showed any mercy in the battle, his opponent might turn the tables. Therefore, Du Xiaofu could only show no mercy. Jiang Ruolin was definitely not a woman who needed to show mercy. If anyone showed mercy to such a terrifying woman, it would be too late for regrets. Jiang Ruolin stood up from the divine lightning stage. She once again spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura was weak. That palm had already caused her to suffer heavy injuries. The entire surroundings seemed to have quieted down at this moment. Under the countless gazes, they only saw Du Xiaofu ignoring Jiang Ruolin's pulse spirit. He only used the second move to heavily injure Jiang Ruolin. Looking at the scene on the divine lightning stage, it was out of the expectations of most of the young talents of the Central State. Jiang Ruolin's reputation and strength had long been famous in the Central State. She was the fairy of the Xiandu Gate, the strongest expert of the Xiandu Gate's younger generation. She was a genius who had broken through to the martial king realm before the age of 20. She was considered a genius of the Xiandu Gate that was rarely seen in thousands of years. And now, this genius of the Xiandu Gate was easily defeated by Du Xiaofu. Under the silent divine lightning stage, everyone was waiting to see if Jiang Ruolin would continue to attack. After all, at this moment, Jiang Ruolin still had not activated her martial pulse. That was her strongest strength. At this moment, although Jiang Ruolin had already suffered heavy injuries, she was not completely powerless to continue fighting. I lost. You win. In the silent atmosphere, Jiang Ruolin's voice could be heard clearly from the divine lightning stage. Jiang Ruolin actually admitted defeat. Following Jiang Ruolin's words, many people around the divine lightning stage were astonished. Looking at the purple-robed, long-haired young man in front of her, Jiang Ruolin's gaze was complicated. Among the younger generation of the Xiandu Gate, she had never been defeated. Although there were many geniuses gathered in the sealed ancient land, she was confident that even Zhu Ling, Dongli Qihuang, Wu Ming, and the others would have to see their strength first if they wanted to defeat her. But just now, she knew clearly that if Du Xiaofu had not shown mercy to her, she would not have just suffered heavy injuries. Chapter 935. Excuse me. Du Xiaofu nodded with a smile in his eyes. Even if I use my full strength, I won't be your opponent. Why should I embarrass myself? However, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely find you to spar again. Jiang Ruolin smiled. She was still like a fairy, untainted by the mortal world. After she finished speaking, she leaped down. He won again. Ha! Xiaofu won again. On the 6th peak of the divine Thunder Mountain Range, Elder Gu Qingyang's rosy face smiled like a blooming flower as he watched the scene in the space-time symbol array. He was so excited that he kept patting Elder Hu Sanquin's shoulder. Although Elder Gu Qingyang didn't use his Xian Qi as a super expert, this pat caused Elder Hu Sanquin's shoulder to hurt so much that it felt like it was about to shatter. Elder Hu Sanquin's face was filled with helplessness. He could only quietly take a step back. Bang! Elder Gu Qingyang continued to slap Elder Hu Sanquin's shoulder out of habit. However, due to a moment of carelessness, Elder Gu Qingyang staggered and almost fell. Looking at Elder Hu Sanquin, who was retreating, Elder Gu Qingyang grinned. Without the temperament of a super expert, he continued to slap Elder Hu Sanquin's shoulder with indescribable excitement. Do you see? My disciple is so powerful. No one can defeat him. Elder Hu Sanquin rolled his eyes at Elder Qingyang. His gaze was filled with grievance and helplessness. When he mentioned the past, he even faintly felt heartache. When Elder Qianmingze and the others beside him heard Elder Gu Qingyang mention the past, they all started to feel heartache. If they knew that the fellow who appeared back then was so fierce and terrifying, they wouldn't have let him go even if they were beaten to death. In the end, Elder Gu Qingyang took advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how glorious would it be for them to have such a ferocious disciple under their wing? Qi. On the fifth body, forging divine, thunder platform, Du Xiaofu's figure had just landed when a green figure instantly jumped into his arms. Girl. Du Xiaofu smiled and gently hugged the woman who had jumped into his arms. There was a faint smile on his resolute face. Du Xiaofu was relieved that the girl, Du Xiaoyao, and little Tiger were all fine. Brother, I thought you didn't want us anymore. Du Xiaoqing raised her head. On her devastatingly beautiful face, her pitch-black eyes were as clear as a stream. At this moment, they were suffused with joy. Over the years, Du Xiaoqing's appearance had changed a lot. However, even though she was already 17 or 18 years old, there was still a hint of youthfulness about her, which was a little too compatible with her seductive body. Silly girl, it's good that you're fine. Du Xiaofu smiled. This girl's cultivation seemed to have improved at a terrifying rate in the past few years. Being able to step onto the fifth forging divine thunder platform was already the best proof. After faintly smiling, Du Xiaofu looked at the woman in front of him and said, "We'll talk later. Right now, let me see how strong you are." "I don't want to fight, brother. I can feel it. I'm not brother's opponent anyway." As soon as her voice fell, Du Xiaoqing's foot lightly tapped on the divine thunder platform. Her body immediately retreated in a straight line. Her slightly youthful-looking figure was curvy and her eyes were ethereal. Her cherry-red lips smiled and she asked Du Xiaofu, "Brother, do you want to defeat everyone?" "Yes, you can only win, you can't lose." Du Xiaofu smiled and looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Her pure and innocent temperament made it impossible for people to feel any evil intentions. Du Xiaoqing's gaze swept across the fourth forging divine thunder platform and looked at the tall and slender woman. Her ethereal eyes revealed a hint of displeasure as she said, "Brother, the Stone Dragon Empire is ungrateful. That woman is heartless to you. You can't show her any mercy. Otherwise, I'll ignore you in the future." As soon as her voice fell, Du Xiaoqing glared at Du Xiaofu with a hint of coquettishness in her eyes. Then the young and graceful figure tapped on the ground and slowly landed on the sixth body, forging divine, lightning platform. A bitter smile surfaced on Du Xiaofu's face as he watched the young and graceful figure descend. Subsequently, he raised his head slightly and looked at the fourth body, forging divine, thunder platform above. A trace of emotion flashed across his clear eyes before it was withdrawn and disappeared. Below the lightning platform, Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, and the others looked at the platform with complicated expressions. "Qi." Du Xiaofu's figure landed on the fourth forging divine thunder platform. He landed gently without causing any ripples. Chang Xingnan's body trembled as she looked at the purple-robed young man. She never thought that they would meet again. Deep in her eyes, there were complicated emotions. They were very ethereal and deep. Their eyes met for a long time. There was an inexplicable silence in the air. What's wrong with those two? Below the lightning platform, some people felt puzzled and whispered among themselves. "I think it's time for me to congratulate you." Looking at the woman before him, Du Xiaofu broke the silence. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. A faint smile rippled across his resolute face. Hearing that, Chang Xingnan's heart trembled. That calm voice made her tremble. That congratulation caused a complicated feeling to surge out from the depths of her heart. Chang Xingnan's eyes seemed to be suppressing something. Then a smile appeared in her eyes. Her smile was captivating. She was no longer the same person as before. There are some things that don't necessarily need to be congratulated. However, you're still alive, and that's worth congratulating. I no longer have any regrets. Chang Xingnan smiled. "Yes, I'm still alive." Du Xiaofu shrugged and smiled. On the first body forging divine thunder platform, The eyes of the easternly scarlet phoenix's divine soul turned gloomy as it looked at the fourth body forging divine thunder platform. That bastard, he doesn't know what to do after seeing that woman. He deserves it. Below the lightning platform, Ouyang Shuang looked up and stomped her feet coquettishly. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Du Xiaoman saw this and looked at the peerlessly beautiful woman beside her. She smiled faintly and did not say anything. On the divine thunder platform, Cheng Shennan's dimples were shallow. She smiled sweetly, but she had the aura of a lily. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said softly, "Weapon Emperor Qiaofeng, it seems that you fooled everyone. I've also made many people worried. I'm quite a bastard." As Du Xiaofu spoke, he unconsciously looked at his family below. When he saw a peerlessly furious face, his heart could not help but tremble. He immediately retracted his gaze. The change in Du Xiaofu's expression was noticed by Cheng Xingnan. Her cheeks moved slightly, and her eyes trembled slightly. However, there was a kind of power that could take one's soul away, making it seem very ethereal. A moment later, Cheng Xingnan opened her mouth and said, "We haven't fought yet. From the standpoint of my sect, I can only do my best." Divine Light Court. Du Xiaofu's clear eyes flickered with golden light. He looked at the woman in front of him and took a deep breath. A faintly discernible, domineering aura spread out from his body. He said, "Since you're representing the Divine Light Court, let's do it. I don't have a good impression of the Divine Light Court. I'm in the sect, and I can't do as I please." Amidst the tender feelings, there was a subtle complexity that was not easily noticed. Cheng Xingnan's eyes were blurred, and the shadow of a seal covered her. "I won't hold back against the Divine Light Court. Do your best." Du Xiaofu raised his head. Golden light flashed in his eyes and lightning flashed. The surrounding void began to tremble faintly. There was a fluctuation of heaven and earth energy, and a storm was coming. Cheng Shennan's eyes trembled as she looked at the young man in front of her. A moment later, she tapped her feet lightly, and her beautiful figure immediately drew a seductive arc in midair. Then she floated in midair. A dazzling light was released from her beautiful body. The terrifying aura of a martial emperor at the Nirvana realm swept across the sky. Boom! This side of the void trembled with a loud bang. The dazzling light bloomed like the divine light of the sun, releasing a powerful and terrifying pressure. Cheng Xingnan is also at the Nirvana realm of the martial emperor. He has hidden his strength well. Cheng Xingnan released the aura of a martial emperor at the Nirvana realm, causing the surrounding geniuses to exclaim in surprise. Back then, the old ancestor of the Divine Light Court was known as a terrifying figure. He's very extraordinary. On the mountain outside the space-time charm array of the ancient heaven sect, Sima Tuxing's deep eyes flickered as he watched the scene inside the space-time charm array. Master, Du Xiaofu and Cheng Shengnan seemed to have some relationship in the past. Protector Hao looked at the space-time charm array with some worry in his eyes. He's inside there. I'm afraid he doesn't know what's happening outside. Moreover, with that kid's temper, he won't be restrained too much. He knows what's going on. Now, we should worry about the Stone Dragon Empire. Sima Tuxing murmured softly. Dazzling world. Above the void, Cheng Xingnan's graceful figure was surrounded by a dazzling light like a miracle. It illuminated her figure like a banished immortal. There was a kind of untainted pressure in the light. It was like a star falling from the ninth heaven. The light filled the air, and the divine light shrouded it. It was like a continuous mountain that suppressed Du Xiaofu. The terrifying light was like the arrival of a vision, like the birth of a miracle.